Hey guys, it's your boy Cosmic Harry. So today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter got elemental powers from Fawkes Tears. Part 2. Please like, share, and drop so many comments. Also join Patreon for something very steamy and link in the description. Also please go and support author for his wonderful creation. Thank you for your kind offer. Me was as far as he got before the look in her eye went from stern to sharp enough to cut stone, causing him to flinch and stutter. Professor McGonagall. I'll be on my best behavior. Sirius closed his eyes, took a deep calming breath, before letting it out and opening his eyes. He shook himself before smiling at Harry. I'm 34 years old, but one stern look from Professor McGonagall and I feel like an 11-year-old fresh off the train. Deciding to show his Gryffindor courage, he attempted to get this meeting back on track. Harry, good to see you, pup. Been good since the 12th? Sirius asked. Harry started telling Sirius about his month and most of Hermione's birthday. Professor McGonagall was being nice and helpful, but he wasn't ready to give up all his secrets yet and didn't want to lose access to the room of requirement and his nights there. He would tell Sirius if they ever got some time alone. With Harry and Sirius starting to open up and talk, Professor McGonagall took her seat behind her desk to grade some work while she kept an ear on the two. Despite how they behaved, this was still Sirius Black and the son of James Potter, two of the 4 most devious pranksters in Hogwarts history. If the Weasley twins knew who was in her office, there would be 2 teenager-shaped holes in her door and twins speak a mile a minute. She also didn't want to think about if Sirius got Harry to start pulling pranks. She felt a need to grab her bottle of Ogden's finest just at the thought. Harry and Sirius spent the next 4 hours getting to know each other all over again. After a lunch of sandwiches and tea in Professor McGonagall's office, Sirius left through the flue with a thanks for Professor McGonagall's time and a promise to meet again next week. Sirius was still trying to get back up to full health and catch up with all the parchment work needed to get the House of Black in order. Thanks for this, Professor. Your help with this means a lot, especially with Professor Dumbledore trying to block us, Harry said with a bow before leaving to join the others in the library. Despite Hermione never wanting to leave except for classes, Luna had persuaded them to still make a showing of themselves during normal hours. If we only show up for classes and food, others will wonder where we disappear to. FG. The month of October moved along rather steadily, with Harry meeting with Sirius every Saturday morning and studying with the others in the library on the weekends while continuing his nightly training with the others. Despite Harry, Neville, and Luna being about 2 months ahead of their classmates, Hermione and surprisingly Ron were catching up quickly. One night early in the month, Luna was startled out of her focus on her work and glared at Hermione, who was fingering something under her blouse. Without any notice, Luna grabbed Hermione and dragged her towards one of the walls of the room. By the time they had gotten there, a door had appeared. Luna didn't stop as she marched straight through the door, Hermione stumbling behind her. Once the two were through, the door slammed shut and stayed that way for the rest of the hour of real time. FG. When the door slammed shut behind them, Hermione tried to rip her arm away from Luna, only for said arm to have just been released, making Hermione fall backwards. Once Hermione got back to her feet, she found Luna sitting in one of 2 plush armchairs with a coffee table between them and a bookshelf on the opposite side of the table. On the coffee table sat a tea set, with Luna already fixing herself a cup. Hermione huffed and moved to take the other seat. When she sat and was about to reach for the other cup, she found herself unable to move or speak, Luna's wand going back behind her ear, where she liked to keep it. Luna took a sip of her tea before placing back on the table and glared at Hermione. Hermione, as one of Harry's closest friends, I've respected you enough to let you keep your secret from the boys. I know about the time turner, that you've been using it to get to all your classes. I was willing to let it go on due to the benefits of this room. Since you've started joining us here, you've been able to finish the assignments and still manage to get proper sleep. Did you notice you were already starting to feel the strain of 30-hour days after the first 2 weeks? The boys did. The anger in Hermione's eyes turned to shock upon hearing this. How could she possibly know? Is she going to tell the boys? Will she bring it up with McGonagall? Will I lose the time turner? Why is she bringing this up now?
Luna Smirkev.
I don't need to hear what you're thinking to know the questions that just went through your head. Nor do I need to hear you rattle them off. The hat put me in Ravenclaw for several reasons, Hermione. None of which is because I'm not observant. I know Hermione because I'm a seer. And no, not like that fraud Trelawney. She gets by on the fame of her grandmother and working here at Hogwarts. She gives true seers a bad name with her antics. She's only made one prophecy worth recording in the Dom. Harry's. I'll keep your secret from the boys and won't tell Professor McGonagall. For now, Hermione. I'll let you go in a few moments, but first you're going to hear why we're having this little chat now, instead of when you decide to stop hiding it from the boys. I froze and muted you so that I could get this done without you interrupting or trying to storm off. The easiest things to see are newly developing potential vectors of possibility. Put simply, every action or inaction as multiple possible outcomes that can shape new futures. I saw when you toyed around with the idea of using your time turner while already under the effects of time acceleration. Luna continued, a twitch appearing above her left eye. The confusion is clear in Hermione's eyes. Luna's a true seer and Trelawney made a prophecy about Harry? How is this possible? How bad could me using the time turner in here really be? What did she see? Luna sighs, once again hearing what Hermione would love to be asking. The girl practically shouts out her thoughts. Hermione, do you know how a time turner actually works? It reverses time in a localized spot, sending the person holding it back as many hours as the trigger was turned. Time acceleration accelerates time in an enclosed space, such as the room. If you attempt to reverse time while it's in an accelerated state, the best result would be a failed activation of the reversal. The worst result would be the destruction of time within the accelerated space, in other words us and the boys, while at the same time damaging this magical masterpiece made by Rowena Ravenclaw herself. Oh, and a 30% change of destabilizing time throughout all of Hogwarts, causing it to be lost in time with nobody being able to get in or out. After Luna said that, Hermione looked both ashen and a bit green. Now that it was pointed out to her, she could clearly see the math behind it. The prospect of localized temporal destabilization hadn't crossed her mind, and it was terrifying to even think about. Hermione had a sudden, overwhelming need to take off the time turner. But she was still frozen in place, looking into the eyes of a girl 2 years younger than her, giving her a glare that would beat any of the Hogwarts staff. After giving Hermione another minute to think about that, Luna removed the wand from behind her ear and released Hermione from her spells. Hermione immediately removed the time turner from around her neck and threw it across the room, only for Luna to catch it magically before it hit the wall. Hermione missed the look that Luna gave her as her body was now free to act on the panic that had been locked in place due to the spells. She had thrown up and started crying. Luna sighed and placing the time turner on the table before moving around the table to hug Hermione. She may be quite put out with her, but she didn't like seeing her new friend suffering like this. After several minutes of Hermione sobbing and crying out that she was sorry in several variations, Hermione finally calmed down enough for Luna to let go and return to her chair. I'm sorry I hurt you, Hermione. The fluctuations in time that were given off every time you used that time turner over the last month and a half, along with seeing its effect on you, had me irritated. When the potential of you using the time turner while we were all in here scared me into action. All the books on the shelf beside us hold tomes on time magic, so you can learn how to use the time turner safely. Even though the one who authorized it for a 14-year-old schoolgirl was incredibly foolish. Along with the whole never meet yourself warning you were hopefully given, lots of things have happened to wizards and witches that meddle with time, including dying from an action not performed due to not risking the time reversal. Once you're calm enough, we can go through them before rejoining the boys. FG. When the door opened, Luna strolled out like she was just coming back from the loo. She had her usual smile, but Harry and Neville knew her well enough to by now to see the irritation hiding behind her eyes. Fawkes saw that look and did a full body quiver before flaming out. He reappeared on his perch in the headmaster's office and quivered again. The Sorting Hat saw this and quietly laughed. It amused him how afraid of little Luna Lovegood his old friend was. He still hadn't gotten the story out of the bird of what she did to frighten him so bad. Hermione came out of the door about a minute later, looking quite shaken and not able to meet anyone's eyes for the next hour. She sat as far as socially polite from Luna and got back to her interrupted work. With Fawkes running away for the rest of the night, they studied and practiced magic on the dueling mats with training dummies. Harry and Neville were smart enough not to ask what had gone on in that other room and shut Ron up whenever he tried to bring it up. It was the last Saturday of October, the 30th, and Sirius was once again waiting in Professor McGonagall's office for Harry to finish his breakfast. Minerva, thank you again for assisting in these get-togethers. I was hoping you could help me with something. Minerva raised an eyebrow at Sirius. He had certainly behaved better during these Saturday visits than he had during his entire time as a student of Hogwarts. And what would that be, Mr. Black? I'd like to take Harry to visit his parents tomorrow. He mentioned last week that he didn't even know where they were buried, let alone had visited them. You know as well as I do how important Samhain is to our people and how much misfortune Harry's had here the last 2 years on the 31st. Can you help me with this? Sirius said, not an ounce of mischief in his voice. The twins would have a heart attack had they seen the scene. Minerva sighed and looked at the tea before her. I knew those Dursleys were the worst sort of muggles, never taking an orphan to their parents' graves.
Normally no.
If the headmaster was watching the wards, as I'm sure he does whenever you visit, he would know as soon as Harry was gone. Fortunately, tomorrow is a Hogsmeade visit. With Harry having a signed form to go to Hogsmeade, the headmaster can't really stop him without due reason. I can help you and Harry get from Hogsmeade to Godric's Hollow. The Potters are buried in the cemetery. But we must be back before dinner. The headmaster expects everyone to attend the Halloween feast. Just as Sirius was about to thank Minerva, Harry knocked on the door before entering. Even though he wasn't able to say the words, Minerva saw the appreciation in his eyes while Sirius and Harry talked. Just as lunch was approaching, Sirius broached the subject. Harry, given tomorrow is the 31st and also a Hogsmeade weekend, I was hoping to bring you to visit your parents. Is that okay? It's your call. After several tense seconds, where Harry dealt with mixed emotions, Harry nodded his head. I've wanted to know where they were for a long time, Harry said, tears at the edge of his eyes. This caused Sirius to hug him tightly and Minerva to tear up too. As mature as Harry acts, it was sometimes easy to forget he was only 13. After that, they had lunch and tea before Sirius again used the flue to Diagon Alley. Harry thanked Minerva for her help and hospitality before heading to the library to let his friends know. When Harry told them, they were happy for him. Luna gave him a hug and a happy smile before whispering into his ear, tomorrow will be tough for you, but do what you must as heir Potter. Luna smiled at him before asking quietly if she could borrow Hedwig to take a letter to her father. Harry agreed without hesitation and Luna wrote her letter to her father. The next morning, Harry and his friends ate breakfast before they said goodbye to Luna and left for the village. Luna would need to wait another year before going, but she wished she could be there for Harry today. She would just have to settle for being there for him tonight. Luna decided to go visit Professor Flitwick. He had asked her to stay back after her first charms lesson of the year, and he invited her to seek him out if she didn't want to be alone when Harry was visiting Hogsmeade. I'd rather not have a repeat of last year if I can help it, Miss Lovegood. Also, given Mr. Potter's reaction to his boggart, I'd rather not find out what would happen if such an event were to come to pass. Professor Flitwick had said. Luna had smiled and nodded. Luna still smirked to herself whenever she recalled what she had done to punish Professor Lupin for that incident. She had left a copy of the Quibbler on her desk with writing on the cover saying, "Naughty doggy for hurting my Harry dash." When Professor Lupin had read that quietly out loud, he paled before having to duck when the magazine rolled itself up and began attack him over the head. Luna wasn't vindictive. She just knew that bottling up her irritation would make things worse in the end. If she was vindictive, then half the house would be stuck out in the hall every night and never find their things. She didn't even get detention for the prank. She saw 5 new sapphires in her house's hourglass. The next time Professor Lupin saw her he smiled and nodded slightly. Back with Harry and his friends, they reached the village quickly and explored the various shops. Ron had rushed them all to Honeyduke's first, despite the fact they had just eaten breakfast. Hermione then led them to Scrivenshaft's quill shop. Neville had them visit Dervish and Banges, a shop that sells and repairs magical instruments like Sneakoscope. Much to Hermione's annoyance, they visited Zonko's joke shop at Harry's request before heading to the 3 Broomsticks. When they got to the three broomsticks, they were greeted by Professor McGonagall and Sirius Black. Before Harry could ask, Sirius started talking. "Hey Harry, we wanted to let you enjoy your first look around Hogsmeade before the visit, and figured you lot would make your way here sooner or later. We'll be operating there, so it's better to do so on an empty stomach till you get the hang of it." He then turned to Harry's friends and said, "Don't worry, we'll have him back before the feast tonight." Harry's friends understood and gave Harry a hug before Hermione and Ron moved over to a table. Neville asked if he could come for support, but Professor McGonagall said no. "I'm sorry, Mr. Longbottom, but I don't have the permission of your guardians. It will be tough enough on me to drag them there. I wouldn't trust Mr. Black to apparate there safely by himself, let alone with Mr. Potter." Neville sighed before nodding. He gave Harry a strong, companionable hug, before moving to join Hermione and Ron at the table. Harry, Sirius, and Professor McGonagall went into a back room used for operating, and they were off to Godric's Hollow. They arrived in the back room of the local pub in Godric's Hollow, the Griffin's Tap. Harry instantly understood why they wanted to do this on an empty stomach his first time. It took Harry a moment to force his breakfast to stay in his stomach. Sirius didn't look all that much better, and Professor McGonagall was sweating with the strain of side along operating two people. One whose magic was subconsciously resisting coming here. After they leave the room and get a butterbeer each from the bar, they sit at a table to let their stomachs settle, and Professor McGonagall's magical reserves to replenish. Once they are all ready to go, they leave through the front door and walk through the village. In the village center, there was a statue of James and Lily Potter with baby Harry in her arms. The statue was magical, with Professor McGonagall explaining as such so that the Muggles don't notice it. To the Muggles it would be a statue of the town's founder, Godric Gryffindor. On the other side of the village was the graveyard, beside an old Anglo-Saxon church. As they made their way through the graveyard, several names stood out, such as Wright, Dumbledore, Bagshot, Abbott, and Peveril. Finally, they made their way to James and Lily's graves. They were hip-high, white marble, and immaculate. His father's stone displayed his name, the date he was born on, the date he died on, loving husband to Lily Potter and father to Harry Potter. At the bottom of his stone was inscribed, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." His mother's gravestone was much the same, except with the addendum to her name with nay evens. While Sirius was openly crying and Professor McGonagall tried not to do the same, Harry was fighting conflicting emotions. All his life he had wanted to find his parents. The portraits helped, but they were echoes of their magical lives. Here there were, laying before him 6 feet below, instead of resting in the Pater Maiorum Requiem at Potter Manor. Who had them laid to rest here, and why did someone put that phrase at the bottom of their graves? Harry finally asked. He asked this in a quiet voice, which Sirius and Minerva took as sadness. "Professor Dumbledore took care of your parents' burials, Harry. It was a quiet affair with only close friends. It was Professor Dumbledore that had that engraved into the gravestones. We all assumed it was something personal between them or that it meant something to your parents." Minerva said, equally as quiet, "That phrase has no meaning to my family as far as I have learned. My parents shouldn't even be buried here, if Professor Dumbledore was trying to respect my family's wishes. If you search the cemetery, you won't find a Potter buried here for centuries. We cremate our dead and entomb them with their wands within Potter Manor. The only reason the then head elf didn't collect them was that they were hidden away from them before they could. Jamsey is still punishing himself for that failure, despite my order to the contrary." Harry said, much to the shock of Minerva and Sirius. "Where are their wands, Professor McGonagall?" Harry asked. They could see that his quiet voice now wasn't in response to sadness. It was for discretion and respect for the dead. "They were buried with them, the day after you were left with your relatives," Minerva said, remembering the day. Everyone but Professor Dumbledore was in tears. In fact, he seemed resignedly satisfied. "Well, let's fix this. Tomsy, bring Jamsey to me. Dobby, secure the site." With several small pops, Dobby, Tomsy, and Jamsey appeared before him before. Dobby popped away again, returning seconds later having secured the graveyard. Dobby had just warded the graveyard from Muggle and magical view. Jamsie was a short elf that looked as if he punished himself every day for more than a decade. He was small, malnourished, near blind, bald, and badly bruised. What was worst was the look in his eyes. Madness and despair, unable to properly live while unable to let go of life. Jamsie, your Lord and Lady Potter are there. You may finally complete your task so that your suffering may end, Harry said, kneeling down to look the tormented elf in the face. Jamsie's sunken, blind eyes moved to the graves. The elf started to silently cry, his voice long since ruined from long hours of crying and self-isolation. Jamsie shakily rose his right arm and snapped his fingers. The air around the graves distorted and wind blew up a cloud of dust, before everything quieted and the ground before the headstones sank by almost 2 feet. As soon as the magic on the graves was complete, the elf Jamsie collapsed. They could all see that the elf used the last of his magic to complete his task. His many years of suffering, unable to deliver the bodies of his lord and lady to their resting place in Potter Manor, was over. Master Harry, Tomsy started, tears in his eyes before Harry held up a hand. Yes, Tomsy. You may lay him to rest in the traditions of our family, of our most loyal, Harry said, not wanting to reveal Potter secrets this night before his godfather and Minerva. He had tears in his eyes for the loss of one of his family. Tomsy bowed low, laid one hand on Jamsie and popped away to do his task as head elf, to see to the entombing of his late lord and lady and the honored passing of his predecessor. Dobby, fix the graves. It wouldn't do for them to look dug up and for people to discover the coffins gone, Harry said, causing Dobby to snap his fingers and fix the ground before the gravestones so that it looked as it had when they arrived. You can take down those wards now and return to the manor. We'll be leaving soon. While Dobby set to Harry's order, Harry turned to Sirius and Minerva. Both were flabbergasted at what they had just seen. They thought Harry would cry before his parents' graves, letting out some of the grief for his loss, only to find he used the opportunity to retrieve their bodies and apparently have performed the Potter family burial rites. Seeing that elf shocked them before seeing it give its life to perform its last duty left the speechless. The three then returned to the village, leaving the visit of Potter Cottage for another time, and made their way back to the Griffin's Tap. They quickly moved to the fireplace, where they paid to use the Floo network to return to the Three Broomsticks. Sirius paid for the use of a private room at the Three Broomsticks, where Minerva and him tried to have Harry help them understand what they witnessed. They spent the rest of the afternoon there and left for Hogwarts an hour before sunset, making it back with plenty of time for the Halloween feast. Minerva and Sirius both agreed on one thing though. They weren't going to tell anyone about the events of the day, especially not Albus Dumbledore. Thank you all for your patience for this chapter. I hope you all enjoyed. Honestly, I'm surprised at the length of this chapter. It's one of my shortest. Of course, that happens when you cut out the main drama of a year in one of Mrs. Rowling's wonderful works. I only have one thing to set up in November, but I thought you all had waited long enough and thought this was a good point. Stop this chapter. I'm open to suggestions for a better chapter name. If anyone has any ideas, please PM them to me. I mainly look into the reviews when I need a pick-me-up or to keep track of who plays my chapter trivia. Thank you all for your time reviewing. Chapter Trivia. What potential miniseries explanation can be found in this chapter? Honestly, I'm not expecting many people to get this one. Guardians and Gifts. Disclaimer. I have no ties to the Rowling family, so sadly have no ties to the owner of Harry Potter. I'm just happy to continue using her great characters in a story I hope you all enjoy. I would like to thank everyone for their reviews, and here are the callouts to those willing to answer my chapter trivia. What potential mini-series explanation can be found in this chapter? Answer. Lost Room, Stasagirl 2002. Thanks for trying. Talk. Thought. Phoenix Telepathy. Quotes from the book. The next day, November 1st, Harry received a large package during the morning mail drop. Opening it, Harry found it to be a firebolt broom, the latest out on the market and rumored to outclass the Nimbus 2001 broom by a large margin, much like the price difference between the two. With the broom came a note. Harry, Professor McGonagall informed me you had a Quidditch match this Friday. Here are a couple of gifts you might like. Think of them as some of the late birthday presents I never got the chance to send you. Your godfather, Sirius Black. Next to the name, Sirius put an inky pawprint from his animagus form. As Harry read the note again and got back to part about couple of gifts, another owl flew down with a shrunken parcel. Harry cancelled the charm on the parcel and found a full set of top-of-the-line Seeker's armor. Harry couldn't help but smile at his godfather's gift. With the set of armor was a note, stating that to re-shrink the box for easy carry and storage, Harry needed to think the phrase shrink and tap the box with his wand. Harry called for Dobby, who then took the broom and armor up to Harry's dorm room. The breakfast table isn't the place for a broom, after all. Luna looked surprised and startled by this event but didn't voice it. The variable of Sirius Black being free was starting to cause ripples in what she had seen. This would help Harry though, so she saw no need to interfere. They finished their food and rushed off to class. It was Monday morning after all, so they still had to attend. Even if they were all, even Ron, a month at least ahead of their peers. They didn't see the look on several of the professors at the head table. Professor Snape looked livid, while Professor McGonagall couldn't wipe the grin off her face. Professors Flitwick and Sprout shared an amused smile at the antics of their colleagues. FG. The week went on with classes during the day and training and studying in the room of requirements during the nights. Oliver Woods was practically over the moon that Harry now had a firebolt to ride in their match against Slytherin that Saturday. The twins were beaming at him whenever they saw him. Harry spent most of his time hiding in the library with his friends. On the plus side, he got to hang out with Luna, and Madame Pants stopped giving them odd looks after the second week. Madame Pants also blocked Oliver Wood's attempts to corner Harry about Quidditch. The weather had been getting worse all week, and by Friday it was a constant overcast. In hindsight, those of the group not named Luna should have seen trouble brewing. As the third years walked into their defense against the dark arts class, they saw Professor Snape setting up a projector. The group looked worried, but took their seats. When the bell rang for the start of class, Professor Snape quickly ran through the attendance list, looking to identify each student on the list. He stopped for a moment and sneered at the student every time it came to one of Harry's friends. Once he was through the list, he sneered at the whole class. As Professor Lupin finds himself unwell, it falls to me to teach you dunderheads what you need to defend yourselves. Given your usual professor has not left a lesson plan, Snape said, as Hermione's hand rose into the air. Turn to page 394. Ignoring Hermione's raised hand, as many of the students got out their books and turned to the required page. They let out gasps when they got there, some exclaiming, "Werewolves!" Hermione raised her hand higher and attempted to get him to address her by calling out, "Professor?" Professor Snape sneered and said, 5 points from Gryffindor for disrupting the class. Miss Granger. Now be silent, the lot of you, and turn to page 394. When all the students had their books open and to the correct page, Professor Snape said, "Now, who if any of you can tell me the difference between a werewolf and a true wolf? Anyone?" TSK, TSK. Not one. Snape asked, a sneer on his lips and malevolent glee in his eyes. Hermione, still with her hand raised, said, "There are several differences between them, but we were supposed to learn about Hinky Punk's AC." Was as far as she got before Snape snapped at her to be silent. "That is the second time you have spoken out of turn, Miss Granger," Snape said coolly. 5 more points from Gryffindor for being an insufferable know-it-all. Hermione went very red, put her hand down and stared at the floor with eyes full of tears. It was a bond of how much the class loathed Snape that they were all glaring at him, because every one of them had called Hermione a know-it-all at least once, and Ron, who told Hermione she was a know-it-all at least twice a week, said loudly, "You asked us a question and she knows the answer. Why ask if you don't want to be told?" The class knew instantly he'd gone too far. Snape advanced on Ron slowly, and the room held its breath. "Detention, Weasley," Snape said silkily, his face very close to Ron's. "And if I ever hear you criticize the way I teach a class again, you will be very sorry indeed." No one made a sound for the rest of the lesson. They sat and made notes about werewolves from the textbook, while Snape prowled up and down the rows of desks, examining the work they had been doing with Professor Lupin. By the end of the lesson, everyone was seething. Professor Snape had demanded 2 rolls of parchment on how to recognize and kill werewolves in essay form, taken 30 more points from Gryffindor and 25 from Ravenclaw, Not that they had even managed to climb out of the negative points yet, and spent half the time discrediting Professor Lupin. At the end of the lesson, he had Ron stay behind to set up their detention. When Ron caught up with them, he was furious. With several swear words and derisions of Professor Snape, for which Hermione smacked him for every swear, he told them what the detention was. He was to wash the bedpans in the hospital wing, without magic, every night for the next week. His friends all grimaced in discomfort for Ron. He would have to miss their nightly training in the room of requirements for the next week. They had already tried once before as Ron had been late and been unable to join them. With Ron muttering sulphurously, they headed to Charms for their last period. Fortunately, it was the last class of the day and, seeing Ron's bad mood, Professor Flitwick gave a lesson on mood charms while using Ron as an example with the cheering charm. FG. The next day was the Gryffindor versus Slytherin Quidditch match and the weather was dreadful. Rain and lightning, accompanied by 50-mile-per-hour winds, promised a hard match. Marcus Flint had tried to have the match rescheduled, but Madame Hooch was having none of it. The real players of this sport don't let a little rain ground them. The Russian Quidditch circuits boast that their teams train and play during fierce blizzards. Flint sneered at her before marching back to his team. As Harry suited up, he had a bad feeling about this match. The air felt oppressive and cold. With his new broom, Harry decided to attempt to break his previous record for fastest game. He'd deal with Wood's rants about needing to score goals when they were dry and safe after the match. As soon as Harry took off, he could feel something different. The rain felt slower as it splattered against his new gear and he felt hyper-aware of his surroundings. As soon as the game started, Harry activated his magical sight and was able to track the snitch and bludgers with their enchantments giving off flashes of light. The bludgers flashed every time they changed direction for a new target or got hit by a beater's bat. The snitch sparkled with a small portion slightly dimming as time went on. That would be the charm to keep invisible until a set time into the game, so no one could end the game immediately. Harry watched the balls fly around from up high, keeping within 20 feet of the snitch while appearing to search and avoid the rest of the players. Malfoy could barely see Harry, let alone what he was doing. The moment the timed enchantment to keep the snitch invisible expired, Harry shot towards it, ending the match 160, Gryffindor to 20 Slytherin. Lee Jordan, the slightly biased announcer for most Quidditch matches since Harry's first year, was shouting, "That's it, ladies and gentlemen. The match is already over. Mr. Potter has broken his own record by catching the snitch 5 seconds after it appears. Gryffindor wins 160 to 20, while Professor McGonagall scowled at the student shouting next to her. She couldn't tell him off for it. He announced the truth and wasn't biased in it, and she couldn't help letting out a rare smile as she saw Professor Snape's reaction. It was then she looked up and saw several Dementors approaching with the clouds, heading towards the Gryffindor stands, where Sirius Black was sitting with Harry's friends. These Dementors apparently didn't get the message that the hunt was over, or were rogue as they quickly made their way there. Quickly casting a sonorous charm, she shouted, "Teachers, Dementors in the pitch. If you're able, cast your Patronus to protect the children." She then put action to word and sent her tabby cat Patronus at the Dementors. Several others joined it, including a doe, a badger, and a falcon. Everyone was surprised though when one of the Patronus creatures made contact with a Dementor and set it aflame, causing the pitch to be filled with a soul-chilling shriek before the Dementor was no more. This caused the remaining Dementors to reel back before fleeing the pitch. The Patronus creature that had killed the Dementor had dissipated after its attack, so nobody was able to tell who had cast it or what it was. All the players had quickly returned to the changing rooms and waited for the all-clear from the professors. None of them noticed Harry was slightly slower getting in, despite having the fastest broom. When the Dementor died and the rest fled, nobody noticed that Harry's smile was more predatory. "It's a good thing I got Professor Lupin to teach me the basics and perfected it with Fawkes," Harry thought. FG. The night after Harry's lesson with Professor Lupin, Harry and Fawkes were training in Harry's mindscape. "Now that you know the principle behind conjuring a Patronus creature, I can teach a modified version once you master it. You have already learned that Phoenix Fire can scare away a Dementor better than a Patronus. That is because Phoenix Fire is one of the few things that can kill a Dementor. When you are able to summon your Patronus, you will be able to infuse it with Phoenix Fire, thus allowing you to deal with them at a safe distance rather than close-ranged. Harry spent several nights working it out, but with Fawkes and the room's help, he'd managed it. The memory used to power his Patronus was of his time talking to his family's portraits at Potter Manor. Harry's Patronus took the form of a smaller version of Fawkes. When he asked the Phoenix about it, Fawkes said, "Not the form I was expecting, but it may have changed due to spending so much time around me," causing all 5 of the humans to sweat drop, while Luna glared at him. After giving a quick squawk, though he would vehemently deny it, Fawkes warbled before continuing, "Given your continued development of your gift, and your desire to use Phoenix Fire to protect those you care for, you may have manipulated your Patronus. The Patronus creature usually stays the same, but does change on occasion when someone goes through a substantial life change. If you had not developed your gift, I'm sure it would be something else. It would certainly been a force for protection, though." After Harry had managed his own, the rest of the group had been determined to find their own and started practicing for at least an hour a night. Neville, given the learning boost from the Bond of Valor, managed it next. Neville's form took the appearance of a grizzly bear, a powerful protector of its home and family. Luna had no problem producing a hare Patronus. Fast and flighty, very creative. Hermione, determined not to be outdone, soon revealed her otter Patronus. Clever and dexterous while also playful, not to be underestimated if cornered. Ron came last with a Jack Russell Terrier. Fast and playful, quick to anger in defense of self and loved ones. FG. Back in the changing rooms, Harry's teammates were congratulating him on the amazing catch. Harry had a perfectly understandable reason to smile. The professors came to get them several minutes later and escorted them to the school. The main topics on everyone's minds were Harry's record-setting catch and the Dementor attack ending with a dead Dementor, when everyone thought they were impossible to kill. Harry and his friends never told anyone it was Harry's Patronus that killed the monster. Sirius stayed at the school for the rest of the day, much to the chagrin of some members of the Hogwarts staff. He spent the most of the day telling everyone who would hear him talk about when Harry's father played chaser when they were in Hogwarts, while he played keeper. Needless to say, the Gryffindor Quidditch team gave him plenty of attention, with Oliver Woods and Ron Weasley asking him questions about his time as keeper, Oliver Woods' current position, and Ron Weasley's desired position. FG. Harry and his friends had already finished their werewolf essays by Friday night, except Ron, who was waylaid by Professor Snape's detention. So the rest of the group helped him finish that homework on Sunday. Monday came around, only for them to find out their work wasn't necessary. Professor Lupin was back, even if he still looked a bit sickly, and everyone complained about how Professor Snape acted while he substituted the previous Friday. Professor Lupin told everyone that if they did the essay, they each got 5 points for the house. Once everyone in class thanked him, Professor Lupin revealed a hinkapunk in a glass box. They spent the rest of class talking about them and were assigned 20 inches of parchment on their habits and history. Later that day, Professor Lupin gave Professor Snape an earful in the teacher's lounge while they were alone. FG. The rest of November followed the flow of October, with Sirius visiting on Saturdays and the group training and getting further ahead of their peers. While their classmates were still near the beginning of their yearly books, Harry's group were nearing the midway point through their books. As much as Hermione would love to have them study the entire night, she was outvoted by the rest. They all had other interests they enjoyed and were only willing to read for so long. Harry enjoyed working on his dueling with the practice dummies. Neville enjoyed working with his plants and potions. He was getting rather good at them without Professor Snape breathing down his neck. Ron practiced Quidditch, and the room created a chess set that could play Ron without needing someone to play with him. Luna had her painting and drawing. She was quite good. This left Hermione to read what she wished, so she started to read the books about time magic. The second Quidditch match of the year was between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, taking place on the 27th of November. Ravenclaw flattened Hufflepuff, winning by 250 points to 10. The last week of November saw the Scottish weather roll in, with a mix of snow and rain. The group studies continued undisturbed till the 6th of December. Professor McGonagall arrived in the Gryffindor common room shortly after dinner. "May I have your attention, please? As you all know, the Yule, or Christmas if you prefer, break will be the last 2 weeks of the year, starting on the 19th of December and returning on the 2nd of January. If you plan to return home for the break, please come forward and I'll record your name for the list. If you are unsure at this time, come see me in my office after dinner and before curfew. If you do not inform me of your plans to return home before the 17th of December, your name will be put down as remaining here for your break. As happened every year, all the first and second year students rushed Professor McGonagall while the older students held back. It took nearly an hour before the crowd dispersed, leaving a frazzled and irate Professor McGonagall standing in the middle of the common room. Harry and his group in Gryffindor waited till the rest of the students had dispersed before approaching Professor McGonagall. When she saw Harry and his friends, she internally sighed before nodding and preparing to get back to work. "Mr. Potter, I assume you'll be leaving to spend time with your godfather. I hope what we talked about is still planned for." She smiled slightly as Harry gave a firm nod before she continued. "Ms. Granger, I assume you'll be returning home again as usual. Mr. Longbottom, your grandmother informed me she expected you to return home for Yule this year. Mr. Weasley, your parents are going to be visiting Charlie Weasley in Romania again. You and the other Weasleys are encouraged to stay here for the break." The group all nodded, with Ron scowling slightly. With nods from them all, Professor McGonagall bonded all their names before nodding and leaving the room. They all talked excitedly while they waited for curfew, with the others trying to comfort Ron for having to stay here for the holidays. One thing that caused Ron to smile, though: he would be able to play weeks of chess with the Room of Requirements while they were gone, or fly for as long as he likes. He was only mildly put off by Hermione reminding him to do his homework while they were gone. FG. The month of December moved quickly towards Yule break, with decorations going up all around the castle. The spirits of the students were rising as Yule approached, despite the tensions of mid-year exams. Luna had let them know she would be returning home for the Yule break and asked Harry to visit her over the break. Their studies in the Room of Requirements progressed quickly as well. By the morning of the 18th of December, they were more than 3/4 of the way through their schoolbooks. The 18th of December was the day before the train home for Yule ran, along with being a Hogsmeade Saturday. Everyone 3rd year and above wanted to go into town to get their Christmas shopping done for their friends and loved ones. Everyone in Harry's group, minus Luna as a 2nd year, all agreed to travel down to Hogsmeade together before separating to do individual shopping for gifts before meeting at the Three Broomsticks for lunch. Luna, while disappointed, understood and saw them all off after breakfast. She had her own plans for Christmas gift collecting. Once the 4 3rd years were on their way, Luna called Dobby and asked him to help her find the Weasley twins. They had learned early on to avoid the breakfast rush to Hogsmeade and the carriages altogether, so they headed for the 3rd floor after they finished breakfast. When they were nearing their favorite secret passageway, within the humpbacked witch, they found Luna Lovegood waiting there. "Hello, Fred and George Weasley, whoever is who today. Off for a stroll instead of shopping for gifts today?" Luna asked, a twinkle in her eyes and a grin on her face. Deciding to play along, they said as one, "And a good morning to you, Miss Lovegood. Something we can help you with?" They remembered her being Ginny's friend and their closest neighbor. They could also see how close she was to Harry, much to the ire of Ginny. The twins, while disappointed for Ginny, would support Harry. He was their team seeker, and given what they saw of his home life the summer before last, they were happy to help Harry any way they could. "Well, boys, I know you have a certain map of the school that used to belong to the Marauders. I would very much like for you to hand it over so that I might give it to Harry for his gift this Christmas. While I can certainly understand not wanting to part with it, I'll offer you 3 things for it. A very good reason, the names of your heroes, though I advise not asking them about their 4th member, and a golden opportunity," Luna said, enjoying the looks on the twins' faces. They were shocked when they heard Luna knew about the map, disbelieving when she asked them to hand it over. Curious with her first offer, it must be a doozy of a reason, though they would have given it to him had Harry needed it. Absolute awe at the 2nd offer, though they didn't know what to think about the venom she had in her voice when mentioning the 4th. And finally, a golden opportunity that was a mystery box, and the twins loved a good mystery, especially if they could profit from it. "You have our attention, Miss Lovegood. We shall certainly hear you out." "Let's hear it," said Fred, then George before finishing together. First of all, the first is part of the second. Harry is the son of James Potter, also known as Prongs. Luna had to pause and stifle a giggle at the twins' reactions to the first bombshell, the very good reason. The second member of the Marauders was Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, also known as Padfoot. She couldn't help chuckling now. While the first shock had their eyes nearly bulge out, the second had them slack-jawed. The third member of the Marauders was one Remus Lupin, our current defense professor. He went by the name of Moody. They fell down at that point, looking between Luna and each other in shock and awe. And the last member of Marauders, Wormtail? Asked Fred with a stutter. He immediately regretted asking as Luna's face took on a murderous glare. The last member and traitor of the Marauders was Peter Pettigrew. He betrayed Prongs by leading Voldemort right to the Potters that Halloween night, framed Padfoot when he faked his death while killing 12 Muggles and went into hiding with his animagus form of a common brown rat. They were all animagi except for Moody. He then found a very trusting wizarding family to hide with as their pet rat. Fred and George were shocked by that last revelation, before the last part made sense to them and they turned as green and stiff as jade warriors. That's right, boys. Peter Pettigrew Wormtail was Scabbers, the same rat that was the pet and shared the room of Percy and Ronald Weasley. And as I said, better not to mention him to either of the other surviving members or Harry. So, ready to hear the golden opportunity? She asked sweetly, as if she hadn't just shoved their entire collection of dung bombs into a wormtail-shaped cake and lit the fuse. After several moments, they managed to collect themselves and shove the secret of Wormtail deep behind their mild occlumency shields they had developed to protect their secrets from their mother. They still looked a bit green, but they looked towards Luna and nodded. The golden opportunity is the foretelling of the ending of the Quidditch World Cup, and a warning. Interested? Luna asked. That wasn't just golden, that opportunity could be life-changing. But how could she know about the Marauders? We are definitely interested. But how do you know all this? If I tell you, you must swear to keep this secret. The only ones who know are Harry and Neville, and I trust them explicitly. The fewer that know, the better. With both twins looked at each other before, much to Luna's surprise took out their wands and made magical vows to keep her secret. After getting over her shock, Luna revealed that she was a seer. She told them about how her mother was a seer as well and was experimenting with getting more control of her visions the day she died. The experiment backfired and cost Luna's mother her life while forcefully activating Luna's gift early and enhancing it. Harry needs the Marauders map to help with an event next year, which will both protect him and end a threat to him before that threat can kill hundreds, she said, looking sharply at Fred. With a feeling of someone having just walked over his tombstone, Fred nodded back. The match will be Ireland versus Bulgaria. Ireland wins with Bulgaria's seeker catching the snitch. Careful when betting with Mr. Bagman. He's in a good bit of debt with the goblins and pays in leprechaun gold when he thinks he can get away with it. With stunned looks from both teens, Luna held out her hand. After half a minute, Fred seemed to realize and reached into his back pocket. Here you go. You know the codes for it already, right? Fred asked, handing Luna the folded and cleared Marauders map. Luna just accepted the map and smiled before walking off. Once Luna was out of sight, both twins looked at each other and said, "Bloody hell." They then quickly made their way into the secret passageway to Hogsmeade. Luna walked up to her dorm in Ravenclaw Tower and put the map in a secret compartment in her trunk. She had Dobby help her add and secure it before she returned from the summer holiday. The map joined her most treasured possessions, her diary, a moving photo of her mother, and a signed copy of Magical Beasts, and where to find them. They had run across Newt Scamander on their travels and he was more than happy to sign. Closing and resecuring the secret compartment, Luna rose and smiled. She knew she'd taken a risk today, revealing her secret to Fred and George. But to have received a magical vow of secrecy was something she hadn't seen coming. Those two really are loyal and deserve their reward. The map will certainly help Harry and Neville. Luna laid on her bed and appeared to go back asleep, while she watched the result of her aid with a smile. FG. Once the rest of the group arrived at Hogsmeade, they split up to collect the gifts they planned to buy for each other. While they were walking, They couldn't ignore what they had been willfully ignorant of, the chatter of gossip and rumors surrounding the Dementor attack on the Quidditch game between the Lions and the Snakes. Magicals were whimsical, not creative. The rumors ranged from a hidden unspeakable in the crowds using an experimental spell, up to a hidden magical war between the Dementors and fire elementals. Neither side knew how close they actually were. After all rumors need a grain of truth at their core to be believable and pick up others as they snowball wildly out of control. Harry started off by visiting Zonko's for a gift for Sirius. In the famous joke shop, Harry found small dog collars with the sign instructing customers to flip the collar over. Harry did so, and the collar transformed into a small white dog that yipped 3 times as it flipped before transforming back into a dog collar. The sales assistant who saw Harry try the joke item said it was from a Muggle-born who got the idea off the Muggle-tella. Harry loved it and got 2 for 4 sickles. He then made his way to a magical jewelry shop. The shop sold the usual fare of rings, necklaces and earrings you would expect to see in any jewelry shop across the world. But magicals being magicals, this shop sold enchanted jewelry, and the designs were eye-catching to say the least. The rings were designed like the eyes of magical creatures, with advertisements for full head styling available in their mother shop in Diagon Alley. The necklaces had regular gems surrounding magical gems that glowed with power. Earrings were displayed in many different ranging from small loops with twined gold and silver to the hook style with jewels resembling fruits and magical plants. Harry found a set with orange carnelian stones that resembled what Luna had described to him as dirigible plums. The Lovegoods grew them in front of their house. They were enchanted to enhance on the Muggle belief that they help fortify emotional comfort with a mild cheering charm, and had a mild enhancement charm engraved into them. Harry also found armbands towards the back of the shop, near a curtained door frame with a runic design on the floor. While Harry couldn't understand all the runes carved into the floor, he could deduce it was an age line with meaning old in Elder Futhark and the mild rebuking eye he got from the cashier. Harry decided to get a bracelet with carnelian stone inlay with the dirigible plum design and found a floral design with emeralds he got for Neville. Harry's bracelet was apparently enchanted with a wit enhancement while Neville's had a mild calming effect on aggressive plants, like Devil's Snare or Whomping Willows. That shop cost Harry 30 galleons, with the shop owner giving him an awkward smile while ringing him up. Harry then went to Scrivenshaft's quill shop and purchased 5 Everfull Eagle quills and 10 jars of ever-changing ink. While there, Harry found a selection of books available for purchase. One of the books available was an introduction to spellcraft. He purchased it for Hermione, but would check with Luna before giving it to her. Harry didn't want what happened to Luna's mother to happen to Hermione because of him. Next was a shop Harry could hardly believe he hadn't visited before or been dragged to by Ron. The Hogsmeade Quidditch supply store. The store was named the Silver Arrow after the traditional broom made before racing brooms became popular. The store stocked a good selection of older model brooms, a few newer model brooms, care kits for brooms, and even toy brooms for toddlers. Sirius had told Harry about the one he had sent for Harry's first birthday and the letter Lily had sent because of it. It had Sirius, Harry, and Professor McGonagall laughing, while in another part of the castle a certain ginger cat with a squashed face sneezed and rolled over. The store also advertised a mail order service for new brooms and summer match passes for Quidditch teams. After browsing the wares and checking what passes were available, Harry grinned and made 2 bulk purchases. First was for Ron and his brothers. 4 passes for the Chudley Cannons for the summer for the brothers and 1 for their father. Harry then wrote up an order for 50 new shooting star brooms for Madame Hooch's flying class and a silver arrow for Madame Hooch herself. The salesperson scoffed when Harry ordered the passes for the Chudley Cannons but passed out when Harry made the bulk purchase of 51 brooms. The owner of the shop was fortunately there and saw the scene unfold. After ensuring that his salesman was okay, he finished ringing Harry up and offered Harry a 10% discount for his salesman's actions. Harry thanked the man but counter-offered for 10% of the store stock, which was still cheaper than the 10% discount. He asked if he could advertise that Harry owned a part of his store, and after Harry accepted, the owner cried with happiness and finished the transaction. The owner got in touch with Goldclaw once Harry left and he'd locked up. The salesman woke up an hour later when his boss got around to enervating him before reopening the shop. His boss was smiling more than he had the entire time the salesman had worked for him. The store was out of the way, so rarely got foot traffic from the students of Hogwarts, meaning that sales were always rather low for the store. Then his boss turned to him and said, "That was Harry Potter you passed out on." "Thank you. He declined my discount for your behavior, which we will be talking about, and bought 10% of the store's share. We'll be able to keep the store open and even advertise." The owner said in joy. The young man thought his father hadn't looked happier in years. Harry's last stop before rejoining the others was in Honeydukes. He had already spent well more than he'd planned, and knew Goldclaw was going to want a word with him over the break. But he still had some friends to get stuff for. Harry walked in and immediately noticed a well-attacked display for box chocolates. Deciding he wanted some as well and that his friends would like them, Harry bought a dozen of the box chocolates and a dozen bottles of a potion at the counter that seemed to be ignored by all the other students visiting the shop. A teeth-cleaning potion. The cashier was so shocked he'd gotten the potions she actually gave the recipe for. The potion free of charge. It wasn't against the rules to reveal the recipe, but it was supposed to be a galleon due to how uncommon it was. With all Harry's purchase made and his bags handed over to Dobby, Harry made his way to the 3 broomsticks to join his friends and, for the first time, enjoyed the game of "What did you get me?" with his friends. Some of the teachers were seen visiting the bar and joining the gossip of Harry's secret stunt at the Quidditch pitch. The teachers were on the side of an unspeakable in the stands argument, though tried to quell any rumor spreaders they found. Harry and his friends grinned when they saw and heard this, but never revealed it was Harry. After lunch and several rounds of butterbeer, the friends made their way back to Hogwarts. They were slowed slightly by the fact that Hermione and Ron had their Christmas shopping with them still. Neville had called for Jules to carry his gifts to Longbottom Hall to be wrapped. They had also missed the last carriage up to the castle and had to walk. It took them half an hour to reach the gate, where Luna met them with thermoses of hot chocolate and a smile. They happily accepted and walked with her back to the castle. They spent the rest of the day in the library until dinner, where Luna once again joined Harry and his friends. Nobody made any comment about her sitting with them anymore. Once dinner was done, they made their way to their common rooms to spend some time with their housemates before leaving the next day. Once the rest of the house went off to bed, they snuck off to the room of requirement to join Luna for one more night of training before all but one of their groups would leave for the break. That's all for this chapter. Sorry it took so long. Between life and writer's block, this chapter's coming out months behind schedule. Thank you all for waiting, and I hope it was worth the wait. There is plenty planned to happen in the next chapter, so it might be a long one. I know I'm probably going to catch some flames for having Luna reveal her secret to the twins and messing with the time stream, but I wanted to play with a famous plot item that my Harry wouldn't have gotten otherwise. You all will see how it will help when we get there. No trivia this time, though I will admit I hit a clue or two in this chapter as to why Fawkes is so terrified of Luna. If I get 10 people who can pick at least one of them out, I'll send those readers a section of an advanced chapter. If I get 25 who see it, I'm clearly not as good at hiding things as I think I am, and will post the section of advanced chapter with a spoiler warning for those who haven't worked it out and want to be surprised. Hope to hear from you all soon, and no writer's block. Please. You'll break one. Disclaimer. I do not own Harry Potter. That honor goes to J.K. Rowling. May she get everlasting enjoyment from our recasting of her characters. Talk thought. Phoenix telepathy. Quotes from the book. /N. I appreciate all of you that have waited for this chapter. Thank you all so much for reading and reviewing. Work and writer's block stalled this chapter ridiculously, and it's far shorter than my standard, but it's finally here. I hope you all enjoy, and the next chapter will not take nearly as long. It was the 19th of December, and Harry and his friends were about to head down to the Hogsmeade train station. They said goodbye to Ron after their breakfast before getting in the Thestral-drawn carriages that would take them to the station. When they arrived, the station was packed with other students heading home for the holidays and wanting to beat the crowd, unintentionally causing it, for good seats. With no luggage to slow them down, already taken to the train by Dobby, and with Harry's going straight to Potter Manor, the group moved quickly but carefully towards the Hogwarts Express. They managed to get a compartment in the 4th car. Over the next hour, the train filled with the students heading home. The train began moving at 9 a.m., The difference between when the train leaves is to accommodate those that had to travel for the train to London. As the train left the station, Dobby popped in and asked if they would like something to read. Unfortunately, Hermione found that you could not remove the books that the room created. Hermione was nearly catatonic when the book she was carrying disintegrated from her arms. Luna had to take her aside and talk her through why the book did that and asked the room for another copy before Hermione calmed down. With the requests for books that were in the Potter library made, Dobby popped away for the requested books and was back a moment later. Harry, before you get lost in that book, my father told me that it would be okay for you to visit during the break. You can flew there or have Dobby take you. It's near Ottery St. Catchpole, about a mile from the Weasleys. The address is the Rookery, Luna said, blushing slightly while she asked. Neville smiled and nodded his head encouragingly, while Hermione looked surprised and confused by the name. Harry was slightly surprised. It was never talked about visiting her, but it sounded like a good idea. With Neville's encouraging nod, Harry was happy to accept the invitation. The books were put aside for a few minutes as they discussed their plans. Hermione said she would ask her parents about Harry and the others visiting, which led Harry to invite them all and their family for Christmas Day. Hermione said she would ask when she got home and would find a way to let him know. Neville said he would ask his gran, but was pretty sure she would say yes. They then went back to reading until the trolley, which came by 2 hours later. They all got snacks and juice packs before she moved on. As Harry was closing the door again, he found it odd that Malfoy and his goons had not shown up yet. Luna noticed, and as Harry sat back down, whispered, they were all told to stay at school for the break, for the embarrassment Dobby's last prank caused them. The Malfoys host a Yule Ball every year, attended by most of Malfoy's father's old friends. Harry could easily hear what Luna was hinting at, Death Eaters and politicians. Harry nodded and went back to reading, while eating a few sweets. They enjoyed the rest of the trip in mostly silence, with them sharing odd thoughts or interesting tidbits from their books. Prefects that were going home checked in on them occasionally, with the trolley which stopping by twice more before the train reached platform 9 3/4, shortly after 6 p.m. The station was packed with parents, eager to see their children for the holidays. As Harry and his friends rose from their seats, Dobby popped in with Hermione, Luna, and Neville's trunks shrunk with a delayed cancellation of an hour. They pocketed their trunks and Harry escorted Luna over to a man who must be her father, Xenophilius Lovegood. The man was wearing the second most colorful robes he had ever seen. You would have to intentionally try very hard to beat Professor Dumbledore's collection. Xenophilius Lovegood gave Luna a hug before shaking Harry's hand. Luna reminded Harry about visiting the next day before her father escorted her to the flu. Harry then led the others over to Madame Longbottom, who gave her grandson a brief hug and smiled at Harry and Hermione. Neville said goodbye before his grandmother led him over to the flu. When it was just Harry and Hermione left, Harry escorted her through the border to find her parents. They quickly found them, and her parents gave Hermione an enthusiastic hug. Hermione asked her parents about Harry and their friends coming over during the break while Harry was still there, and was quickly given permission. Harry then invited her parents to join him and his friends for Christmas Day at Potter Manor. They shared a look and told Harry they would talk about it and let him know when he visited. With a nod from Harry, Hermione's family left for their car with smiles. Harry went back through to platform 9 3/4 and found that most of the families were gone, leaving the platform much clearer. Wanting to keep up appearances, Harry called for Dobby to take him home. With a quiet pop, they were gone. FG. As soon as Harry and Dobby arrived at the entry hall of Potter Manor, Harry was jumped on by a very excited black dog. Harry let this go on with a smile and laughter for a few moments before saying, "Enough, Padfoot. Get off or I'll hide your gift and layer it with invisibility charms." There was one in the invisible book specifically for dogs. The dog whined and pouted, but got off before turning into a rather sullen Sirius Black. "No fair, pup. Is this any way to treat your godfather?" Sirius asked, pouting. Harry relented and gave him a hug, causing Sirius to grin. He was happy to be back in his godson's life, and after 3 months of freedom and good care by the Potter House elves, he was well on his way to recovery from 12 years in Azkaban. Sirius hugged Harry back before messing with Harry's hair. "Sirius, what was the point of that?" I have already got the messiest hair possible from my father's genes. Harry said, exasperated. Sirius just chuckled and grinned, not bothering to answer. So, did you like my gift, Harry? Yeah, except everyone reacted like I figured they would, especially Oliver would, which was why I did not take the one I got last summer. The armor and box were a nice touch. It is a little late tonight, so how about we have our race tomorrow before I visit Luna? Harry said. Sirius grinned and cackled with delight. He had been waiting for this since he had found out Harry owned a firebolt and investigated its specifics. His godson had good taste and could not wait to fly with Harry. They walked together, arm in arm, to the dining room. Maple had been thrilled ever since Sirius had moved into the manor. Sirius was always fun-going and not nearly as self-reliant as Harry. FG. The next morning, Harry got Sirius up just after sunrise. Sirius was not a morning person, but once he got some coffee and a good breakfast he woke up. It did not hurt that one of the seasonings on the table was a powdered invigoration draft, introduced by Doria Potter Black to help with the Blacks all being night owls. If added to coffee it had the same effect as adding a double shot of espresso. They each grabbed a firebolt and headed down the sky blue path to the Quidditch pitch. After 10 minutes of walking, they arrived at the pitch. It had to be at least that far from the house for the separate wards needed for a pitch to hold the snitch and bludgers within them to safely function without stressing the ward network for the rest of the house. The pitch was also weather-charmed to be clear of snow and moderately warm. There were 2 stands and 2 sets of hoops for the quaffle. They would play with the quaffle and snitch, but leave the bludgers bound since they did not have beaters to play with them. Sirius released the snitch and passed the quaffle to Harry. Harry would be first to control while Sirius tried to take the quaffle and score. The game would end after an hour or when the snitch was caught. With the speed of the firebolts and the skill both Harry and Sirius had on them, high-speed shenanigans ensued on the pitch. The quaffle being stolen after every stunt the other pulled, always leaving the previous holder of the ball stunned and incredulous. When Harry and Sirius were tied and 50 points each, 2 minutes to go on the clock, Sirius threw the quaffle only for Harry to fly past in a near-vertical dive, blocking the quaffle and sending it back into Sirius's stunned face. Harry pulled up from his dive 5 meters off the ground before rising to face this gobsmacked, literally, godfather to present the snitch just as the hour ended. Sirius could not determine if he was more scared or angry because he lost and for Harry pulling that stunt. Harry James Potter, if your parents saw that stunt, they would have both passed out after seeing you were all right. Your father would have praised you for it before giving you a stern dressing down about risking your life for the game. Your mother would have hugged you to within an inch cracking your bones before holding you out to arm's length before giving you the scolding of your life. Of all the was as far as Sirius got before soap flew from the manor and started washing Sirius's mouth. This caused Harry to blink for a moment before pointing and laughing at his godfather. He had gotten worked up enough to forget the auto-punishment hex placed into the wards. Harry guided his godfather back to the ground before calling for Dobby to fix Sirius up. Once Sirius was calm enough and not coughing up soap bubbles, he turned to Harry and said, "That was a brilliant move, but for the love of Merlin and my remaining years, please do not pull a dive like that again for anything short of saving a life." They then put the snitch and quaffle back into the supplies box before heading back to the manor. The elf responsible for caring for the pitch gave a shaky sigh while smiling. It had been a long time since the elf had gotten the adrenaline rush of watch his master fly and dive around the pitch. He snapped his fingers and the score box he had been keeping reset from a 250 to 0/0. He then popped off to tell all the other elves about the game. FG. After Harry showered and changed, along with being chastised by Tomsy about his flight with Sirius, Harry made his way to Luna's. Having never been there before and not knowing which direction from the Weasleys the rookery was, Harry flamed over to Neville's. Harry knocked on the door and waited for Jules to admit him. He had barely been led to the greeting room when Madame Longbottom came in with her wand drawn, as was custom, and asked what is the similarity between Neville's first wand and his current wand? Unicorn hair, which does not transfer allegiance easily. Harry replied. Both parties knew this was still a sore subject. She would expect the irritation with the answer from the real Harry. While looking slightly bristled from the barb, she said, "Good morning, Mr. Potter. It is a touch early for a visit. What can I help you with today? Luna invited me to her home, but I have not been there yet and was hoping to use your flue. It's more secure than the leaky cauldron, and I do not know which way from the Weasley's house hers is," said Harry, a little embarrassed about it. "By all means, Mr. Potter, though I fail to see why you did not use one of your loyal elves. There is not much they can't find, especially if they've seen it before," Madame Longbottom said, resisting the desire to smirk, which failed when Harry face-bombed and grumbled. "It's good to make him act his age once in a while." While Harry was being humbled, Madame Longbottom moved past him and grabbed some flue powder from the pot on the mantel before throwing it in the fire. She called out the rookery and was immediately connected. When nobody went through after a few moments, Luna's face appeared in the fire. Seeing Harry with his head in his hand and Madame Longbottom standing near the fireplace, she smirked. "Hello, Harry, Madame Longbottom. Ready to come over, Harry?" Luna said, deciding not to tease. Harry took his head out of his hand and smiled towards the fireplace. "Thank you, Luna. I was just about to." "Thank you, Madame Longbottom. I'll see you later." Luna disappeared from the fire and Harry made his way through. As Harry traveled through the flue, spinning faster than a blender, he caught peeks of other fireplaces. He was surprised how relaxed some people were by their fires. Did not they realize people using the flue could see through momentarily? By the time he reached Luna's, Harry was extremely flustered and blushing heavily, and shot out of Luna's fireplace. Luna giggled slightly as Harry picked himself up. She knew Harry really could not help it, but it was just funny to watch. She would have to wait till later to reveal why he had trouble with flue travel. After Harry dusted himself off, Luna gave him a light hug before welcoming him to her home. Xenophilius stuck his head down the winding staircase to see what was the commotion, but pulled back when he saw Luna hugging Harry. He trusted his daughter not to let herself get hurt. She had proven as much when the Knots showed an interest in her. "Dad's working on the paper upstairs right now, so I'll show you around," Luna said, before taking Harry's hand and leading him towards the door. Even in winter, the yard looked well cared for and vibrant. Bushes of dirigible plums and other magical bushes followed the path to the front gate. Once they were far enough away from the house, Luna turned him around to show him the outer design. Harry's first thought upon seeing the house was, "It's a giant rook." Wow, as on the nose as the Weasleys' name for their house. Though given they live in a burrow, you would think they belonged in Hufflepuff. They both laughed at that. Neither could see Ron in the house of the hard-working. They walked around the edge of her dad's property, with Luna pointing out various spots she enjoyed. After an hour of walking, they returned to the house for tea. After their tea, Luna brought Harry up the stairs to see her father's home office. He was just finishing up a page for the latest edition of the Quibbler as they came up. "Hello, Mr. Potter, Moonflower. How are you doing today?" "I am just about done with this edition, just a few more pages. Someone asked for another article about your little friend, Newt. I love the responses I have been getting since we found them," Xenophilius said with a smile. Harry smiled and thanked him for the invitation. They talked about what Luna had shown him that morning and Harry complimented him on his office. Xenophilius then spent the next hour talking about his publication while Harry and Luna looked to be listening attentively. Luna then distracted her father by saying she wanted to show Harry the rest of the house. He waved them off and they left to the next floor. On the third floor was Xenophilius and Luna's bedrooms and the kitchen. She led him over to the kitchen where she grabbed some pudding from the fridge. They enjoyed their pudding before going up to the top floor, where Luna's burgeoning art collection was held along with old trunks and boxes. He admired the paintings and his compliments made Luna smile. After an hour of admiring Luna's art, Harry said it was about time he got back to the manor. Luna was a little disappointed, but knew it was not the time to keep him close. She walked him down to the front door before Harry flamed home. Luna sighed before returning to the house and shut the door. Once he was home, he found his godfather sitting down to lunch and decided to join him. After a delicious meal, Harry and Sirius went up to the library and spent the afternoon reading and talking. After dinner, they went to the gallery and talked with Harry's parents for several hours before Fawkes showed up for Harry's nightly training. Just after breakfast on the 22nd, Professor McGonagall appeared with Dobby. She could hardly wait for this visit. Harry welcomed Professor McGonagall and led her up to the top floor. Opening the gallery room, Harry brought her to the end of the room, where his parents were waiting. James, Lily, I can hardly believe it. I never thought I would see either of you again, even though you're only portraits. It has been a difficult decade, Professor McGonagall began. Harry left her to it and left after they started talking to give them privacy. Lunch came and went with no sign of Professor McGonagall, so Harry sent up a platter of sandwiches. He could not help pulling a slight prank on one of his favorite professors. The bottom row of the platter was nothing but tuna fish sandwiches. Several minutes later, Harry heard Professor McGonagall call down, "Cute, Mr. Potter." Harry grinned and all the elves in the manor chuckled. As dinner was drawing near, Professor McGonagall made her way down and found Harry in the library. She was smiling, but Harry could see that she had been crying. As Harry made to rise, Professor McGonagall held out her hand and shook her head slightly. "Thank you, Mr. Potter, but I am fine. Thank you so much for allowing me this." "No trouble at all, Professor. All I ask is that you do not reveal this to Professor Dumbledore or this manor's location. This is the Potter family's safest bastion, the center of our strength and safety, where we keep our history and our dead as we grow towards the future. I will add you to the wards so that you can visit them again, but never bring another with you or they will be bounced to the edge of the wards, detained, and obliviated upon leaving," Harry said kindly but seriously. Minerva frowned but nodded her understanding. Seeing she understood, Harry nodded with a small smile. "I hope you enjoyed your time today, but I believe it is about time you return to the castle. I do not know what you told the headmaster, but I would rather he not become concerned by your absence from dinner. Otherwise, I would love to invite you to dine with me." Minerva sighed before responding. "I told him I would be out of the castle visiting an old friend who wanted to catch up. He said to be safe and enjoy my chat before returning to his mail. The last time I met up with an old friend to catch up it took nearly the whole day and was held entirely in Gaelic. The headmaster had tried to invite himself along and was completely lost and unable to excuse himself for the entirety. He has not tried to invite himself to one of my catch-up sessions again in years." They both smirked at that before Harry walked her down to the entrance hall. From there, Dobby returned her to Hogsmeade, where she made her way back to the castle by fluing from the 3 broomsticks. No need to make Albus suspicious, and there was no way she was walking up to the castle after dark in the dead of winter. FG. On the 23rd of December, Harry had Dobby take him to Hermione's after breakfast. They arrived quietly in the high-fenced backyard and Harry knocked on the back door. A confused Mr. Granger opened the door to greet him before letting him in after Harry told him how he arrived. Mrs. Granger gave him a quick hug before going to the stairs of their 2-floor house to call Hermione down. Hermione came down the stairs quickly and hugged Harry fiercely. After exchanging happy holidays, Hermione insisted on showing Harry around. Hermione quickly got ready for a winter walk before taking Harry's offered arm and let her parents know. They made their way to Hermione's old school and then to the public library, while making small talk about their holidays so far. Hermione told Harry about the gifts she had gotten their friends, before trying to get a hint as to her gift. Not that he would tell her or expect to be told. After seeing Harry would not fall for her trap of talk of gifts, Hermione led him back to her home. They spent the rest of the day playing Christmas games with Hermione's parents. As the sun was going down, Harry excused himself stating he had a great time. Mrs. Granger tried to offer him to stay for dinner, but Harry said he had plans with his godfather. With well wishes from the Granger family and an acceptance of Harry's invitation, Harry left out the back door and flamed home after making sure no one saw him. FG. The next day, the 24th of December, Harry watched the elves turn Potter Manor into a winter wonderland. Decorations flying around the house and fixing themselves at seemingly random spots before other decorations joined them. Dobby and Maple filled the kitchen with the smell of sweets, which spread throughout the manor. Sirius could be found singing wizarding Christmas carols all around the manor, slightly tipsy from eggnog. Harry could not help but smile and laugh. The elves were happy, Sirius was free and having fun, and he was surrounded by people that love him. He could not wait for his friends and their families to visit the next day. Even the portraits were getting into a festive mood, Where they got the winter clothes he had no idea. FG. Christmas Day finally arrived, and Harry woke up with a smile on his face. Tomsy had a Christmas hymn playing throughout the manor. He quickly left his bed and headed towards his private bathroom for his morning shower before collecting his clothes for the day from his bed. Dobby had laid out burgundy-colored pants and a bright red long-sleeved shirt with pine trees trimmed with Christmas ornaments. To complement the clothes, Dobby also laid out a pine-green robe for Harry. He then smiled once he was dressed and made his way down for breakfast. Harry smiled as all his elf friends and Sirius, though he looked half asleep, sat with him for Christmas breakfast. Scrambled eggs, honeyed hams, cinnamon rolls, piles of pancakes, and mounds of bacon and sausages was prepared for breakfast. For the next hour, they all enjoyed the hard work of Dobby and Maple had lovingly prepared, both blushing as they were praised by Harry, Sirius, and all the other elves of the manor for the Christmas morning feast. After breakfast, Harry sent several of his elves to his friends to ask if they were ready to visit. The elves returned over the next half hour with his friends and their families. They all wished him well and handed their gifts for Harry and the others that will be visiting to the elf that took them to the manor. While Harry's guests waited for the remaining guests to arrive, Harry invited them to enjoy the remainder of his breakfast feast. Over the next half hour, all his guests arrived and brought their gifts for Harry and others they knew would be there. The first to arrive was Neville with his grandmother, arriving 5 minutes after Harry sent one of his elves for them. The elf that went to fetch them brought their gifts to the central tree, located in the ballroom. The ballroom had been redecorated to accommodate the giant fir tree. The presents were beneath it and several tables and couches had been arranged around it. The next to arrive were the Grangers, 15 minutes after an elf had been sent to retrieve them. They did not realize Harry would provide breakfast, so were in the middle of theirs after unwrapping their gifts from each other. The last to arrive were the Lovegoods. Luna smiled at Harry before glaring irately at her father. Mr. Lovegood had insisted on finishing the assembly of that day's edition of the Quibbler. He then had taken his time to dress in more collars than the most festive fir tree, managing to tie with Dumbledore's most outlandish outfit in his collection. Said blatant breach of wizarding secrecy was his only black robe, with flashing stars, speeding comets, and a scale model of the solar system moving around the sun. He had gotten the robes when visiting a wizarding astronomy conference in Alaska, which was rated for said sale of magical robes the next day, by which time Dumbledore had already returned to Britain. Luna had gone with a delicate white, strapless gown, which was held by a resizing charm to perfectly fit her burgeoning chest. This got a light blush from Harry, which caused her to smile when she saw his blush before he got it under control. Luna handed over the gifts to the waiting elf before going to join Harry, Neville, and Hermione. With all the guests that were due to attend, Harry led them all to the ballroom. The moment they arrived, the empty tables were filled with finger sandwiches, cinnamon rolls individually plated, a platter of Christmas cookies, a pitcher of pumpkin juice for the kids, and a carafe of steaming coffee for the adults. Everyone loved the gifts Harry got them, and Harry was amazed by the gifts he got. They all enjoyed their Christmas day together, and Harry's guests left as night was starting to fall. The elves that had brought them there that morning were the ones to take them home, in the order they had arrived. First to leave was Neville and his grandmother, who hugged Harry lightly before Neville gripped his forearm with a smile, before both stepped back and grabbed the little elf's ready hand. Harry received a handshake from a smiling Mr. Granger, while Mrs. Granger and Hermione gave him a hug each. The Grangers all smiled and waved at Harry before grabbing the waiting elf's hands and disappearing with a pop. Mr. Lovegood shook Harry's hand before stepping back, allowing Luna to step forward. She gives Harry a hug before shyly giving him a quick peck on the lips. They both blush before she steps back and grabs the waiting elf's hand, leaving Harry standing there in a daze. His godfather, watching from the doorway, cannot help but laugh at Harry's dazed stare, causing Harry to blush scarlet. Sirius quickly retreats as Harry glares at him. Chuckling to himself, Sirius makes his way up to the portrait gallery to spend some time with his old friends and let them know what he had just seen. James and Lily chuckle and smile before Sirius makes James go pastel white with one phrase. "James, I think it's time you gave your son the talk." Sirius then laughed before bolting out of the gallery before James could try to pass the buck. James sighed in annoyance while Lily giggled. Several of the older portraits were muttering about Sirius running in the manor like he had done. James called for Tomsy, who appeared with a pop and bowed to James. Tomsy, I am going to need your help. I need to give Harry the talk and he is likely to bolt. Tomorrow I need you to move me to that room and then bring Harry to me. The elf smirked before bowing to James and popping away. James grumbled before being slapped lightly to the back of his head by Lily, who was smirking, and then he sighed. The room in James had specified was specially enchanted to this situation. Harry was not the only one to manifest his gifts before receiving the talk, so one of Potter ancestors had a room enchanted to prevent Phoenix flame travel or any other form of magical transportation other than house elf, keyed to the head elf uniform. The designer of the enchantment was then obliviated of its design, only that it was enchanted into that room. The next day, Tomsy took Harry to the secured room with James's portrait. Tomsy then had to force himself to ignore a dozen calls from Harry before James' portrait called for him again. Harry was incredibly embarrassed, and for one of the few times ordered Tomsy to get him out of the hidden room. Harry then hid in his room for the rest of the day. After several days, Harry's embarrassment subsided and he read the material of the hidden room, as his father had told him to. Harry, with the help of his occlumency, managed to get through his assigned reading from his father before he and his friends returned to Hogwarts after the turn of the year. Neville was glad to see him. He had been worried when Harry stopped visiting after the Christmas party. He had tried to ask Luna about it, but she would just blush and put on the look that said she knew but could not tell. She did say that she was fine though, so he trusted her. The 4 teens made their way back to Hogwarts on the express. Harry was a bit tense and everyone could feel it, but with his claims of everything being fine and Luna's nod and smile, the others just went with it. Everyone smiled when they pulled into Hogsmeade station, happy to be back. There we are, through the Yule break. I'll be honest, I thought I could do this easily, but it kicked my butt and stalled me for months. I hope you all liked my attempt at a Yule break for Harry and his friends and look forward to the next chapter. It looks to be a lovely chapter in my head so far. Second term and celebrations. Disclaimer. My name is not J.K. Rowling, so I don't get anything besides enjoyment for writing these chapters. Talk thought. Phoenix telepathy. Quotes from the book. /N. I apologize if this feels rushed and awkward. I attempted to add drama and a build-up to romance, despite not having experience to draw from. Plus, has anyone ever thought about how little happens in 3rd year without the serious black drama? I still hope you all enjoy. With Harry and his friends returning on Sunday the 2nd, everyone enjoyed the feast before meeting Ron in the room. Ron was happy to see them, especially as the room had been increasing the challenge of the chess matches. Ron had finished his homework during the first night, so he'd been playing Quidditch and chess the entire time he could get away from his siblings. He could compete in professional chess tournaments if he didn't have to fight to room's pieces. Closer to him whenever he approached to add Kindle. Hagrid finished the class by assigning a foot-long report on magical salamanders. In arithmancy, Sinistral taught about the basic structure of heating charms. From the Bluebell spell to the Incendio charm. The spells all had the same base design with the variables as an increase of power to cost. The homework for that lesson was to write out the arithmetic equations of the standard fire and heating charms. Harry was lucky it wasn't all the fire and heating charms they knew. The month continued as the months before had, though everyone could tell something was on Harry's mind. The kiss from Luna before being forced to have the talk with his father's portrait was stuck on his mind. Harry had already liked Luna before she kissed him, but after she had, he couldn't the events of that night out of his head. Being forced to learn about how babies are made and being made to read those instructional books, puberty was in full force and it took a lot of concentration not to constantly blush when around his female friends, especially Luna. Hermione wanted to ask Harry about it, but Luna took her aside and explained about her kissing him and that she had seen Sirius with a knowing smirk. After that, Hermione was blushing and giggling for a few minutes before she smirked and got back to reading. By the end of the month, despite Harry being distracted, everyone but Hermione had finished their school books for the year. Hermione would catch up within the week, as she had 2 extra classes to finish reading through. During the month, the only thing of interest to some was the Quidditch match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Draco managed to catch the snitch before Cho Chang, but not before the Ravenclaw chasers had taken a large lead. They won 240 to 230. Harry could tell the Ravenclaws would fight like crazy on the pitch for the next match. The match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw would take place on February 5th. Harry was right. The quaffle was stolen back and forth, goal for goal. Cho was on Harry's tail after the first dash for the snitch. A bludger was the distracting force for the first dash. By that time the score was 60 to 30 Gryffindor. Harry managed to shake her the second time by leading her into a partial Wronski feint. She followed him bellow as he searched for the snitch until she was scared by 3 large cloaked figures making their way onto the field. Harry was about to act before 5 Patronuses came shooting out of the crowd. It was quickly revealed to be 6 students, 3 on top of each other. The distraction was enough for Harry to rocket towards the snitch. Harry catches the snitch, much to Ravenclaw's disappointment, 300 to 100. Harry quickly descended to the ground, near Professor McGonagall, who was dressing down the 6 Slytherins. It was Draco, Goyle, Crabbe, and 3 of the Slytherin Quidditch team. They each had lost 50 points and a month's detention. That firmly took away any chance of Slytherin winning the House Cup, losing 300 points at once. Everyone congratulated Harry before the teams headed to the changing room. After everyone was cleaned up and dressed, they headed up to Gryffindor Tower and found the entire house waiting on them. The moment they entered, the entire house exploded with cheers as they congratulated the team on their victory, throwing a massive party. The party lasted till midnight, when Professor McGonagall came in to break it up, though she was still smiling from the victory herself. The next day, life returned to normal, or as normal as Harry and his friends could do. Harry was good at keeping what he was thinking about locked behind his occlumency, but everyone could tell when he had made up his mind. The expressions that slipped while he meditated changed from confusion, embarrassment, and worry to determined, with hints of embarrassment and worry. When his friends who were observant enough noticed the change, Neville was confused but glad Harry had worked out what was bothering him, while the girls smiled at each other. February 12th came, and Harry with the rest of the third years in the group decided to visit Hogsmeade. Luna had breakfast with them before searching for Professor Lupin. She giggled to herself when she remembered finding him casting detection charms on her assignments for a while after she pranked him. He wasn't the only professor she'd pranked, though. She really didn't like Professor Trelawney and used these days without Harry to prank the charlatan before spending the rest of the day with Professor Lupin, who just smirked and offered her tea. Luna's favorite prank on her was to switch her sherry with sobriety potion. Professor Lupin never tried to prank her back, though, not after hearing what happened to those who had before. They had tried to bully her after a class, and Harry had shown up and convinced them to stop in a way his father would be proud of before walking off with her. He'd once heard it happen right outside his classroom. By the time he got out the door, Harry was walking off with Luna, while her bullies were stuck to the wall with "bullies fire" written about their heads, while they couldn't stop laughing from a tickling charm, their wands at their feet. While Luna spent her day with Professor Lupin after transfiguring all of Professor Trelawney's incense into air freshener sticks, Harry and his group were enjoying Hogsmeade. After walking around with his friends, Harry said he wanted to check out some Zonko's products, which they hadn't visited because Hermione didn't like the shop. Neville volunteered to go with him, while Ron wanted to visit the Shrieking Shack and dragged Hermione along with him. While at Zonko's, Harry found Sirius, just like he'd hoped from their last letter. Harry and Sirius walked around the store, talking about the wares and how they could or would use them. Neville followed behind them and grinned at his godbrother. 12. By the time they had seen everything, both Harry and Sirius had their arms full. Neville had a half-full basket. When they checked out, Sirius insisted on paying, much to Harry's annoyance. As they were about to leave the shop, Sirius passed Harry a small box. Neville raised an eyebrow, but Harry just put a lip to his finger. He returned an unsure nod but didn't ask. After they left the shop, Sirius, while Harry and Neville rejoined Hermione and Ron when they saw them entering the 3 broomsticks. The boys tried to talk about what Harry and Neville got, but Hermione quickly shut that conversation down. They enjoyed the rest of their day in the village, Having been there only twice before, there was still lots of places to explore. Harry subtly checked on the little box every couple of minutes, a little smile on his face. FG. February the 13th was an extra special for one of their group, although they doubted anything would come of it. They hadn't shared with anyone that today was their birthday. That is why they were very surprised to see a change in the usual layout of the room. When Luna opened the door, she was truly surprised, which was getting much rarer for her, to find streamers and a banner over a cake in the middle of the room, reading "Happy Birthday Luna Lovegood." While she was stunned from seeing the decor, Harry and the rest of her friends all shouted out, "Surprise!" Her friends all came out of hiding, each holding a present for her and smiling. Luna couldn't help but smile and hug each of them as they came over. "This is amazing. Thank you all. But how did you know?" "I don't remember telling any of you it was my birthday today," Luna asked. Neville shyly raised his hand. "Gran made sure I knew the names and birthdays of all the heads of houses and their heirs. She said it would come in handy when I was older. I remembered yesterday, so we all went shopping for gifts for you after lunch yesterday. Hope you like it and don't mind." That earned Neville an extra hug before the 5 teens swarmed the rainbow cake. It was a 7-layer cake that Maple and Dobby had made, with each layer being a different flavor. At the top was cherry, then orange, then lemon, then apple, then blueberry with plum on the bottom. After they enjoyed the cake, with Luna promising herself to give both elves a hug next summer, they all gave Luna her presents. Harry gave her a set of self-cleaning paintbrushes. Hermione gave her a book on famous magical painters. They would both be surprised to find several famous painters known in the Muggle world were magical. Neville managed to find seeds for magically fast-growing roses. Ron reluctantly handed over a box of Honeydukes chocolate frogs. Given it was a Sunday, they couldn't spend all day in the room. They spent an hour before heading to the library, where they studied for their classes the next day. After lunch, Luna shared her birthday presents with her friends, much to the appreciation of Ron. Once night fell, they all returned to the room, where Luna started on her first magical portrait. FG. The next day, Valentine's Day, Harry asked Hermione, Neville, and Ron to leave before him and Luna. The boys didn't get it, but Hermione did and started pulling the boys out of the room. Once they were the only ones left, Luna turned to Harry in curiosity and smiled shyly. Harry pulled at the collar of his robes before steeling himself. "Luna, I know I have been a bit distracted for the last month, and I appreciate you and the others not asking or pushing. Ever since that kiss on Christmas, I haven't been able to keep it out of my mind, and it's made me think about how I feel when I'm around you. It also doesn't help that Sirius noticed and decided to have Dad's portrait give me the talk," Harry said, blushing heavily. He took a deep breath, hoping to get his blush under control, before saying, "I have found that I feel happy when I'm around you, that I feel a warmth in my chest when you laugh and smile. I feel like the world lights up when you smile, and that when you are hurt or threatened by someone, I feel a towering rage." Harry closed his eyes and took another breath, not noticing the blush on Luna's cheeks, the small smile on her lips, or the tears in her eyes. She knew he had something planned for today when his expression changed, but couldn't see what. It took all her willpower not to interrupt him. Harry started speaking again. His eyes closed in fear he'd see rejection. "What I'm trying to say, Luna, is that I really like you. I'm sorry I can't say love yet, not having experienced any as a child. I would really like it if you teach me what it is to love and be loved, by becoming my girlfriend," Harry said. His face flushed and his eyes squeezed shut in fear. When Luna didn't respond after a few moments, Harry was about to run away in tears but opened his eyes to see her reaction, not wanting to mess this up by giving up early. What he saw shocked and worried him. Luna had her hands covering her mouth, her cheeks ruby red, and tears in her eyes. Harry had thought he'd seriously messed his confession. He was about to speak again before Luna ran at him and threw her arms around him and then kissed him soundless on the lips. Harry was scared and confused before his hands moved on their own to wrap around her, and his mind relaxed from the surprise of suddenly being kissed and returned it with equal fervor. After nearly a minute, they broke apart for air, both teens blushing scarlet. Luna had a brilliant smile on her face before saying, "Yes, Harry, I would love to be your girlfriend." After saying that, Luna dove back in for another long kiss, which Harry readily responded to this time. Shortly after, both teens broke the kiss and grinned. Harry pulled out the box he'd had Sirius collect for him and presented it to her. Luna was blushing with wide eyes, but let Harry continue. "Thank you so much, Luna. I hope I'm not being too forward, but I had Sirius retrieve a set of promise rings from the family vault. They are enchanted, so I hope you do me the honor of always wearing one. If you focus your magic on it, it will point one ring to its pair. If you're ever in trouble, you can focus your magic on the ring and knock on a surface. The other ring will tug towards its pair. And finally, if both rings are worn and the wearers hold hands, there is supposed to be a low-level empathy charm, which lets both wearers know how the other feels." By the time Harry was done explaining the rings, Luna was able to get her blush under control and was smiling caringly. She held out her left hand, allowing Harry to put the ring on her left ring finger, which she wiggled gently. Harry was confused for a moment before quickly realizing the meaning of her outstretched hand and removed the lady's ring from the box before placing it on her wiggling finger. As soon as it was on her finger, it resized to fit her, and she moved to grab its partner to place it on Harry's left ring finger. Once she got the ring on his finger and it resized to fit him, she interlaced her left hand with his, and as the magic of the rings triggered, the next moment, she was holding him tight with the warmest smile she'd had since her mother died. She could feel Harry's love for her. He may not be able to identify this feeling as love yet, but it was blazing and pure, and made her feel safe and happy. Harry's knees gave out as the magic of the ring's empathy effect triggered, a couch appearing behind him for them to fall on. The feelings he could feel from her was pure happiness and a sense of completement. It felt like the first time he saw his parents' portraits, while being enveloped in a blazing fire that doesn't burn you. As they embraced on the couch and started to snog again, they didn't notice the reactions their magic was having. If anyone was in the room, they would have seen sky-blue magic surrounding Harry, while hearthfire red surrounded them both. FG. After another hour in the room, roughly several minutes on the outside, Harry and Luna left to return to their dorms for a change of clothes before heading down to breakfast. It honestly surprised them that they had yet to be caught away from their dorms during the night. Of course, most of her housemates paid little attention to her. She quickly got her new clothes before heading down to breakfast. She joined her friends and finally boyfriend for breakfast. She had waited all year, waiting for him to finally ask. She smiled as she thought, leave it to Harry to ask on Valentine's Day. She sat down next to him, giving him a quick kiss on his cheek as she sat down. It wasn't long before those close to them at the table noticed the rings and the girls asked for a closer look. The ring was white gold with a heart at the top, a single emerald resting at the center of the heart. Harry's was the same without the heart, the emerald slightly bigger. They leaned on each other while they ate before separating for class. They were all ready for their classes and passed them with flying colors. After the reveal of the morning, Harry asked his friends if they would eat in the Great Hall while Luna joined him in the room for a dinner date. While Hermione was hesitant, they all agreed and Harry headed for the kitchens. He quickly sets up the dinner plans before meeting his friends for the next class. When it's time for dinner, Harry and Luna went up to the room while the rest of their friends went to dinner. Harry opens the room and stands aside for Luna to enter. When Luna sees the set table, she turned to Harry, gives him a wide smile, and kissed him. /N1. I'll be honest, arithmancy makes no sense to me. This is the first time I have attempted to write a Valentine's Day scene. I hope it wasn't too cringe. Happy Valentine's Day. Racing towards exams. Disclaimer. Sadly, I am not related to J.K. Rowling, so I get nothing but enjoyment for writing this story. Talk thought. Phoenix telepathy. Quotes from the book. /N. I cannot thank all of you enough that sent me positive reviews on my last chapter. There will be a lot more open affection between Harry and Luna now, but not enough that they run off alone or drive the others away. I couldn't wait to get this out for you all, except for life and my muse being stubborn. I hope you all enjoy and have a wonderful day. In the coming days, their friends were happy for them. Harry and Luna spent their time closer to each other, randomly grabbing the other's hand or leaning on each other. They set aside time each day just to cuddle and kiss, though they kept snogging to a minimum for the comfort of their friends. Ron was disgruntled seeing Harry and Luna act lovey-dovey, but was happy it at least wasn't his sister being kissed and cuddled with. Ron did, however, begin taking more of a notice of Hermione, though didn't notice it himself, let alone hope to understand his feelings and act on them. The rest of February sped along, with Harry, Luna, Neville, and Ron reviewing the spells they had learned that year from the school books while Hermione finished the year's course with the extra classes. It took her near the end of the month for her to finish, much to her irritation, due to her friends forcing her to take breaks when they noticed her becoming too stressed while she studied. At one point she was so bad, the other four all hit her with a cheering charm at the same time, not realizing the others were doing the same, resulting in her being unable to focus for hours. She then ranted at them all for several more hours after the charms had worn off. Once Hermione had nothing more she could learn from the course books for their year, she insisted they all take mock exams of what they learned. Much to everyone else's annoyance and Hermione's amusement, the room provided the exams after she mentioned them. It was to Hermione's amazement and slight annoyance that they all got perfect scores, including Luna, who had taken both second and third year's tests. Luna just smiled at Hermione's reaction to her exam results. After seeing Hermione's reaction, Luna decided to be nice and request the books needed for next year's courses. Hermione squealed and hugged Luna before opening the first book. Hermione would ignore them for the rest of the night, silently muttering what she was reading. Her friends just chuckled and smiled at her, aware of her habits, and got back to their hobbies and personal studies. On March 1st, they celebrated Ron's birthday. During the day, Ron received a box of sweets from his parents. The twins gave him a box of Honeydukes chocolate and prank products from Zonko's, and Percy gave Ron 14 galleons for his 14th birthday. That evening, Harry gave Ron an enchanted quaffle, so he could practice for his desired position. Luna gave Ron a magical painting of himself painted as a flyer for the Chudley Cannons. Hermione gave him and Dobby had brought up a massive cake. It was marble-flavored, colored in Chudley Cannon colors with a tub of ice cream for each of them from Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Ron thanked each of them and hugged Dobby when he brought the cake, causing Dobby to blush brilliantly before popping away. Much to Hermione's chagrin, they spent that night as one long birthday party for Ron, barely sparing the time to do their assignments for the day. Ron's new quaffle got a good workout, with the snitch hiding behind a reading Hermione while the others played. The days moved on after that, till Professor McGonagall's least favorite day for the past 5 years. April 1st, Fred and George Weasley's birthday. Each year they somehow managed to get a hold of a large supply of prank products and chose this day to let loose their stored-up mischief. The worst part for Professor McGonagall was that she couldn't reprimand them more than usual because when she tried that the first 2 years, 2 howlers showed up in the Great Hall the next morning. One berating the boys for their mischief and one berating her for trying ruin their special day, with the second one being much more colorful. This year, though, was going to take the cake so far. Fred and George, after Luna's reveal of their identities, had approached their idols for ideas for this year's celebrations, leading to a soft smile from Professor Lupin and Sirius meeting them in Hogsmeade one weekend shortly before their birthday. Zonko's had a very good day, and every teacher except Lupin felt a chill go down their spines. On the 1st of April of that year, Hogwarts saw the activation on Zonko's entire stock of pranks go off in one day. The only ones safe were Professor Lupin and Harry's group. It was part of the deal for the help, and the look Luna gave them that day before they started made them rethink the day for a minute. They had detention with Professor Lupin for a month, with Professor McGonagall scowling at them every day for the rest of the year. They didn't mind, though. Along with getting their assignments done, they were allowed to study one of Remus's old journals after getting one assignment done each night. After coming back to the school from training all day, hiding from the twins' cough, Oliver would berated them for getting so much detention and pushed the rest of the Quidditch team harder than ever, practicing every day an hour before classes and 2 hours after, with the twins' detentions after dinner. This was his last chance at the Quidditch Cup and he was desperate for the win. They only had 2 weeks, and Oliver pushed them to their limits. The day before the match, Oliver had them all going through drills on the ground before reluctantly allowing them to leave early. Alicia was voted by the others to make Oliver see reason, and she argued they needed to be fresh for the game, not fatigued with their heads stuffed with plans. And so it was that the Gryffindor Lions decimated the other team and won the game 230-20, winning the game and that year's Quidditch Cup. Oliver broke down in tears when it was announced and hugged his team before hugging the cup so tightly he almost broke it. With the Quidditch Cup claimed, the whole school buckled down to studies and raced towards the end-of-year exams. Hermione nearly panicked and tried to force the group into revisions along with their assignments, but they all pulled out their mock exams and forced the graded tests before Hermione and threatened to all cheering charm her again before she backed off contritely and began to study harder. Good thing she only must focus on assignments. If she had any more stress to add to that, she might burn out, Harry said, with the rest nodding. Luna gave a knowing smile and nod. FG. Early June came, and with them the end-of-year exams. Monday morning was the Transfiguration exam, where the third years had to transfigure several materials and finished with turning teapots into tortoises. Harry and his friends all passed with no trouble, before returning to their commons to wait for the next exam that afternoon. Charms. The charms exam for third year went over several older charms, ending with the cheering charm. Harry, Neville, and Ron all had no trouble with the charm, having needed to use it on Hermione a dozen times each on a very stressed Hermione. Professor Flitwick had to thaw out his test room several times as Harry and his friends were very skillful with the glacius charm. On Tuesday, the first exam was care of magical creatures. Hagrid had them all take care of flobberworms, while randomly asking the students questions on the creatures they had gone over the year. He made sure to ask Pansy Parkinson about hippogriffs, much to her embarrassment. Her father had indeed heard about the incident in their first class, while he had sent a strongly worded letter to Hagrid about starting the students off on a class XXX magical creature. Pansy had received a loud and visual lesson on hippogriffs when she returned for Yule that winter. She didn't miss a single question about hippogriffs. Tuesday afternoon saw the third-year students taking their potion exams. Professor Snape had smirked when he informed the students they would be brewing confusing concoction. While most of their year had trouble, except for the Slytherins, Harry and his friends had no trouble brewing the potion perfectly. Professor Snape sneered at the four and their potions before making a note and telling them to leave. That night, the third years had their astronomy exam, needing to correctly fill out a star chart that was half filled. It was one of the few things the room couldn't help them with. Fortunately, they had Harry's gift for them to help them study the astronomy globes. They again passed with ease. Wednesday brought History of Magic for their morning exam. It was the hardest exam for most, who only listened to half of Bin's lectures before falling asleep and never read ahead. Fortunately for Harry and his friends, they all had strong acclimacy and had read the book twice over before moving on to the next year's, since the course hadn't changed since Bin's had died. A quarter of the test was on the witch burnings and their prominent witches and wizards that were caught. Several times in the case of Wendelin the Weird. Wednesday afternoon found the third-year students in the greenhouses for their herbology exam. The students had to repot several plants and harvest magical seeds. Neville shone during this exam while the others had no trouble. Thursday morning, it was time for the defense against the dark arts exam. Professor Lupin had set up an obstacle course of dark creatures which included wading across a deep paddling pool containing a Grindylow, a series of potholes full of red caps, squishing your way across a patch of marsh ignoring the misleading directions of a hinkapunk, then climbing into an old trunk and battling a boggart. One look at the course terrified the whole class. Harry and his friends managed to finish with ease, but Professor Lupin wisely made Harry go last. Harry easily passed the Grindylow, red caps, hinkapunk, but when he entered the trunk, the exam lost one of its creatures. The boggart made the mistake of turning into a dead Luna Lovegood. Harry didn't give this one the chance he'd given the last. He set it ablaze with phoenix fire. Harry climbed out of the trunk, glared at Professor Lupin, and crossed the finish line before returning to the castle. Realizing what had happened, his friends rushed after him, leaving a stunned and fearful Professor Lupin as he watched the trunk with the boggart burn. By the time Harry's friends caught up to him, he was on the 7th floor. They were about to call out to him when he quick-step opened the room, entered, and shut the door before the door disappeared. They tried to get into the room, but the door wouldn't appear for them. Just as they were getting worried, Luna walked up behind them with a thunderous look on her neutral face. They got out of her way as she was about to push right through them before she stepped in front of the wall and put her hand on it as she reached it. The shape of the same door Harry had just entered glowed on the wall before opening inward. Luna rushed in, and as the rest of his friends tried to join them, the door slammed shut and disappeared. The others frowned, but after trying what Luna had done with no results, they made their way to lunch. There were still 3 more exams between the group, and they needed to replenish their stamina after Professor Lupin's exam. Reluctantly, they left the 7th-floor hallway, hoping Luna could help their friend and what she would do in response to Professor Lupin's Boggart test. FG. Luna entered the room to find it in their usual configuration, but everything was in tatters. Harry was in the middle of the room trying to meditate, but his emotions would not settle, causing his magic to lash out at everything around him. Luna sighed and walked up to him, the magic swirling around Harry allowing her to pass. When she finally reached him, she knelt next to him and put an arm around him. Luna's arm around him startled Harry. Couldn't his friends realize he needed a moment to calm down? When Harry opened his eyes to glare at whoever was distracting him from trying to calm down, only to see Luna's kind and understanding eyes, Harry burst into tears and hugged her tight. Luna just hugged him back and ran her fingers through his messy hair. 20 minutes later, after Harry had cried himself out and gotten control of his emotions, he remembered having sealed the door after entering. "Luna, how did you get in here?" "I remember sealing the room," Harry asked. Luna sighed slightly and looked up before answering. "I can't tell you that, Harry, not yet. When you can see the ceiling of this room, you will have your answer." Luna looked back at Harry, smiled, and said, "Sorry." Harry just sighed and nodded. Knowing he wouldn't get any answers from Luna, she wasn't willing to give. She said he would have his answers, just not yet. Luna cleaned them both up and led Harry towards the door. They still had time for lunch. She hoped there would be some pudding. Harry, seeing the look in Luna's eye, chuckled and said, "You know, Luna, if you wanted pudding when there isn't any, you could just ask Dobby." Luna gave him a thoughtful look before smirking and giving his arm a light smack. "If I did that, I'd have pudding every day and get fat. Sadly, I must decline that very tempting offer." They both chuckled before Luna took hold of his left arm and led them down to the Great Hall. FG. Half an hour later, Harry and Luna walked into the Great Hall, their postures much more relaxed. They quickly joined their friends at the Gryffindor table and loaded up their plates for lunch. Their friends wanted to ask about what had happened, but a look from Luna and the expression in Harry's eyes told them to leave it for now. As everyone ate, Luna still held Harry's hand as she had been since they entered. That afternoon, the exams for divination and Muggle studies were taken, with ancient runes and arithmancy exams to close out the week and end-of-year exams for 3rd and 4th-year students. While Neville and Ron still had divination, Luna and the rest had a free period, so went up to the room to hang out, leaving the time magic off so that their friends could join once they were done. Luna wrote a letter to her father and had Dobby deliver it when they got there. By the time Neville and Ron joined them, Dobby had popped back with a nod of his head to her. They spent the afternoon studying their notes for those who still had 2 more exams to go. The group studied till dinner before cracking down for one more night of intense studying. Friday morning came, and with it, ancient runes. The ancient runes exam was the equivalent of an alphabet test and an essay about rune clusters. Professor Babbling was beaming at Harry as he left her class to allow Hermione in. After lunch came arithmancy, which turned out to be a large math test and an essay on the make-P of first-year charms. Professor Vector gave Harry a soft smile as he turned in his exams and looked through them. The test was too large to grade with a skim, but she saw no wrong answers and even some thoughtful answers on his essays. She gave him a quiet good job before placing his exam on her desk. Harry had been the first of his group to finish, and she suggesting he run along. Hermione, though clearly not as relaxed as Harry had been, turned in her essay 10 minutes later and hurried after Harry with a kind nod from Professor Vector. Hermione was stressing about how she had done. She was sure that she had failed all her exams. All her friends just sighed and shook their heads. After Hermione had gone on for over a minute, they pulled their wands and motioned them at her warningly. She flinched and blushed before apologizing. She took a deep breath, let it out, and forced a smile on her face. She really didn't want to get hit with 4 cheering charms at once again. Her friends all gave her a knowing look but smirked and continued walking. FG, over the next week. While those students not taking their OWLS or any WTS waited for their exams to be graded, Harry and his friends spent their time either on the grounds or in the room during the night. Their time in the room was reduced to only half the speed the outside world was moving at, so they could enjoy their hobbies and get the long hours of sleep they had all become accustomed to. What teenager wouldn't love to sleep for 12 hours straight if they could get away with it? The week passed quickly, and soon the morning of the leaving feast had arrived. That morning, the heads of house walked the tables and delivered the results of 70% of the students' exams. Those that took their OWLS or graduation exams would receive their results from the ministry a week after they got home. Those graduating would receive portkeys with their results for the graduation ceremony. Harry and his friends all went up to the room before opening their results. As everyone but Hermione had expected, they all got outstanding for everything but potions. Snape would never give any student outside his house higher than a disgruntled exceeds expectations. They could all tell he didn't want to even give them that by the force of the ink on their exam parchment. Hermione received an exceeds expectations on her defense exam, due to her trouble with her boggart, while Harry got an outstanding along with a written apology for the boggart. After they had all finished reading and sharing their exam results and Hermione had calmed down, they all went down by the lake to enjoy the final day of school. During lunch, they all saw that Professor Lupin was absent and decided to visit him after their meal. When they found him, he was in the process of packing his office. "Professor Lupin, where are you going?" Harry asked. They hadn't been very close over the year, with Harry not trusting how close Professor Lupin was with Dumbledore and the fact that he was a family friend, but never came to check on him at the Dursleys. Harry had let Professor Lupin make the decision to approach, and he hadn't broached the subject once. Harry was disappointed, but didn't say anything. Sirius had plans to approach him during the summer and find out what was going on. "The curse on the position must be real. I'm being forced to leave the post. The Hogwarts Board of Directors found out about my test and decided that it was too dark after the experience with the Dementors early this year. You all did wonderfully, and I hope your next defense teacher is better than I was. At least I'm leaving in one piece with my mind intact. Maybe one day I can come teach again," Professor Lupin said with a soft smile. None of the students were very happy about that, though Luna was indifferent. She was the one that sent each of the board members a copy of the Quibbler and left the rest to them. She didn't want to hurt or ruin him, she just wanted to punish him. Of course, he was right about the curse. Until the twice-damned prophecy from the thrice-damned charlatan Trelawney came to pass, Tom Riddle's curse would continue to plague the position. Even though the curse should have been lifted already, given he had possessed the defense teacher 2 years back, semantics with magic was the road to madness. They all wished him well before leaving his office, Luna discreetly leaving a copy of the latest Quibbler. When they were gone, Professor Lupin found the magazine with the article that cost him his job on the front page. He sighed before packing it away. He wouldn't hold it against the girl, not after her last warning at the start of the year. In the back of his mind, he was glad his cub, James Buck, had such loyal friends around him. The rest of the day passed quickly before it was time for the leaving feast and the announcement of the winner of the House Cup. Between the classes, Quidditch wins, and Harry's group all doing so well in potions that Professor Snape couldn't take points from them, Gryffindor won the House Cup. Slytherin came in second, Hufflepuff came in third, and due to the punishment from the end of the previous year, Ravenclaw came in fourth, still in the negative. The first year Ravenclaws glared at the older years, having found out why they started so far in the negative. After the feast, all the students went back to their dorms to pack. That night, they all slept in their dorms for the first time since late September. Dean and Seamus never even noticed they hadn't been there with them the entire year. Neither Hermione or Luna had any trouble either, though that might be because Luna's roommate didn't care, blaming her for the loss of all those points. The next day they would be on their way home for the summer break, and Luna knew it would be an interesting summer. Thank you all for reading this chapter. I hope you all enjoyed. If my understanding of either elective is off the bond, please let me know and I'll bond that for correction when I do my rewrite of this story after it's complete, which hopefully the second half won't take as long as the first. That's right, we're halfway there, my readers. Of course, we all know what comes next year, so if you thought this year was boring with the time skips, the next year will be filled with action. I just hope my muse doesn't say, "You've got ideas for other stories, work on them." I've got the tasks thought out, I just need to get there. For those who missed my chapter trivia, here is a new one that should be easy. How many times did Wendelin the Weird let herself be burnt at the stake using various disguises? Until next time, thank you. Summer excitement. Disclaimer. I'm a male Yank, so there is no way I could be the owner of Harry Potter. J.K. Rowling. Talk thought. Phoenix telepathy. Quotes from the book. /N. Starting in this chapter, there will be increasing Dumbledore bashing. Harry and his friends were on their way home from their year at Hogwarts. They discussed what they were planning to do for the summer. Ron wouldn't stop talking about the Quidditch World Cup being hosted in England this summer. Luna invited Harry over and he accepted. He knew they wouldn't have much time before the Lovegoods yearly Magizoology expedition. Hermione would be going to France again soon and Neville talked about plans for his greenhouse. Neville had gotten several cuttings from Professor Sprout from last year's magical plants. Harry, Luna, and Neville still hadn't told Hermione and Ron about Harry living at Potter Manor, rather than the Dursleys. They still didn't trust them with that information, and so couldn't talk openly about it. Luna knew she and Neville had an open invitation to Potter Manor. Harry revealed that he would spend time with Sirius, though didn't reveal he would be living with him. Ron continued talking about Quidditch and his friends let him talk, starting to tune him out. After an hour, Ron noticed his friends were all reading books, so got out a magazine to read and ignored them. Several hours later, they arrived at platform 9 3/4. As they approached the station, Harry realized he hadn't been visited by Malfoy and his guards. "Dobby," Harry called. As Dobby popped into the compartment, Harry asked, "Dobby, is there a reason Malfoy didn't pay us a visit?" Dobby looked away before answering. Dobby may have added extra chocolate to younger Malfoy and friends' muffins this morning. Pooh chocolate. They all be stuck in lavatory all morning and miss train. Professor Bat took them home. Harry and Neville looked shocked and uncomfortable. Hermione and Luna looked at each other and wrinkled their noses. Ron had no such issues, he laughed uproariously, repeating Pooh chocolate before laughing again. "Dobby, we will talk about your latest prank when we get home. I don't mind you defending me, but not without cause," Harry said. Dobby twisted his ears before bowing and popping away. Harry shook his head and said, "Dobby's great, but he can be very vindictive at times. I just hope he won't go too far one day." As Harry's friends left the train to join their families, Harry couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. That feeling was blown away though when he saw Sirius waiting for him. Harry smiled and ran towards his godfather. His friends seeing this smiled at him and his antics. They are glad he now has somebody to return to during the summer aside from his relatives. After hugging and laughing for a few moments, Sirius and Harry made their way over to the apparition point for the station. To keep up appearances, Sirius took Harry back to the manor via side-along apparition. It took a week, but the friends readjusted to 24-hour days and got back to their routine from the previous summer. There were changes, of course. Harry didn't need to hop between the manor and Diagon Alley several times a day. Sirius was free. Hermione and Ron weren't abroad with their families. Luna and her father were leaving early this summer for their expedition, searching for jackalopes in the western U.S., and returning in time for Harry's and Neville's birthday. As soon as Harry and Sirius had gotten to the manor, Sirius surprised Harry with the tickets, enough for them both and all his friends. Sirius even did the responsible thing, the world just shuddered, and invited all Harry's friends by visiting their parents. They all agreed and promised not to give away the surprise before the kids were asked. Sirius had also managed to convince Mr. Weasley to accept the Gallons to buy tickets for him and the rest of his family, aside from Molly, who didn't really like Quidditch. On Sunday, the 27th of June, Harry went to the Rookery to visit Luna. Minutes after Harry left, Remus Lupin was popped in by a Potter elf, and shortly seated in the visiting room across from a frowning Sirius. Sirius was just about to start berating and interrogating his old friend when Tomsy popped in with the portraits of James and Lily Potter. They did not look happy. "Well, let's get this started, shall we?" Remus asked Sirius. At the Rookery, Harry and Luna were walking the grounds around her house. They had set it up so that Harry would be out of the manor while Remus was questioned, She didn't need her gift to know things would get uncomfortable during the questioning of Remus Lupin. Her father was printing the next batch of the Quibbler, so they went for a walk. They picked some of the ripe dirigible plums from her garden and cuddled by the stream. Harry wasn't oblivious to the fact Luna's father could see them from the window of his printing room, and he spotted him glancing out said window occasionally. Luna's pet rabbit and Snorkack snacking on the grass nearby. "Thank you for having me over, Luna." Knowing Sirius, their conversation's going to quite loud, Harry said, giving Luna a peck on the cheek. "There's no problem, Harry. I'm enjoying this, and you're right, especially as your parents' portraits wanted a piece of the action. It's a good thing nobody lives anywhere near Potter Manor," Luna said, getting cut off by the sound of one of the Weasley boys' names being screamed. "Unlike here, where we have Mrs. Weasley and Ottery St. Catchpole less than a mile away. Did you know there's a rumor of a banshee being talked about in town?" Luna asked, a little smirk on her lips. They both started laughing at that. After they inconspicuously saw Mr. Lovegood leave the window, they snogged for a few minutes, before Luna said her dad should be done with the printing soon. They then headed back up the hill, the rabbit in its hat form on Newt as the Snorkack followed behind. Harry then spent the next hour getting to know Luna's father, Xenophilius. When Harry decided it was time for him to head home, he left more than a little confused, but better understood Luna's peculiarities. When Harry arrived back at Potter Manor, he found Sirius, Remus, and his father's portrait all laughing about old times while his mother's portrait watched in good-natured exasperation. So, given the state of things, I hope his answer was better than Dumbledore told me to. Otherwise, I'm going to be very irritated, Harry said, leaning against the doorframe with a raised eyebrow. The three men sobered at that, while his mother barely contained smirking at the men. Lily's portrait gave James' portrait a knowing look, which caused him to sigh. "I'm in for a long round of I told you so from Charles and Doria about this, but Dumbledore has manipulated Remus quite completely. After going through everything you wanted answered, we found that added into the wards on number 4 Privet Drive was a wizard notice me not. Sirius, despite knowing where the house was, struggled to see it, even with the wards weakening with you not living there. Dumbledore told Remus he wouldn't be able to find you even if he told him where you were, so refused to even tell Remus that. He also snuck in a clause to Remus's Hogwarts contract that demanded he remain professional. His extra classes on the Patronus charm was as far as he could push it." James said, "I wish he had such a clause for Snape. There is constant favoritisms in his class, and his main targets are the Gryffindor students, especially me and Neville. We did well enough that he couldn't take points from us, but he berated us at every opportunity in class and out," Harry said, scowling. He wasn't the only one. Everyone in the room was scowling. James spoke up. "There is, but I'm not able to speak directly about it till you're Lord Potter."
Sorry, son.
Potter family magic. Harry thought about that and sighed, before nodding. He knew there were some things, even as the recognized head of house, that he couldn't access or learn about. He had found a hidden compartment in the desk that Tomsy had explained as much about. "Maybe you should go for a fly or a swim to help you relax, dear, and we can talk after dinner," Lily suggested. Harry huffed and started making his way to the back, where he followed the sky-blue path to the Quidditch pitch. Once he left, the occupants left in the room all frowned. None of them liked seeing Harry like that. It's one of the reasons they held this meeting, while they knew he'd be distracted at Luna's. Sirius rubbed his face before saying, "Well, that could have gone worse. His control has improved a lot. With the fireplace in the room, we could have all been extra crispy. Remus, you might want to ask Harry about living here for a bit. We don't want Dumbledore to find all this out and come running, trying to get Harry back to the Dursleys." Remus reluctantly nodded. FG. Luna and her father departed on the 30th of June with plans to be back for Harry's birthday on the 31st of July. That left Neville coming over for several hours a day, occasionally accompanied by Madame Longbottom. They would train and study while Madame Longbottom would visit the portrait gallery, sometimes coming to watch the boys train under Herky or study in the library. On the 3rd and 4th of June, Harry and Neville visited Hermione, her parents packing for their 3-week vacation to France. They would be returning on the 26th so Hermione could attend a joint party for Harry and Neville at Longbottom Hall. With Luna and Hermione gone for the month, Harry and Neville spent most of their time at the manor. They did, however, accept several invitations to visit the burrow from the Weasleys. During those times, Mrs. Weasley tried to ask Harry where he had been that summer. He deflected her questions by telling her about the places Sirius had taken him to visit while Harry was taking a break from his study and training. Sirius was determined to give Harry as many fun summer memories as he could, while supporting Harry get as strong as he could in mind and body. Ron was of course invited to their party, though Mrs. Weasley tried to force them to have it at the burrow until Madame Longbottom told her off for it while picking the boys up. By the end of the month, both Hermione and Luna returned in time for Harry's and Neville's birthday. They all gathered at Longbottom Hall on the 30th of July to celebrate the boys' birthday. Neville took them all on a guided tour of Longbottom Hall, which was a first for Hermione and Ron. Ron was impressed by the size of the hall and Hermione loved the library and didn't want to leave, much to everyone's amusement. After an hour, which was how long it took for Neville to guide them through the Longbottom collection, they made their way to the dining hall for lunch. That afternoon, after Hermione begged to go back to the library after lunch, they made their way back to the family room where they found a mountain of gifts in 2 separate piles. Harry and Neville took turns opening gifts, some creative and some not so much. Neville got lots of magical plant samples and books on herbology, while Harry got broom care products and books on defense. At the end of the day, Harry told the guests there was one more gift, one he'd like to share with them all. At the start of the summer, Sirius got several tickets to the Quidditch World Cup, and all of you are invited. They all looked surprised, before looking towards the parents that were there with hopeful eyes. All the parents smiled happily, nodding. The Weasleys looked a little uncomfortable before Harry added, "Sirius talked to your parents and convinced them to take the tickets." Everyone cheered at that and Sirius found himself at the bottom of a dog pile of hugs. After a moment of shock, he just started hugging back with that barking laugh of his. Once everyone calmed down and order could be restored, it was time for those visiting to return home. After the last guest left, Augusta turned to Harry and Neville before asking, "Did you two enjoy yourselves? This hall hasn't seen such liveliness since Frank was young." She finished with a far-off look. Hesitating for a moment, Harry and Neville both rushed to give her a hug. After a moment of surprise, Augusta hugged them both with all her strength. Once Augusta got her emotions under control, Harry and Neville helped her up and Harry let them know he'd had a great birthday. Harry thanked them and invited them over for a more private party at Potter Manor with the elves and his parents' portraits. They both smiled and thanked Harry for the invitation. Harry called for a Potter elf to collect his presents before flaming out, following the elf. Neville and Augusta both blinked before looking from where Harry was to each other before both started laughing. As they finished laughing, Jules popped in to let them know that dinner was served. FG. The next day, Augusta and Neville joined Harry and Luna at Potter Manor where they enjoyed a more than healthy number of sweets while Sirius, Remus, and James making jokes with Lily smiling and laughing, especially when Harry gave as good as he got to the Marauders. Harry only thought that Dobby was hyper when he'd first met and freed him. That was before he saw Dobby and the rest of the Potter elves on a sugar high. While it was amusing, he made a silent vow not to repeat the event with regularity. Before leaving for the night, Luna gave him another gift, a long and loving snog. She left shortly before it would be improper for her to stay any longer, leaving a dazed and grinning Harry while she grinned as she walked away towards the entrance hall. Sirius found Harry still standing there with a dazed look on his face. Several minutes later, when Harry told him what happened, blushing furiously after explaining, Sirius started laughing in that barking laughter of his. Harry tried to pout at his godfather, but the infectious nature of the laughter soon had him laughing along. That was how Dobby found them when he popped in to advise Harry to head to bed. Luna's kiss played a heavy part in Harry's dreams that night. The Saturday after Harry's birthday, Harry, Hermione, Luna, and Neville met up in the Leaky Cauldron with the Grangers and Sirius for their yearly Hogwarts shopping. The letters had come in on the 30th and found them all together while at the Longbottoms, so it was easy to organize for a weekend visit to the alley with the Grangers and Augusta chaperoning. The Weasleys had to beg off as they needed to wait for the last paycheck before the school year to afford all their kids' materials. Harry remembered seeing the contents of their vault when they visited Gringotts during the summer before his second year. nearly emptying it to afford so many copies of Lockhart's books. They started with their new school robes. They had all grown a bit, and Hermione's mother took her and Luna to the ladies' section for undergarments, which left a blushing Harry and Neville and a snickering Sirius. After a quarter of an hour, the girls rejoined the boys to pay for their purchases, which Sirius quickly slipped in to pay for them all, much to Mrs. Granger's chagrin. She relented when Sirius whispered that it would be cheaper for him. The friends then made their way to the apothecary to resupply their potion ingredients, buying extra for their self-study. The next stop was Scribulus writing implements to restock their parchment, scrolls and ink, which they had needed Dobby to restock for them during the year. When Hermione tried to urge them towards flourish and blots, the rest gave her an understanding smile but dragged her towards the magical menagerie for pet supplies. Once they were done there, they relented and Hermione rushed towards flourish and blots, the rest of the group chuckling or giggling in Luna's and Mrs. Granger's case. When they caught up with Hermione, she had already grabbed a half-dozen books. Luna needed her own copy of the required books for arithmancy and ancient runes, and the rest needed the standard book of spells, grade 4 and intermediate transfiguration. Harry put a little magic in his eyes and could see that the crate of invisible books of invisibility was still behind the counter, where the shop assistant had left them last year, the conjured ribbon long since vanished. Harry wondered if he should tell the assistant and that the spell to end the charm on the crate was in the book. They all got their yearly books, along with a few books that caught their interest. Luna had stopped him from getting the book he'd wanted since he saw it, Curses and Counter-Curses by Vindictus Viridian. She gave him a knowing smirk but a solid no. With everyone getting what they needed and most of what they wanted, the store assistant gave Hermione a funny look when she asked how much for a copy of every book they had, but no answer. They headed to the cashier. As they were leaving, Harry subtly drew his wand, aimed it at the crate and cast Invisibilis Revelio. The crate shimmered, revealing its location. It would end within a minute, since he underpowered the spell. Harry would give the assistant another chance to sell them. Maybe next year he might even point them out if they were still there. Luna smirked, but didn't say anything. There was a reason those books were rarely found, but she would let Harry have his fun. They ended their shopping trip with a stop by Fortescue's ice cream parlor, much to their and Fortescue's delight. For adults, 4 teens, one of whom was Harry Potter. Every time Harry visited his shop, he ran out whichever flavor Harry chose. By the time they were done, there was already a line out the door. Pomona Swirl was the flavor of the day, a mix of every fruit possible to turn into ice cream. Dobby would stop by before closing to see if there was any left. He was promised Fortescue would hold a gallon of it for pickup the next night. FG. The rest of the summer before the Quidditch Cup seemed to fly by for the teens. Harry still had his physical training with Herky, mental training with Fawkes, and studying in the Potter Library while they weren't visiting with Hermione. During their private times, Harry and Luna snogged eagerly whenever they felt like it, whenever they were at the Manor, and more reservedly when at the Rookery for her father's peace of mind. Luna set the pace of their relationship and Harry respected that. Neither of them tried to push the other further than they were comfortable with. By the last week of August, all the teens were eager for the Quidditch Cup. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley wanted them all to gather at the Burrow on the 24th, before port keying to the site on the morning of the 25th. Sirius, who was as excited as the kids, didn't want to wait and instead took his group, Harry and Remus, to camp there on the 23rd. What Sirius didn't tell anyone is that leaving on the 23rd was to help distract Harry from the vision he'd seen early that morning. Shortly after his evening training with Fawkes, Harry was pulled into a vision of Voldemort plotting and an old Muggle being killed, seeing the event through the eyes of Voldemort's snake familiar. Sirius hoped seeing all the magicals traveling to see the game put up their tents would take Harry's mind off what he'd seen, the sight of dozens of magicals trying to put up tents, then giving up and using magic anyway, had Sirius, Remus, and Harry falling to the ground laughing themselves silly. Remus had experience setting up tents, and managed to keep Harry and Sirius focused enough on him to help set up their tents. Sirius had gotten a large plot for his group since there were so many, even a magical tent would struggle. There were legends among those who camped in the wizarding world of tents that could fit 100 and still have room, but nobody in England had one. Sirius would have to make do with 2 large tents. By the time the tents were set up, most of those that arrived at the same time as them had finished as well. It was like someone had spilled out a kaleidoscope onto the campgrounds, tents of all colors and shapes. The one that currently took first place for magical breach was a tent covered in rotating shamrocks. As night fell, the ministry officials had another headache to deal with as almost everyone started using magical fires to cook their food, meaning there was a rainbow fire at almost every tent. Sirius and Harry were laughing while boiling a kettle of water over a normal fire, before bringing it inside for some cocoa with the pizza Remus had operated away for. The next day, the Longbottoms port keyed in with the Grangers, who wore charmed bracelets to prevent them from being befuddled by the Muggle notice-me-not charms all over the campsite. The wizarding adults of the group worried the bracelets weren't working correctly though because the Grangers kept stopping to stare at all the magical tents. Mr. and Mrs. Granger had to constantly assure them the bracelets worked and that they were merely amazed and dumbfounded by all the tents. Luna and her father showed up just before noon on the 24th, Mr. Lovegood needing to print and send out the latest copy of the Quibbler before they could leave. Luna gave Harry a tight hug when she saw him along with a discreet kiss on the cheek, causing Harry to smile widely at her. After getting everyone else settled in the black tents, the teens all went exploring the campsite, while the wizarding adults told the Granger parents about previous games they'd seen. It turned out that Augusta was an avid fan of the Vimborn Wasps, who always had vicious beaters. Sirius liked the Appleby Arrows, known for their speed. Remus was a fan of Puddlemere United for their strong teamwork. The Granger parents then spent the next several hours learning more about Quidditch than they ever wanted to know, and little of it was about the actual sport. While the Grangers had an enlightening chat about Quidditch, Hermione and Luna were snickering shortly after leaving to explore. Hermione because she suspected what her parents were experiencing and Luna because she'd seen it. Harry and Neville were also snickering. They couldn't believe how outlandish some of the tents were up close. And the tents matched their occupants, colorful and unique. They saw several of their friends from school, all of whom gave them an excited wave and tried to introduce them to their parents. The overexcited captain of the Gryffindor Lions, Oliver Woods, was staying in a tent decked out in Puddlemere United colors, which he happy exclaimed he'd been scouted for a reserve keeper position. They had allowed him and the starter keeper for the team to come and watch how the game was played at the top tier. Woods excitedly introduced Harry to the older keeper and exclaimed about Harry's skill as seeker for the Lions. Harry was able to escape after an enthusiastic handshake from the professional. One adult they weren't surprised to see was Professor McGonagall. She was there with Madame Hooch, the school flying instructor and Quidditch referee. Their tent was one of the more noticeable ones by appearing normal. Minerva had managed to restrain her co-workers' eagerness by taking charge of setting it up herself, having more experience in the non-magical world. Some of the Muggle-born students she visited had been camping when she showed up after all. After wishing them a good day and admonishing them to please stay out of trouble, causing a wince from Luna, the teens continued their way through the campsite. As the others turned to leave, Luna met Minerva's eyes and you could hear the silent words passed between them. "You just had to say that, didn't you?" After getting a wince from Minerva, Luna rejoined the others. Minerva had the sudden thought that maybe she should send an owl to Madame Bones, admitting how she'd probably just jinxed the rest of her time there. As she made her way into the tent, Minerva had no idea how good that idea would be. After leaving their teachers, they then decided to find some souvenirs, given they could see a few stands put up nearby. They could also smell baked treats advertised. Sirius and Augusta gave the boys some pocket money for this, and they raced the girls there. With a muttered "boys" from Hermione, the four made their way to the stands. They were only small stands, being rather far from the stadium but near the water well. The souvenir stand had flags and memorabilia from both teams that made the finals and their home country's flag. The treat stands sold flag cookies and the distinct treats from the home countries. The Irish stand sold soda bread and potato crisps, while the Bulgarian stand sold rice pudding and sweet banitsa. They also advertised other great treats that weren't as easy to sell at the stalls or walk around with. The stall owners were elated when Luna described the other dishes. She said she had tried them on the journeys her father took her on. With toys and sweets in hand, they decided to head back to the black tents, with Luna talking about when she had visited Bulgaria and Ireland with her father and mother. Harry decided he was going to have Maple and Dobby try their hand at the dishes Luna talked about. They would have plenty of time to learn them and practice by the Yule holiday. By the time the teens made it back to the black tents, they found the Granger parents almost glassy-eyed, with Sirius prattling on about when he played for the Gryffindor Lions with James. The look the parents sent the teens was filled with appreciation. While the Mr. and Mrs. Granger changed interest to the magical souvenirs, Harry started listening to Sirius talk about playing with his father. He'd known, thanks to Hermione in their first year, that his father had played chaser while he was at Hogwarts, but it was another thing to hear about it from someone who played with him. While Harry was entranced by Sirius's trip down memory lane, Luna went into the girls' tent and called for Maple. She asked her to make some of the Irish dishes that Harry was interested in trying. While she waited for Maple to get back, she watched Harry from the tent flap, a smile on his face. That afternoon, they all tried the Irish food Maple had made and brought to Luna. The Grangers didn't know where all the food came from, but a knowing look from Luna made Hermione drop it. They all enjoyed the rest of the afternoon before they got to enjoy the scene like the previous night, the Ministry running around and trying to get the witches and wizards to use regular fires. They finished the night with a cup of hot chocolate, each cup a different flavor. The next morning the Weasleys showed up, Ron looking very tired and dizzy from taking an early morning port key. When asked what was wrong, Ron told them about his mother waking him up at 4 in the morning and only giving him toast and porridge for breakfast. Charlie, Bill, and Percy got to sleep in because they could apparate. They then had to hike for miles out of town and up a hill, meeting the Diggorys along the way. Ron then complained about Mr. Diggory constantly boasting about his son. While Ron was complaining to Harry and his friends, Mr. Weasley was struggling to get his borrowed tent up. After 5 minutes, Mr. Weasley finally accepted Sirius's help in putting the tent together. They had it assembled within another 5 minutes. When the tent was finally assembled, Mr. Weasley went about making a pot of tea and set up to make sausages on a campfire he'd quickly made. By the time the tea and sausages were done, his eldest 3 sons came walking out of the trees after 3 quick pops. The 3 quickly approached Sirius and Harry, smiling and waving. The young men soon shook Harry's hand as they approached, excited to meet Harry Potter. Percy acted like it was the first time he'd met Harry, despite sharing a tower with him for 3 years. After tea and sausages, with lots of banter from the Weasleys, 2 ministry officials stopped by for a chat with Mr. Weasley. Bartimaeus Crouch from the Department of Magical Cooperations and Ludo Bagman from the Department of Games and Sports. Mr. Crouch was a serious man with a very trimmed mustache made famous by a German leader, though Harry doubted Mr. Crouch knew that, with a tight business suit. Ludo Bagman, on the other hand, was dressed in an old wasp suit, which did nothing to hide his lack of physique and was clearly magical. Percy tried to chat up his boss, Mr. Crouch, but was quickly brushed off with a dismissive remark about receiving his update at work and calling Percy Weatherby, causing the twins to grin maliciously. Mr. Bagman accepted a seat and cup of tea while Mr. Crouch declined both, grouching about how busy he was and thanking Mr. Weasley for trying to obey the statute every other magical was breaking with their flamboyant tents and magical cooking fires out in plain view. He sighed as he watched the camp owner walking around in a stupor from all the spells they had needed to keep him under to not notice the magic all around him. Young children several tents down were outside on their toy brooms for heaven's sake. After Mr. Crouch had left, Mr. Bagman tried to book everyone there for some bets. Luna caught Harry and Sirius's eye and shook her head no, and they both subtlety nodded. Mr. Bagman only got bets from Mr. Weasley and the twins. Mr. Weasley bet 5 galleons on Ireland while the twins bet 10, and got another 5 on for their bet by getting him interested in their fake wands. When Mr. Bagman gave the wand a wave, it turned into a rubber chicken that instantly let out the sound of a rooster crowing. All the teens shared a knowing smile at that while Mr. Bagman laughed and complimented their charm's work. After Mr. Bagman wrote up the betting slips and put the gold in a bag on his hips, he walked off with a smile. The twins smirked and nodded to Luna, who smiled and raised an eyebrow. What only Sirius and Luna knowing, the twins had approached Sirius to act as go-between for a bet with the goblins. After hearing what the bet was, he laughed and then doubled it with his own money and paid the fee for the goblin service. Ireland wins with Bulgaria catching the snitch. The odds were nice a fat, with the twins betting 27 galleons, 15 sickles and 3 nuts, and Sirius doubling that. The payout on those odds would be huge. With 3 compounding factors, the goblins offered 50/1 odds, netting the twins and Sirius each 1350 galleons, 750 sickles, and 150 nuts. They needed Sirius to make the bet for them because the goblins run the odds and charge 10% of the possible profit for their fee, and the one placing the bet must sign a statement with a blood quill that they didn't get the bet from a seer. Both would have prevented Fred and George from making the bet, since the fee would be 6 times what they had before betting their entire savings. After a short lecture on gambling, Mr. Weasley thanked his sons for keeping their bet small. The twins could barely keep the smirks off their faces, while Sirius and Luna quietly snorted at that. Given the truth, the adults released the kids to wander the campground again, Harry leading the way, while they went to the vendors for souvenirs. When the teens got back, Sirius was covered in Ireland memorabilia and handed them each an omniocular before explaining what they did. They were a magical mix of binoculars that could record and describe what the wearer saw, providing play-by-play account on the matches they watched and even allowed the viewer to watch in slow-motion high-speed matches. Everyone thanked Sirius for his generous gift. Sirius grinned and let out his barking laugh. After the teens told the adults about what they had seen, it was time for them to head to the stadium. Vendors lined the path to the stadium. While the vendors around the campsite sold minor cheap trinkets and small sweets, these stalls sold the high-quality, big-ticket items. Enchanted players flying on miniature brooms, shamrocks with the name of the Irish team, shape-shifting Vela dolls shifting between cheerleaders and the avian forms, leprechaun dolls with golden cauldrons, omnioculars, food stalls vending all kinds of Irish and Bulgarian dishes. As they made their way to the entrance, they were met by a ministry official checking the tickets and directing people to their seating. Lord Black, Artha, welcome. Tickets, please. Prime seats, sirs, top box. Up these stairs behind me and up as far as you can go. You'll be with the ministers and Ludo Bagman. I'd have to sell my house for one seat that good, the ministry official exclaimed. The Weasleys looked embarrassed at his last comment, but Sirius was beaming. It wasn't even a quarter of what he'd been given as compensation for being locked up. As they made their way up the stairs, they saw a lot of their friends from school and the people they'd met while here. Unfortunately, they also met up with the Malfoys near the top, who stood near the minister as he talked to someone. Harry and Draco traded a few barbs, his father looking on with amusement while his mother watched with a frown. When Draco started getting too boastful, Mr. Malfoy cut him off before trading a dismissive barb with Mr. Weasley, which Sirius flipped on him. Before Mr. Malfoy could say more, Mrs. Malfoy grabbed his arm and gave him a meaningful head nudge towards the minister, who was starting to notice the disturbance. Not wanting to hear Minister Fudge throw platitudes towards Sirius and Harry, he threw his nose in the air and moved away further into the box like he needed to talk to someone else and didn't have time for them. Mrs. Malfoy gave Sirius a silent apology before guiding her son after Mr. Malfoy. After another few minutes of climbing stairs, they made it to the top box. The only other occupant was a trembling house elf that was sitting next to what appeared to be an empty seat. Harry, however, noticed the faint magic of a disillusionment charm. His magic sight reduced so that he wouldn't get a migraine from all the magic in the camp. Luna also noticed the invisible person next to the elf, though she glared at them. Harry and Luna didn't trust the hidden stranger, so subtly arranged that none of their party or the Weasleys would be sitting in front of them. As the box slowly filled up, the seats before the hidden seat and the seat occupied by the clearly scared elf remained empty until the minister and the Malfoys, his personal guests, arrived. While the minister took a seat in the back row, next to the Bulgarian Minster of Magic and the Irish Minster of Magic, the Malfoys sat in the front row. Draco Malfoy sitting right in front of the hidden occupant. The last occupant to arrive in the box was Ludo Bagman, still dressed in his old seeker outfit, and a smile that couldn't get bigger without looking forced on his face. After checking with his minister that everyone was ready, he pointed his wand to his throat and said, "Sonorous," the voice amplifier spell raising his voice over the cacophony eager Quidditch fans packing the stadium. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the finals of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup." After Mr. Bagman proclaimed the opening of the finals, spectators screamed and clapped. Thousands of flags waved, adding their discordant national anthems to the racket. The huge blackboard opposite the top box was wiped clear of its latest message, Bertie Bott's every flavor being a risk with every mouthful. To display Bulgaria. 0, Ireland. 0 in large gold letters. He then took great joy in calling forth the Bulgarian team mascots. Vila. All the men in the stands sudden got even more excited while the ladies that sat near them almost all glared. Harry didn't know what Vila were before a dozen beautiful women wearing red cheerleader outfits walked onto the field, and a euphoria-inducing music worked its way into Harry's head. Harry was confused, so he looked over at Luna, who looked back at him with concern, worry, and a little hurt in her eyes. Seeing that look in Luna's eyes drove the music for Harry's mind before he took her closest hand and kissed the back of it. Luna immediately smiled, and the negative feelings in her eyes were chased away by love and happiness. After regaining control of himself and comforting Luna, Harry looked around the box at the others. Ron was ripping up his shamrock. Neville had a look of intense focus. The twins had their shirts off and were flexing, while Malfoy had his wand out and was fire-writing an arrow above himself. All the male adults just looked lustfully at the Vila cheerleaders, much to the ire of Mrs. Malfoy. After giving Luna's hand another kiss, Harry turned back to the performance. He could see why everyone was smitten. Even without the hypnotic effect, they were quite beautiful women. Eventually the Vila performance was over and they took their seats on a bench near their side's entrance. It was amusing seeing everyone in the box come back to themselves. Doubly so for the scolding glare Mrs. Malfoy was giving her husband and son, who had yet to put his wand away. It was a bedazzled-sounding Mr. Bagman that called for the Irish mascots, leprechauns. As soon as Mr. Bagman called for them, they shot out of the Irish entrance as a comet of golds, greens, and reds, flying around the stadium, dropping gold coins as they passed. Those using omnioculars could see the little green-suited men grinning and laughing. After several laps around the stadium, the leprechauns formed a giant red, green, and gold rainbow in the center before forming a giant leprechaun. After their performance, they landed on the field near their team's entrance. They laughed as they saw the humans picking up the coins. Leprechaun gold disappears after a few hours. Back in the top box, Harry watched as Mr. Bagman grabbed as many of the coins as he could along with Ron and Draco. Seeing his girlfriend very badly hiding her amusement, Harry quickly remembered what he'd read on leprechauns and realized why she was so amused before grinning at her before looking back towards the Bulgarian entrance. Marvelous, simply marvelous display from the mascots of both teams. Let's give them a round of applause. The stadium exploded with applause and whistles, and more than a few catcalls for the Vila. After a minute, Mr. Bagman got their attention back to him. Yes, they are amazing, but it's time to introduce the stars of this monumental event. The Quidditch World Cup. The crowd exploded with cheers once more. Now, join me in giving a warm welcome for the Bulgarian team. Dimiro, Zograf, Levski, Volchanov, Volkov, and their seeker, the one only Victor Krum. All the Bulgarian fans were calling out to their favorite players, a large majority of them calling out for Krum so close together it was clear among the cacophony of cheers. The Bulgarian team flew a lap around the stadium while their national anthem, Mila Rodino, all riding firebolt brooms. Those using their omnioculars could see their names and team number inlaid with gold in the handle. Once they finished their lap, they took their positions on their side of the stadium. Once the Bulgarians were in place, Mr. Bagman began again. Yes, welcome Bulgaria's champions. Now it's time to join me in welcoming the Irish team. Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and their seeker, from the rocky roads of Dublin, Aidan Lynch. The Irish fans let their cheers be heard, and rather than a single player they called out, "Go Ireland!" Half the crowd lifted large shamrocks too, turning half the stand green when viewed from the other side of the stadium. As the Irish team started their welcoming lap, the Irish nation anthem, Amran Nob Fian, rang out. They too flew on firebolts, taking pride and strength from their anthem and the cheers of their fans. When they flew into place, the song tampered off and they stared down their opponents. Yes, welcome Ireland's champions. Now, let's all welcome our referee, all the way from Egypt, acclaimed chair-wizard of the International Association of Quidditch, Hassan Mostafa. Called Mr. Bagman, causing spotlights to be aimed on the referee. He was small and skinny, completely bald but with a mustache to rival Vernon's, wearing robes of pure gold to match the stadium with a silver whistle poking out of his mustache. He was walking to the center of the stadium, a firebolt broom in one hand and the other his wand, which was pointed at the floating black and gold case behind him. As he got to the center, he addressed the players twice, once in each nation's language. Getting nods from everyone on both teams, Mustafa waved his wand at the case, causing it to burst open, releasing 3 of the 4 balls inside before he mounted his broom and grabbed the final ball, a ruby-red quaffle. Blowing his whistle, he threw the quaffle into the air, and the game began. The match was more intense than any Harry had seen at or participated in at Hogwarts. The quaffle changed hands so fast Mr. Bagman barely had time to say the name of the player that held it. Harry was tempted to slow down the match through his omnioculars like Ron, but didn't want to miss anything. Harry's enhanced eyesight and magical sight allowed him to just keep up with the plays and keep track of the snitch. He never did this during his matches, because it would be cheating and he liked the challenge. Harry was proven right when Mr. Bagman called out a goal, but Ron was confused because he was 10 seconds behind. Hermione chided him before turning back to the game. The match was as brutal as it was amazing, however. Bludgers being hit and blocked by beaters sounding like thunder. Fouls to the chasers nearly sending them off their brooms to the ground below. And then there was the plays the Seekers attempted on each other. Crumb seemed to have favored and perfected the Wronski feint, managing to catch Lynch in it multiple times. After one successful feint, the Irish Seeker was unconscious for several minutes before he could be woken and continue to search, leading to a well-aimed bludger to the face of Crumb. He stayed on, but his nose was clearly broken. Even the mascots got in on the action. The Vila trying to distract Mustafa before the leprechauns drove them off him and got into a scrap with the Vila, causing them to transform into their avian forms and threw fireballs in retaliation. In the end, after 20 minutes of play, the Irish were ahead with 170 to Bulgaria's 10. It was arguable why Crumb went for the snitch when he next saw it, but the presiding theory is he wanted to end the game on his terms when the snitch still mattered. Sight obscured by blood and likely a concussion from the bludger that got him, Crumb caught the snitch, ending the match with Bulgaria, 160 to Ireland, 170. The Ireland supporters were cheering while the Bulgarian supporters were either clapping or shouting derisions at the Bulgarian Seekers. Mr. Bagman, despite sounding a little hoarse from shouting his commentary for the last 20 minutes, called out in elation the end results of the game. And that, folks, is the end of the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. Victor Crumb catches the snitch, but Ireland wins. I don't think any of us saw that coming. The twins eyed him accusatively while Sirius was grinning ear to ear. Will each team take one more lap around the stadium before joining us here in the top box? The crowd cheered as the Bulgarian team did their lap, Crumb holding up the still struggling snitch with his nose bloodied. They made their way to the top box where they shook hands with the 3 ministers of magic, their own congratulating them on an amazing game, though everyone in the top box could see it was slightly forced. Then the Irish took their victory lap around the field, Lynch being supported by Moran and Connolly as he flew, still dazed from 2 Wronski feints, before they made their way to the box. Their minister was thrilled with them, going so far as to hug each of them, before they were presented with the trophy. Troy and Quigley, the top scorer and the beater who got Crumb, held the trophy aloft. While the Irish supporters were cheering, and all eyes in the top box were on the winners of the cup, nobody yet noticed that Draco's wand was missing. FG. That night, before the Weasleys left them, Mr. Bagman came by to give the twins and Arthur their winnings. Arthur had made a simple bet with 5 galleons that Ireland would win, netting him 25 galleons, which Mr. Bagman paid out with a wry smile. Then he went to pay out the twins for their 15 galleon bid with good odds. He was kicking himself for telling them that. When he pulled out the 300 galleons, Harry caught how they glowed to his sight unlike the other galleons. Harry got their attention. Sirius, is it just me, or is there something different about those coins? Harry asked. He knew he couldn't just reveal himself. Sirius caught on quickly, knowing not everyone here knew Harry's secret, so took a closer look at the gold while noticing Mr. Bagman was looking defensive. Well, there's a quick spell we could use, one of the only good spells I learned from my parents. The True Gold Charm was popular back when everyone still used the gold standard in the Muggle world. Sirius quickly explained before casting the spell. Revelio Veritas Aurum. The next moment the galleon's Artha was still holding shined, while the gold the twins held glowed green. Mr. Weasley had his wand in hand and pointing it at Mr. Bagman in moments, while Mr. Bagman just looked shocked and confused. Harry, what made you think he might have tried to cheat my sons? Artha asked, his eyes narrowing at Mr. Bagman, who now had 6 wands pointing at him while Percy had gone to get help. I saw him pick up as much leprechaun gold as he could grab while they were doing their performance. Given that he went around making bets on the outcome of the match and looked completely surprised by the outcome, I would assume a lot of people bet on Ireland, meaning he lost a lot, so he gambled again on people not being able to tell the difference until it disappears and he's able to pay those he can't cheat safely, like fellow ministry officials and the goblins. Harry said, at which point Mr. Bagman blanched. Harry caught this and deadpanned. Mr. Bagman, you didn't bet the goblins and give them leprechaun gold, did you? You're not that stupid, right? Harry asked. Mr. Bagman looked away and blustered about not being talked down to by a child. All the adults in the tent looked at Mr. Bagman with incredulity. After a minute of waiting, Percy came back with a group of Aurors, led by Dawlish. John Dawlish saw the 6 wands pointed at Mr. Bagman and winced. Mr. Weasley, as the boy's father, spoke up. Aurors, we caught Mr. Bagman here trying to cheat my sons of one of the many bets he brokered before the match. Tried to pay them off with leprechaun gold, revealed by Mr. Potter's sharp eye and Lord Black's use of the True Gold Charm. Tried to cheat my sons out of 300 galleons, and would have too if it wasn't for them. You might also want to wake Dirk Cresswell. Seems he did the same with the goblins. While the Aurors listened, several of them glaring at Mr. Bagman, Auror Dawlish looked unnerved. He didn't want to deal with this and didn't want to deal with the goblins. Dirk Cresswell was one of the rare Muggleborns that managed to head a department, largely because no pureblood wanted that job, but he had a temperament to work with the beasts and for them. Auror Dawlish winced as one of the Aurors behind him cursed as he used the True Gold Charm, only to find out the gold he'd won earlier that night, against Mr. Bagman no less, was fake. Auror Dawlish decided to cuff Mr. Bagman and move things to the ministry before this trouble between 2 department heads became a brawl. With Mr. Bagman being led out of the tent, the adults decided to pack things up. The mood ruined. Everyone helped pack up and within half an hour they were gone. The Longbottoms inviting the Grangers to spend the night at the Longbottom Hall, as they had the most empty rooms without revealing Harry's secret. They left in the quiet of the night, not knowing how close they had been to a night of terror. FG. Draco Malfoy had held his parents back in the top box, not being able to find his wand, but knowing he had it out after the Vila performance. They were the last to leave the box, his father berating him for his carelessness and his mother trying to defuse the situation by saying they'd get Draco a new wand tomorrow. When they had gotten back to their tent, Crabbe Sr. and Goyle Sr. were waiting for Mr. Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy ordered his wife and son to return home, stating he'd be home before morning. Once they were gone, Lucius Malfoy and his old friends donned the cloaks they had been forced to put aside for over a decade. These joyous fools think they're safe and demean the name of wizard by watching half-bloods perform for them. It was time to remind them how safe they really are. Time for the Death Eaters to cause some strife. In the name of their master, of course. I want to thank you all for your patience. I truly apologize for the long wait for an update. This story will not be dropped, even if it takes a while to finish. Year 4 is nearing, and that means the Triwizz. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter and look forward to the next. Sadly, no chapter trivia this time. We'll see about next chapter. News and moving forward. Disclaimer. I'm not J.K. Rowling. I don't get the royalties for Harry Potter and all its merchandise. /N. Before anyone says anything. Yes, I cut SPEW and its initiating moment. Hermione's character was great, but one of her fatal flaws was not being able to accept the house elves didn't want freed. It's one of the reasons Hermione will never visit Potter Manor. The next morning, Sirius was having some coffee before breakfast as he waited for Harry to get up. While he waited, an elf popped in with the morning's Daily Prophet. Sirius takes a sip of coffee before flipping open the paper and immediately spitting the coffee out. There on the front page was the dark bond floating above the Quidditch Stadium. Daily Prophet. Mayhem at the Quidditch World Cup by Rita Skeeter. While fans of the Irish national Quidditch team celebrated the victory of their team, others with less than innocent intentions decided to join the festivities. While those who were fortunate enough to witness the Quidditch World Cup were celebrating, or commiserating in the case of the Bulgarian fans. A group of troublemakers wearing the garb and mask of he who must not be named followers appeared to turn merriment into mayhem. Several of these individuals grabbed and levitated the camp owner and his family, a wife and 2 children, while others in the group set fire to the various tents that they came across and cast blasting curses at the feet of anyone they saw. Thanks to a concerned citizen that must have a gift for divination, a large group of aurors were on site to ensure those that chose to celebrate or commiserate with a few stiff drinks didn't cause too much trouble. Therefore, when the masked troublemakers started causing chaos, the aurors were already on scene to handle the issue. When the aurors confronted the masked individuals, they were met with wands pointed at them and bombarda, rather than we surrender. It is rather fortunate for our nation's finest that they had been trained by recently retired Mad-Eye Moody, whose famous phrase constant vigilance both bolstered the aurors and, according to a few, admitted to the phrase haunting their dreams. The aurors kept their wits about them, blocked the curses, and returned with a wave of stunners. Unfortunately, all the stunners were shielded from or spell-swatted, a very advanced skill used by duelers, away from the masked individuals. The altercation lasted until someone away from the group cast the dark bond into the sky, a bond that hadn't been seen in the sky since the fall of he who must not be named, usually cast after a murder was performed with the caster long gone by the time aurors got there. When the bond went up, the masked individuals distracted the aurors by banishing the muggles at them and activating illegally made portkeys. After the muggles were seen to, the aurors rushed to the site of the casting only to find a stunned elf holding the wand that cast the bond. Details about the wand cast were not made available at this time. The elf in question was one Winky, the personal elf of Bartemius Crouch, head of International Magical Cooperation and former head of Department of Magical Law Enforcement. When accusations were made that the female elf cast the bond, Bartemius Crouch removed a glove and threw it at her, releasing the elf from service by giving it clothes. Amos Diggory, head for the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, then took the released elf to the ministry for questioning. Who were the masked individuals who caused mayhem the night of the Quidditch World Cup? How did the elf get the wand and cast the bond? What will the ministry's response be? Dear readers, we at the Daily Prophet will endeavor to find out and share our findings with you. For more on the history of the Quidditch World Cup, see page 3. For more on the followers of you-know-who, see page 2. For more on House Elves, see page 10. Daily Prophet. Sirius couldn't believe what he was reading. It's a good thing we didn't stay the night. I wonder who the concerned citizen was. Sirius continued to read the rest of the paper while he waited for Harry to come down. He glared at the show of bigotry by putting the elf issue on page 10. Sirius silently thanked the citizen with the premonition. Things could have been a lot worse if the aurors hadn't been there when the trouble started. Several minutes later, Harry came down and joined Sirius at the table. Shortly after he sat down, the table filled with food and all the elves joined Harry and Sirius. Harry smiled at all his elves and at Sirius, happy to be eating with his family. After breakfast, Sirius handed Harry the Daily Prophet. The edges of the paper were slightly burnt by the time Harry was done readying. He sat the paper down and wondered how the others were doing. FG. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall put down the paper and scowled. Death Eaters at the World Cup. And though her name wasn't mentioned, she caught that part about a citizen with a gift for divination. The nerve. Minerva McGonagall had very little patience for that branch of magic and didn't mind letting her students know it. She looked over at her friend reading the paper with fear and thought, well, at least we both made it back safely. I'm glad I sent off that message to Amelia. Madame Hooch looked over to her and silently thanked her friend for dragging her back to Hogwarts after the match instead of celebrating with the other Quidditch fans after Ireland's victory. She had thought Minerva was just being paranoid when she came back into their tent and wrote a letter to Madame Bones after Potter and his friends had stopped by on a walk around the campsite. Madame Hooch went back to her paper and breakfast to hide a small smirk. For all she hates the subject of divination, she's always had a minor knack for telling when something was wrong. FG. At Longbottom Hall, Madame Longbottom scowled as she read her morning edition of the Prophet. Death Eaters, despite the fools at the Prophet not clearly saying so, and the dark bond. It's a good thing we left and took the Grangers to the hall last night. Augusta Longbottom thought. The part about the elf casting the bond, though, was utter rubbish. Elves can imitate wandless magic, but they can't use wands. They don't have enough of their own magic to use them. Not that they aren't powerful on their own when they need to be. She couldn't help but think about what Harry said his elf Dobby did when Lucius Malfoy threatened him after Harry tricked Lucius into freeing Dobby. She couldn't help but inwardly chuckle at that. The Potters never were ones to sit back and allow others to be hurt when they could do something about it. It was a good thing they had the Longbottoms to back them up. The number of times that habit of the Potters had gotten them in over their heads. Mr. Granger had asked to read when she was done, and to say he was scared after finishing the first article was an understatement. Mrs. Granger was gripping his hand tightly under the table as she read beside him. Madame Longbottom, once again I can't thank you enough for inviting us to stay the night after the cup and that unfortunate business after. If you hadn't, we might have gotten caught up in this, Mr. Granger said as he whacked the front article of the Prophet. Augusta acknowledged his thanks and said, Think nothing of it, dear. It was no trouble, and like I said last night, we have the space. Now, would you all like to head home today? Or maybe stay until the first to see the children off? She asked. They shared a look before Mr. Granger sighed and said, I thank you for the offer, but we need to get back to our dentistry. We can't exactly disappear for a week. Hermione is welcome to visit while we're at work, but we get so little time with her we'd like her home while she's still here. Augusta smiled and nodded. She understood and remembered feeling the same about Frank when he was a boy back for the summer. Perfectly understandable, it was just an offer. There are a couple ways to get you home, but we'll talk about that after breakfast. FG. At the Burrow, Mrs. Weasley didn't know how to feel, so let the most prominent emotions of anger and fear flip-flop depending on the statement. She was angry with the twins for gambling, upset at Arthur for letting them, furious at Bagman for trying to swindle her sons, terrified that they had nearly been caught up in the mess last night, and angry at the Death Eaters for attacking. She was also angry with herself. The last thing she had done before Arthur and her youngest had left to hike to their portkey was yell at the twins about the number of OWLs they had gotten. She felt devastated. That could have been the last thing she'd said to them. Arthur wanted to help his wife, but knew better than to try and get in her way when she was angry. Mrs. Weasley didn't let the kids know what was in the paper, but by the time dinner was ready they knew because of Percy. Mrs. Weasley was upset with Percy but was still more upset with herself. So instead of yelling at them, she burst into tears, causing her children to become concerned. Arthur took the chance to comfort his wife while she talked about how she felt. By the time she was done, everyone in the Burrow was crying and hugging her, dinner forgotten. All those working took the remaining days before September 1st to comfort Mrs. Weasley. By the end of the week, she was smiling and yelling again, so her children assumed everything was all right again. Nobody would know for a long time that her boggart had changed, and she would have difficulty ever dealing with them again. FG. Luna Lovegood was in an extremely good mood that morning. She had got to see the cup with Harry. He wasn't overly affected by the villa, and the events of the night were nowhere near as bad as she had seen. She knew she couldn't make any overt changes herself, but Harry was like a quicksilver in a potion, vastly changing the reaction speeds of various events. Harry being there a few days earlier and meeting the professors, with Professor McGonagall's slip of the tongue after meeting him, increased the aura guard that night from those watching and staying after the cup to an on-guard team. She briefly wondered what effect Mr. Bagman being caught herself before she looked. She enjoyed the surprises being near Harry caused. She wished she could spare Harry the pain she had seen the next school year would bring him, but couldn't. She could only be there for him when he needed her. One thing was for sure though, this next year would be very exciting and one she'll never forget. With her breakfast complete, and her father at the office, she went to work making the runic crossword puzzle for the next edition of the Quibbler. She giggled as she knew nobody but her friends would ever guess she hid tidbits of what she had seen in with the rest of the words. Anyone with the gift might, but the only ones at Hogwarts were die-hard Trelawney fanatics who bully Luna when they can. If anyone took the time to look, they would have found out about the Goblet of Fire and the sham that was supposed to be the Triwizard Tournament. FG. With the Malfoys, Lucius Malfoy was not a happy Death Eater. He and his friends had barely started their fun when the Aurors showed up to ruin it. To make matters worse, his foolish son had lost his wand and the stupid thing refused to be summoned. Neither Lucius or Narcissa knew the wand was currently in the DMLE evidence lockup. Narcissa would need to take Draco to get a new wand, since none of the wands they had in the house matched him. The boy just had to have a wand with unicorn hair instead of dragon heartstring. After breakfast served by his new elf, after Potter had tricked him into freeing his servant, and throwing the paper advertising his loss into the fire, he gave Narcissa a bag of galleons and told her to take the boy with her to get the new wand. Little did he know the embarrassment that would result from that decision. He then went to his study and sealed the door. He was thinking of how to deal with Dumbledore and Potter while enjoying some wine. Narcissa and Draco finished up their meal and left for Diagon Alley, which was packed full of last-minute shoppers preparing for a new year at Hogwarts along with the standard witch and wizard. When they entered Ollivander's wand shop, they had to wait for a new first year getting their wand. After the 15th wand the Malfoys had seen the boy try out, Ollivander proclaimed them a tricky customer with a wide grin before dashing off. Narcissa just huffed and summoned 2 more chairs for them to sit in while they waited, not offering the courtesy to the other family. Just as the boy found his match, Elm with unicorn hair, and left the shop, Kingsley Shacklebolt walked in with Tonks following behind along with Auror Dawlish. Just as Narcissa was getting up to state first claim on the wandmaker's time, Auror Dawlish spoke. "Sorry, Mrs. Malfoy, urgent DMLE business. We need to identify a wand for us. Then we will be on our way." Narcissa huffed but sat back down, glaring at the Auror who had brushed her off. Auror Shacklebolt pulled out an evidence bag and from within withdrew a black wand. He was about to ask Ollivander to examine it when Draco Malfoy shot from his seat and snatched the wand from Kingsley's hands. "This is my wand. Where did you find it, Auror?" Draco demanded before his mother could stop him. "Young Mr. Malfoy is correct. That is his wand. Hawthorn wood, 10 inches, with a unicorn hair core, springy. Though I must admit myself curious how it came into the Auror's care," Ollivander said, examining the wand and seeing more than anyone else in the shop. The Ollivander family had stayed successfully in the wand-making business for so long because they had natural mage sight. They could literally see the cores in the wand reaching out and binding with the young witches and wizards that came to them for wands. Sometimes it only took so long to make matches because they are fond of pranking their customers and multiple matches calling out for the same child. "This wand was found at the scene of a crime, lad. You're saying this is your wand? It's the wand used to cast the dark bond the other night after the cup?" Auror Dawlish questioned, missing the hard look Auror Shacklebolt was giving off and the look of incredulity from Tonks. "Where were you the other night, lad?" Auror Dawlish asked, missing the glares of all the adults except for Ollivander. "We were in the top box with the ministers last night, best seats in the stadium. I lost my wand after the Vila took to the field. I think they all wanted me. Then Father..." Draco Malfoy kept talking, not seeing the scowl on his mother's face as she told him to stop talking, despite the fact she'd silenced him already. "I did not give my consent for him to answer any questions or nothing he said can be used. We will be going now," Narcissa Malfoy said as she grabbed Draco roughly by the forearm and pulled him from the shop. "Auror Dawlish, you just unlawfully questioned the family of one of the minister's close friends, and caused them to storm out with the limited evidence we had. One more mistake like that and I'll see you booted back to the training program," Master Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt said. "Auror Tonks, write up a report on this while I take Auror Dawlish here for a chat with the bosses to try and salvage this." "Mr. Ollivander, thank you for your time," Auror Shacklebolt said, with a nod to Mr. Ollivander before walking out with a shocked Auror Tonks and a dumbfounded Auror Dawlish. Ollivander blinked owlishly before smirking and moving to reshelve all the wands he'd pulled for the child to try. From word at the Leaky Cauldron, Auror Dawlish couldn't catch a break when he came to Diagon. Once he finished putting all the wands away, he pulled out his copy of the Quibbler. "I wonder what little tidbits they'll put in the next article." They were right on the money about the winners of the cup. When Narcissa and Draco made it home shortly after, Narcissa took Draco's wand and told him to go to his room. She clamped down on her occlumency shields and went to see Lucius. This wasn't going to get pleasant for any of them. And she was right. As soon as Lucius Malfoy heard what had happened, he was enraged. Angry at his son for this embarrassment. Angry at the Auror for daring to talk down to his wife and question his son without his say. Angry at the bastard who had stolen his son's wand and cast the spell into the sky with it. By the time he'd calmed down, his office was a mess of papers and destroyed wine bottles. Lucius called for his elf and ordered it to clean the mess before turning to Narcissa. I need to head to the ministry now and sort this mess out. Greasing the minister's greedy hands should make this go away. Narcissa, he is to stay in his room except for meals until he gets back on the train to Hogwarts. No Elvis, no Os, no Vand. And so help me if one more thing happens. Before he reaches Hogwarts, I'll remind the boy why he should never embarrass me, Lucius stated before marching out of the office as the elf worked. Despite knowing what would happen and preparing for it, Narcissa Malfoy couldn't help but be rooted to the spot in fear. She would have to be strict with Draco, or else he'd find out why so many feared Draco's father and their master. Narcissa was only glad she hadn't been forced to take the bond, and that her son had only been a year old when the Dark Lord fell. Once she could move again, Narcissa headed to her son's room to inform him of his father's directive. She prayed nothing else would happen within the next week. FG. Someone must have heard her prayer, because before they knew it the last week of August was over, and the teens were back on the Hogwarts Express. Harry and his friends all shared a compartment halfway up the train while Draco and his friends were dropped off early and were seated near the front of the train, just behind the prefect's car. Unfortunately for all involved, Draco and his friends didn't stay in their compartment like they were told to by their parents. Half an hour into the ride, they left to find Harry and his friends. Well, if it isn't Potty, Weasel, Longshot, Loony, and the Mudblood. Was as far as Draco got before he and his friends disappeared, Dobby standing behind where they were. Dobby is sorry, Master Harry. Dobby needed to set up before popping Old Bad Master away this time. Trying to ignore the Master Harry comment, Hermione asked Dobby, "What did you do with them this time? You didn't lock them in a girl's toilet again, right?" Dobby shook his head but looked away. Harry sighed and asked him, knowing he wouldn't answer Hermione but couldn't not tell him. "Dobby, what did you do with them this time?" Dobby looked abashed before answering. Dobby put Mean Boys and Old Master in Caretaker's office, after filling the office with stinky bombs. The girls scrunched up their noses, while Ron laughed uproariously. Neville smirked, but Harry just deadpanned at his elf. "I think you need some more lessons on humor, and less time around Sirius. Okay, Dobby, after they get found in there you are to freshen the room before cleaning and organizing it. If you find anything else of my father's group, bring it to Sirius. After that, you are to leave a note of apology on Mr. Filch's desk." "Understood, Dobby?" ordered Harry. Dobby bowed and popped away, a cheeky smirk on his lips. Harry just shook his head and sighed before turning to Luna and quietly asked, "What else is he going to do?" Luna just smirked and shrugged. Harry sighed and pulled out a chocolate frog to take his mind off his prank-crazy elf. Sirius was a bad influence on him. After eating the frog, Harry checked the card and nearly froze time with his deadpan. While everyone looked at him with concern, or amusement in the case of Luna, Luna peeked over at the card and started snickering. Harry revealed the card Harry Potter. It was the same picture that was on all the books about his made-up life. Luna plucked it from his fingers and slipped it into a pocket while Harry was still deadpanning. Harry eventually relaxed and decided he'd have Sirius deal with it for him while he was at school. He'd send him a letter with Hedwig tomorrow. He then turned his head to Luna, who just smiled sweetly at him. He knew from that look he wasn't getting that card back. Note to self, by full ownership of Honeydukes. When Harry thought that, Luna started giggling. With their annual visit from Malfoy Jr. out of the way, the five pulled out books and read the rest of the way to school. Hermione had even managed to find a book for Ron, History of Broom Making. Everyone else was reading one of their school texts, despite being a year ahead with 2 in Luna's case. FG. The Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station shortly before 7, in the middle of a thunderstorm. With all the other students running to the carriages in hopes of escaping the rain, and the first years had to still follow Hagrid across the lake, Hermione cast a water-repelling charm on all of them before calmly walking through the rain without getting wet. Harry smirked at his friend's antics, basically calling everyone else dense by doing that. Harry and the rest of his friends all hurried to follow her, wanting to get up to the castle before her spell wore off. The group of fourth years gained the looks of both awe and annoyance from their classmates, depending on which year you were in. The five quickly made it up to the castle in the carriages and made their way inside. Upon entering, Peeves tried to hit them with water balloons, only for the balloons to bounce off the anti-water spell. Peeves didn't like this, so targeted them specifically, leaving the second and third years coming in behind them to quickly pass. As Professor McGonagall came running, Peeves threw all his remaining balloons at them and blew them a raspberry before bolting off with a cackle. Harry let out a bit of his power and all the water on the floor evaporated, saving Professor McGonagall and several students from slipping. She thanked them and gave Harry and Hermione each 10 points for their solutions for the safety of the students. Professor McGonagall then ushered the five into the Great Hall before casting drying charms on all the students walking in. Harry gave Luna's hand a quick kiss before they separated, and Luna went to the Ravenclaw table while Harry and the rest went to the Gryffindor table. Harry and his friends sat down and waited for the rest of the students to arrive. The longer it took, the more Ron complained about being hungry. Silently Harry agreed, but he wouldn't say it aloud. When the 4 house tables were nearly full, Professor McGonagall opened the antechamber door that led out near the head table and ushered the new crop of first years in, though they all still looked soaked even after drying charms were used. One young boy even seemed to be wearing Hagrid's coat. There were closer to 4 dozen than 3, so the sorting ceremony stretched on after the hat gave its yearly song. From Ackerley, Stuart for Ravenclaw to Whitby, Kevin for Hufflepuff. By the time the sorting was done, the new defense teacher had still not turned up, leading to the students gossiping about it. Thankfully to the students, especially around Ron, Professor Dumbledore let the feast begin without any announcements. Unfortunately for those near Ron, his table manners had not improved over the years. Once the feast was over, Professor Dumbledore stood up and made his way to the podium in front of the head table. The talking around the hall fell away and all the students paid attention to Professor Dumbledore. Students, for those just joining us, welcome. For those returning, welcome back. I have a few announcements to make before we can all turn in. First of which, Mr. Filch has asked I remind everyone magic is not to be used outside of class and that his list of banned items now consists of 437 items. If anyone wishes to check it, it is hanging on Mr. Filch's office. Professor Dumbledore and several teachers had smirks at that, knowing no student would willingly go check the list. The heads of house had refused to have it on their notice boards in the common rooms because of its insane size. For those just starting here, and those in the older years that need the reminder, the Forbidden Forest is just that, forbidden to all not accompanied by a professor. Also, though I know most of you won't like this year's inter-house Quidditch competition has been cancelled. Professor Dumbledore had to stop at this. The Quidditch fanatics were outraged and let their anger be heard, especially the Weasley twins who demonstrated they had inherited their mother's vocal cords. He needed to shoot several cannon blast spells to get their attention back. This is because of another event that will take place here, one that the Ministry has deemed ready for another attempt. The Tri-Wizard Tournament, that made all but the most fanatic members of the teams quiet down. The Tri-Wizard Tournament is an ancient competition between the 3 largest schools of the age, that being Hogwarts, Bowsbatten, and Durmstrang. It was believed to be a great way to bolster international friendships and cooperation, until the death toll rose too high. All the students were excited except those like Hermione who caught the reason it was stopped. Hermione tried to catch Luna's eyes, but she found the blonde glaring at the headmaster, which scared Hermione. Luna always smiled unless she was actively getting bullied or someone was trying to do something stupid and/or would hurt Harry. There have been many attempts to reinstate the tournament, none of them being very successful, but our head of magical games and sports and head of international magical cooperation feel it's time to try again, and it is being hosted here at Hogwarts. We have been working tirelessly to ensure no champion finds himself or herself in mortal danger. My counterparts from Bosbatten and Durmstrang will arrive in October with their best students, with the selection of the champions taking place on Halloween. That alone sent shivers down the spine of Harry and his friends. First year there was a troll in the castle that nearly killed Hermione, and second year Halloween bonded the start of nearly 6 months of bullying for Harry, being assumed to be the heir of Slytherin whose monster was attacking Muggleborns and petrified Filch's cat. It wasn't until Hermione was attacked that they realized it wasn't Harry. Despite solid reasons, it couldn't be Harry sprinkled throughout the year. Even without the events of his first and second year, Harry hated the 31st of October, as it was the anniversary of his parents' murder, which everyone seems to not realize. Harry shook those negative thoughts away and refocused on Professor Dumbledore's speech. An impartial judge will select which student from each school is most worthy of competing for the cup, the glory for their school, and 1,000 galleon prize money. That had all the students talking. Those in the 6th and 7th years were eager to try. None of them, aside from Luna and Harry's group, noticed the smile that didn't quite reach the headmaster's eyes. Eager as I know you all are to bring glory to Hogwarts, to reduce the chance of mortal peril for the competitors, the ministry and we heads of school have seen fit to impose an age restriction on entrance. Only of age 17 and older will be allowed to put forth their names for consideration. This Dumbledore was cut off by the cries of outrage from those that were 16. He could barely keep the mirth out of his voice as he reasserted himself. This is for the safety of those that compete, as the tasks will still be dangerous and difficult, no matter our precautions. It was agreed that those over the age of 17 would best cope with the stress and danger of the tasks. Having quelled the most vocal outcriers, Professor Dumbledore continued. The heads of school and those they bring to enter before the impartial judge will arrive in late October and remain until after the last task of the tournament in June. I know that each of you will afford our guests every courtesy while they are here and put your full support behind Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. No, you all have class tomorrow, so off to bed with you all and pleasant dreams of victory for Hogwarts. The students started talking amongst themselves as they rose from the tables, the fifth-year prefects attempting to corral the latest crop of first years to follow them to their common rooms. Older students taking the various shortcuts they had learned over the years. Harry was worried that Luna was still glaring at the headmaster, and his bad feeling about this competition only grew. Eventually Harry was pulled along, seeing Padma Patel getting Luna's attention. Who was the impartial judge? Why did he feel so concerned about the competition when he wouldn't be able to enter it even if he wanted to? Why was something inside him screaming something was wrong? And why did Luna look so angry at the headmaster? Harry would have to wait to find out the answers to all these questions, and the answers would change his life forever. /N yes, I know I cut Moody's entrance. He'll make his appearance in the next chapter. I'll admit I found it harder than I thought to keep a key moment of the book accurate without copying verbatim. Plus I didn't want to sit and copy several pages.
Triwizard guest arrive.
Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter, that honor belongs to J.K. Rowling.
Harry Potter non fateor, qui honor a J.K. Rowling.
Talk thought, Phoenix telepathy, quotes from the book. Later that night, the five met up in the room. Harry looked worried, and the look on Luna's face scared everyone else. They were all used to the happy, whimsical, smiling Luna, whose darkest look they had ever seen since meeting her was fierce disappointment, aka Hermione. Harry was about to talk, but an easel appeared in the room with a blank canvas. Luna turned to it and silently cast a spell at the canvas, shooting what appeared to be paint out of her wand that covered the canvas. When she was done, instead of the mess of paint everyone else expected, a rather dark painting took shape. The painting depicted a jeweled goblet of gold, filled with fire. The goblet was placed atop a pile of skulls, their fleshless faces marred in agony. The sky around the goblet was blood red, with fire shooting in from one side. In all, the painting looked like it could have been painted in hell. All of Luna's friends looked at the painting in fear while she frowned at it, not pleased by it. The painting gave off a feeling of wrongness to it. Luna, what is that, and why do I feel the need to burn it and run from the school? Harry asked, getting a pout from Luna and weird looks from the others. While they might feel the same, they would never have said it as bluntly as that. That Harry is the goblet of fire, and I don't blame you for wanting to run. The painting came out darker than I intended, but the context is correct as I see it. The origin dates back near the founding of the school, after the danger of the witch hunts had died down and other schools for magic started popping up. The goblet started out as merely a trophy for the winning school, but soon developed a fire spirit within it, fed by the brutal competition and the burning desire of the competitors. As the competition fell out of favor for several decades with the rise of conflict with the Muggles, the fire spirit starved, but refused to die out. When the competition was brought back, the goblet was brought out of storage, still burning. The new headmasters of the schools didn't know it wasn't supposed to, given enough time for some historical knowledge to be lost. The long period of isolation and starvation had corrupted the already hot-tempered spirit. When one of the competitors died, it took their magic to feed on. The death of a competitor led another to drop out, and the goblet claimed his magic as well. That is what happened to Godric, great-grandson of Godric Gryffindor. Since then, only those that are disabled in previous tasks in the Triwizard Tournament forfeit. While everyone was still shocked from this, Luna continued. As the years went on, the spirit grew more powerful as it fed on the determination of the living and the magic of the fallen. The schools continued to host the tournament until the travesty of 1792. In the first task of the 1792 tournament, a cockatrice got out of control and killed the 3 heads of school, the champions, and half the crowd before it was killed. Since then, the goblet and spirit have been locked away, starving for more than 200 years. When they unleash it this October, the fire spirit will be ravenous. Luna said, scowling. Harry then walked over to Luna and hugged her. I can see that you're frustrated and feel that you're slightly scared, but we'll make it through this. I wouldn't want to take part in this tournament, and that's before that history lesson you gave us. But given what you saw the summer after we met, I know I won't be able to avoid this tournament. But with you and all our friends, I know we'll make it through this year. Remember, you said I'd be freer than ever before, right? Luna just nodded and hugged him back tighter. The rest of their friends then moved in to join the hug. After a minute of hugging, they gave Luna space to breathe and all smiled at her, which she gratefully returned. Ron, trying to be supportive, said, that was really cool how you painted with just a spell. Can you teach the rest of us? At everyone's excited nods and requests for her to teach them, Luna smiled at them all and started teaching them magical painting. Several hours later, there were dozens of amateur paintings and more paint on the floor and wall than on the canvases. In the center of all the paintings was Luna's latest work, nearing the level of a masterpiece of Luna painting her friend's painting. If you investigated the painting Luna was painting, you could see several miniature paintings of the original, each smaller than the last. This is what Fawkes found when he joined them for Harry's mental training. That was how their night went, with the painting of the Goblet of Fire shoved into a corner of the room like it was in their minds. It would stay there for the rest of the year before disappearing deep within the room of lost things to never be seen again. FG. The next morning, the group joined their classmates in the Great Hall for breakfast, where they got their first look at the new DADA professor, Alastair Moody. He appeared to be a grisly old man with more scars on his face than smooth skin and a magical fake eye that moved on its own, constantly jumping focus from student to student. It shined with magic to Harry. Even at the reduced level, he had to keep his true sight at around the castle. From under the table, anyone who cared or dared to look would see a wooden leg. Luna purposely avoids looking at him to avoid glaring. She can't reveal him yet, and it would do no good to antagonize him. She took comfort in knowing he'd be gone before long. Once she got her class schedule from Professor Flitwick, she left to join her friends at Gryffindor, which some with the House of the Raven start to see. For her electives she took care, ancient runes, and arithmancy, while Harry and the others kept their classes. Aside from Hermione, who after a year of all the electives dropped divination and Muggle studies. In 4th year, ancient runes, Professor Babbling announced they would be moving on to Egyptian hieroglyphs while still having an overview of Elder and Younger Futhark with the possibility of attempting minor warding at the end of the year. She then tempted us with what would come in our OWL and Newt years should we pass with at least an EE on our OWLs, Babylonian and Atlantic. From the course books she'd had us read, we all knew that's where the most powerful runic arrays came from. The class was determined to do well this year and next. In arithmancy, Professor Vector wasted no time on a quiz to see if the class had forgotten anything. Though she frowned at a few, she moved on to harder equations and the theories behind them. At the end of the lesson, she revealed a large equation and challenged the students to work it out by the end of the year. Harry and Hermione could only make out roughly a quarter of it, but what they did work out made them excited. In Care of Magical Creatures, Hagrid pushed the boundaries of what was legal, or just wasn't aware of them, and crossbred a fire crab with a manticore and made blast-ended scroots. They were slimy creatures with an exodermal shell, with no clear head. The scroots blast fire from both ends to move, and its mouth was on its stomach. In Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall had them do a pop quiz with various transfigurations they'd done the last 3 years. Harry and his friends surprised her with their skill, and she awarded them each 10 points. She then assigned everyone to read the first 3 chapters in their new course book along with an essay on the importance of focus and visualization in Transfiguration. An inch for every failed Transfiguration. In Charms, Professor Flitwick also gave them a pop quiz of what they'd covered in the last 3 years. At the end of class, he then displayed the summoning charm, Accio, before assigning an essay on the history and use of Accio. When Harry and his friends looked up the spell, they were surprised by how useful the spell can be. Then came Defense Against the Dark Arts. The 4th years were the last to have Professor Moody as a teacher, and everyone aside from Luna was excited about his class. The group, having learned to trust Luna's intuition, were all on guard as they made their way to 4th year DADA. Moody decided to start things off with a bang, literally, as he slammed the door shut as the last student entered, making several students jump in their seats. After declaring the need for constant vigilance, he took roll, his magic eye shifting to look at each student as they called out. Once he verified everyone was in attendance, he began discussing what they had learned with the last 3 professors, and proclaimed they were woefully behind on curses and counter-curses. He then began to talk about the unforgivable curses and called on students to name them, before taking a jar with several spiders from his desk, taking out a spider, and performing the curse on the spider after enlarging it. First came the Imperious Curse, Imperio, a curse that allows the caster complete control of a creature or person, allowing delayed reactions months after the curse was cast. Only a strong will can fight it off. He cast the curse on a spider and has it jump around the room. When the students find it amusing, aside from Ron who looks ready to run to the door, Professor Moody by taking the example to a darker turn. What should I have him do next? Professor Moody asked. Leap down your throat? Jump out a window? Drown himself? Professor Moody continues as he positions the spider to follow through with what he says. Make no mistake, students. The Imperious Curse is no laughing matter, and there is no way to tell who's under one until after they act. Second was the Torture Curse, Crucio, a curse that causes all the nerve endings in a body to flare up, causing extreme pain. When Professor Moody cast Crucio on the spider, it triggered a flashback for Neville of the night his parents were tortured by the curse. Harry and Hermione see the pain it's causing Neville, so Harry puts a hand on Neville's arm while Hermione begs the professor to stop. The professor looks at Neville and relents, sending the shaking spider back to the jar. The third curse spelled instant death for all but one, which Professor Moody was more than happy to single Harry out for. Nobody answered when Professor Moody asked the students the name of the third curse before he'd cast it on the spider. Even Hermione was biting her lip to keep silent. It didn't matter. Once he was tired of waiting, he cast the spell, Avada Kedavra, and the spider dropped dead in a flash of green light. The flash of green brought back memories of Harry's worst nightmares, of the night his parents were murdered. This caused him to tighten his grip on Neville, causing him to hiss in pain before seeing the look in Harry's eyes and realizing what was happening. He placed his free hand on Harry's and squeezed back, which brought Harry's attention back to the present. With an appreciative nod from Harry, they both let go to focus on the rest of the lesson. Hermione saw what happened but said nothing. She would talk to them both that night. After the lesson was over and they left, they found Dobby waiting for Harry outside with a jar of Bruise Begone salve and a hug for Harry. They ducked into an empty classroom to apply the salve before heading to the library to meet up with Luna. Given DADA was their last class of the day, Luna gave both Harry and Neville a sad look before she hugged them and pulled them to a table. FG. That night, they both talked about their flashbacks with the others there for them. Neville finally opened up to his friends about his parents' condition. Everyone silently wished they could help their friend, when suddenly there was a flash of light in the room, and a book appeared named Treating the Untreatable by Merton Emeries. Hermione was about to open the book when it opened itself and started flipping pages until it stopped halfway through. Hermione quickly read what was written and wrote it down in case the book disappeared. Just as she finished writing down the passage, the book flashed and disappeared to its hiding spot. After blinking the spots out of her eyes, Hermione read what she'd copied down. The brain and mind are delicate and quite difficult to heal when damaged, infinitely more so when damaged by dark magic. With much costly trial and error, I managed to find a remedy for almost any illness of the mind. It is the work of two very rare magical materials from light-aligned creatures. Tears of a phoenix freely given, blood of a unicorn freely given. Phoenix tears can cure or heal nearly anything and make a remarkable catalyst for medical alchemy. But try to force a phoenix to cry and you'll get naught but liquid ash. Unicorn blood is known to cure most anything, but leaves a lingering curse on the body and soul of the taker unless freely given. Freely given unicorn blood has a purifying effect and amplifies any healing potion. To heal the brain and mind of one cursed by dark magic, boil 5 ounces of phoenix tears with 1 drop of unicorn blood in a golden cup and have the afflicted breath the vapor until it's all gone. Keep the cup before them, for they will expel the curse. Catching it in the cup will keep it contained until the cup can be purified. Everyone looked at each other in surprised amazement. A means to heal Neville's parents. Written in a book by Merlin himself. Not that the cure was easy. Freely given tears of one of the rarest magical birds and blood freely given by one of the most protected creatures in the magical forest. But now there was hope, especially since they regularly interacted with a phoenix. Just as Neville was wondering how he'd even manage to approach a unicorn, given they were protected by the centaurs, Luna spoke up. Don't worry, Neville, by the end of the year you will have what you need. The real challenge will be getting the grandmother and the healers to allow you to try. Some may see this as blood magic, despite it being alchemy. I'll get her to understand. It's a chance to finally get my parents back. I'm not the scared little boy who will let her dictate my life anymore. Neville says, before flinching and looking at Harry. Knowing what Neville's thinking, he smiled at him and waves off his worries. If I had the chance, I'd be excited about it too. With the painful memories brought to bear by the day's lessons put to rest and new hope for the future kindled in Neville, the group knuckled down on the assignments of the day and their drive to improve. The arithmancy project displayed for a long project to work on around everything else. FG. After the first week of September passed, the friends all found their stride for the new year and were making headway through their studies. With the advanced studying they had done the year before, they blazed through this year's curriculum while leaving their peers and teachers none the wiser. As October began, they were already halfway through their studies for the year. The arithmancy array was becoming easier to understand, except for Ron, who wasn't taking it, and Luna, who could already understand it. She would wait to take advantage of it until the others understood. On the 1st of October, the headmaster reminded them that the foreign students would arrive for the tournament on the evening of the 30th of October. During the month of October, the teachers were extra strict while Mr. Filch and the elves were extra busy cleaning the castle and keeping things in order. The tension in the castle as the 30th approached was so tense that an incident happened that would automatically go down in the records of Hogwarts legends, where caretaker Filch took a mop to the potions master Snape after he caused some first-years to wet themselves after a dressing down. The thunderous expressions on the headmaster's and deputy heads' faces was quietly talked about by all the students. It was half an hour later when the first of the visitors arrived, with an arrival that would make a certain Disney princess jealous. It was Dumbledore who spotted them coming, though one first-year thought it was a dragon and started to panic. It was Dennis Creevey that identified it the closest as a flying house. As they drew nearer over the forbidden forest, the students could see it was a giant powder-blue horse-drawn carriage, pulled by a dozen Abraxan. As the horses landed with thump and a clop as they continued running up the courtyard, slowly slowing, the carriage they pulled through the sky landed with a loud thump and bounced for several seconds before gravity once more took hold and the wheels blurred with the speed of the steeds, until the team of Abraxan and the carriage stopped before the assembled students. When they came to a stop, a young man in blue quickly descended the driver's seat and made his way to the large door on the school-facing side. On the door was the crest of Bowsbatten, 2 wands crossed and producing 3 stars each. The young man quickly had a latch beneath the door free before lowering the stairs and opening the door, from where the largest women any of the students or staff had ever seen stepped out. Hooked nose and dressed in satin black, adorned with black opals around her neck and fingers, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, Madame Maxime, cut a striking figure in the darkening light. As she approached, she smiled at Dumbledore and held out her hand, palm down, and Dumbledore barely had to lean to kiss it before saying, "Madame Maxime, welcome to Hogwarts," leading his students to clap behind him, smiled and waved to the carriage and announced, "My students." On her announcement, the students exited the carriage, all in powder blue and none of them dressed for the Scottish weather. They walked with strength and poise, but it was clear that they were already starting to shiver as they lined up behind their headmistress. "Are we the first to arrive, Dumbledore? I hope we will not be made to wait long in the cold," Madame Maxime asked, noticing her students' attempt not to shiver in the freezing wind. Dumbledore's smile dropped slightly as he said, "You are the first to arrive, though I suspect Igor will be here any moment. If you'd like, I can have Minerva here guide your students into the entrance hall to warm up while we wait." Madame Maxime frowned at this but relented with a slow nod. With a polite command to follow and a motion from Madame Maxime, the Beauxbatons students followed Minerva past the Hogwarts students and into the hall. As they passed, Professor McGonagall noticed the warmth and nodded to Harry, who seemed to be the source. Harry merely raised a brow and nodded. As she led the students into the hall, Minerva mentally berated herself for not casting warming charms on the students. It was bloody 30 degrees out there, and they were made to stand out there for a half hour already. On her way back, she nodded deeper to Harry and conveyed with a measure of apology in her eyes before she rushed back to join the headmaster. Only Harry caught the look in her eyes before she was past. She arrived back with the heads of school as Madame Maxime was asking about the care of her Abraxan during their stay. Dumbledore assured her that Professor Hagrid would be able to hand them. As Hagrid was leading them away, she called out a reminder that they only drank single malt whiskey. A few of the older students taking COMC discussed quietly what they did before malt whiskey was created. Madame Maxime, overhearing this, commented loud enough for them to hear that the Abraxan were much fouler-tempered before they gave them whiskey. A few minutes later, after the moon had already risen, they could all hear a disturbance coming from the Black Lake. Lee Jordan was the first to notice it and called it to everyone's attention. A whirlpool engulfed the whole lake. The giant squid could be seen grabbing on to several trees by the bank to not be pulled in. After a minute and some very angry screeches from the inhabitants of the lake, a mast broke the surface of the whirlpool, slowly followed by what appeared to be a wrecked ship from the Middle Ages. All the portholes along the ship were alight. When the whole ship cleared the whirlpool, the sails were released, and the ship coasted up to the bank nearest the school. As it neared, the sails were pulled up and an anchor was dropped, followed shortly by a gangplank. All the Hogwarts students watched in interest as the students from Durmstrang disembarked the ship and made their way up to the castle. As they neared, the students saw they all wore matted furs over their uniforms of a dark burgundy. As the High Master of Durmstrang, Igor Karkaroff, approached, he laughed heartily and shook Dumbledore's with both of his own before asking how he was. After a quick greeting, he ushered his students in, retroactively asking if Dumbledore minded and stating one of his students had a head cold. With a smiling nod from Dumbledore, the silver fur-clad Karkaroff motioned once more for his students to enter the entrance hall. As they passed, all the Quidditch fans gasped in shocked excitement to see Victor Krum among the students. Victor Krum ignored the antics of the Quidditch enthusiasts and continued through the door. With all the visiting students finally in the castle, the professors motioned the students into the castle with instructions to be seated in the Great Hall. Shortly after the Hogwarts students are seated, the guests are led in by their school heads. The Durmstrang students choosing to sit with the Slytherins, much to Ron's disappointment, and the Beauxbatons students joining the Ravenclaw students. The school heads joined Dumbledore and the professors at the head table with two guests from the Ministry, Bartemius Crouch Sr. and Lodo Bagman. The headmaster tapped his glass to get all the students' attention before announcing, "Students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, I welcome you to your stay in Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thank you all for making the long journey to witness, and for one lucky and skilled student of each school participate in the reawakening of the Tri-Wizard Tournament. Professor Dumbledore stopped for a moment while every student clapped. Yes, thank you, but I hope you have more for our two ministry guests. Bartimaeus Crouch from the Department of International Cooperations and Ludo Bagman from the Department of Games and Sports. Professor Dumbledore had to stop again as the hall erupted with applause for the two. Ludo Bagman more than Bartimaeus Crouch. Thank you for that amazing display of support. Now, I'm sure you are all hungry, especially our guests. So for now enjoy, Professor Dumbledore exclaimed with a clap, the food appearing on all the tables. On each of the tables there were new meals available for the Hogwarts students, foreign dishes that would be found at the other schools. All the students quickly loaded their plates, though most weren't adventurous enough to try the new dishes, while the foreign students enjoyed the familiar dishes. As desserts were being finished, an ornate container was brought in and placed before the head table. After the feast to welcome their guests, the heads of school all rose for attention. I hope you all enjoyed, and I thank anyone who tried some of foreign meals. In fact, a point for each of you who did. Professor Dumbledore stated the house hourglasses showing the new points. With a smile, Professor Dumbledore continued, now that your hunger is sated and thirst quenched, it is time for the big announcement. I present to you the Tri-Wizard Cup. Professor Dumbledore motioned with his wand and the ornate container seemed to flow into the base, revealing a jewel-encrusted golden goblet, which as soon as it was revealed ignited with blue fire. When the fire ignited, Harry could feel the malevolent pressure of the fire spirit, as if it sensed him and hungered for his magic. Around the hall everyone who saw it looked on in awe and or greed. Except for Harry's friends, Luna looked at it with loathing. The Tri-Wizard Cup, the end prize of the tournament and our impartial judge for the selection of a champion for the three schools. Any who are able and wish to enter need only put their name and the school they represent on a piece of parchment and drop in the goblet before the start of tomorrow's feast. After the meal, the goblet will then reveal the selected parchment and form a magically binding contract with the selected champions. I hereby impress upon you all to think carefully before entering, for once selected there is no backing out. The consequences of doing so would be your magic. And so, I wish you all a good night, and more importantly good luck, for if you are chosen it will most likely be the most challenging endeavor you shall ever attempt. As all the students left the hall, most chatting eagerly about who would enter and what the challenges would be, Harry couldn't help the feeling of anticipation and fear that assaulted him, and that the next day would be the start of trouble. /N. Thank you all for reading this chapter, and for those who have been waiting for its release, thank you all so much for your patience. When my computer chair broke back several months ago, my muse threw a fit and refused to work with me, even after I got a replacement. This story is only halfway done. I promise I will see it through to the end. It is my New Year's goal to finish this story before the next year ends. To those that enjoy the accents for the foreign students, I'm sorry to say I won't be doing that. I think my word processor would revolt. Massive kudos for those writers that actually take the time to do so. In the next chapter or two, I will finally be able to share a scene with you all that inspired me for the story, and the true extent of Fawkes' gift will be revealed for those who haven't worked it out yet. For those following along as I release the story, thank you for your patience and for reading. Champion selection. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. I don't make any money off this. The only thing I gain from these is happiness from positive reviews, and arguably some skill. Talk thought. Phoenix telepathy. Quotes from the book. Harry and his Gryffindor friends listened as their housemates talked about who was old enough to enter, and those that were 16 schemed how to get past the age line that Professor Dumbledore had let them all know he would be casting around the goblet, preventing anyone under 17 to enter. When Fred and George Weasley mentioned trying to use an aging potion to age themselves a few months, Hermione tried to advise against it, stating that Professor Dumbledore's spell wouldn't be fooled so easily. The twins scoffed at that and ignored her warnings, but those around them took note and decided to see what would happen the next morning. They heard Katie Bell pressuring Alicia and Angelina to enter, Angelina's birthday having just passed while Alicia celebrated her majority birthday at the end of August. The other seventh years looked to be considering it, thoughts of victory and wealth on their faces. those that couldn't enter and could see beyond their house. Loyalty discussed the other houses' 7th years like Warrington from Slytherin and most favorably Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. Cedric Diggory was gossiped about a lot, especially after he dumped Cho Chang for continuing to attempt to bully Luna. Professor Flitwick caught most of it, now aware of his house's behavior towards Luna, and what he didn't catch, Harry did. Between his looks, skills on a broom, and personality, nearly all the girls above 4th year were interested in him. After nearly an hour, everyone headed to their beds. Half an hour after that, the rest of the 4th years were asleep, allowing the group to slip away to the room like every night since Harry shared it with his friends. When they made it, they found Luna already there and, much to their concern, she was quite irritated. They entered the room, closed the door behind them, and sat on the couches while they waited for Luna to calm down and notice them. When she stopped pacing long enough to notice them, she headed straight to Harry for a hug. With Harry helping Luna calm down, the rest got out their assignments they had gotten from their morning classes. The longest being a foot on poisons and anti-poisons for potions. Snape had been irate that his class had been cut in half by the half-day, so he couldn't poison any of the students or their familiars. They all decided they would practice that potion over the weekend so they would be ready for Professor Snape, Hermione refusing to let them drop the title, to have them make the antidote potion. If he was having a particularly bad day, it would be without instructions on the board. When Ron tried to bring the tournament back up, Luna glared at him, causing him to clam up. The glare she leveled on him wasn't just one of irritation. He got enough of those from Hermione, but of almost hatred. The rarely used critical thinking portion of his mind pushed him to realize she might have seen him doing something incredibly stupid, and he vowed to himself he would watch himself carefully for the foreseeable future. She scares the bloody phoenix. I don't want to think about angering her enough to find out why, Ron thought. The night continued like that, with the friends quickly getting their assignments done and practicing the anti-poison potion, each of them pocketing a vial of the potion in case of emergency. Luna continued to be rather clingy with Harry while they worked on getting further ahead of their classmates. As morning approached outside, they decided to leave earlier than usual, anticipating their housemates to wake early to watch people enter their names in the goblet. With another hug and kiss from Harry as the others left, Luna watched as Harry turned himself invisible and left, not seeing the nervous frown Luna wore. She met back up with them an hour later in the entry hall as another 7th year approached the goblet. She watched as he raised his arms to the cheering of those watching, not noticing a bit of his magic being sampled by the goblet. The rest of the group joined her as Fred, George, and Lee all walked up with grins on their faces and boasted about their attempt to use an aging potion they had just finished and taken a few drops each. With a great deal of theatrics, the twins and Lee swaggered up to the age line, not bothering to examine the floating runes that would have told them their efforts were for naught. With the poise of divers, the boys jumped into the circle holding the goblet. Just as they were about to put their names in, the runes flashed and the two were ejected from the circle, both sporting long white beards. After bickering for a few moments, the two joined the laughter of the others until they were shocked when the headmaster walked up chuckling. "I did try to warn you," Headmaster Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. "I advise you to make your way up to Madame Pomfrey. She's currently fixing up a girl from Ravenclaw and a boy from Hufflepuff who thought they'd aged themselves up a little, though their beards aren't nearly as brilliant as yours." Stroking his own beard as he talked, the twins made their way towards Madame Pomfrey, their heads held high though blushing madly, as Lee escorted them howling with laughter. He laughed harder when he saw Colin quickly hiding his camera and grinning. He hoped the boy knew what the boy was getting himself into. He'd sit back and laugh regardless. The friends made their way into the great hall for breakfast, enjoying the decorations. Clouds of live bats flying around the ceiling while carved pumpkins were positioned all along the tables. They joined Seamus and Dean at the Gryffindor table, talking about who'd entered. Seamus was rather closed-minded and jeered about those that entered from the other houses, much to the irritation of the Badgers and Claws that walked by. Shortly after they sat down, cheers came from the entry hall, following the entry of the Gryffindor chasers. Angelina and Alicia had just put their names in the goblet and everyone at Gryffindor table wished them luck. They all enjoyed their breakfast, trying some of the crepes from France and Pop Era from Durmstrang. As they were finishing up, they decided to visit Hagrid. It had been a while since they'd seen him out of class and they had been working hard. As they were leaving the Great Hall, they watched as Madame Maxime led the Beauxbatons students up to the goblet before having them line up to submit their names for the selection. Headmaster Karkaroff had his students enter their names after the feast. Harry and Luna could see when the goblet made its decision on the Beauxbatons student, the beautiful blonde that had asked for the bouillabaisse the night before. Harry and Luna put it out of mind as they followed the Beauxbatons students out the door and down to Hagrid's. They followed the Beauxbatons students towards the lake, where their giant carriage was placed for the duration of their time at Hogwarts. Nearby the carriage, a temporary stable was set up for their Abraxan, much to the amazement of the Hogwarts care of magical creature students and hippophiles among the three schools. After watching the Beauxbatons students enter their carriage, they stopped by to examine the Abraxan before continuing to Hagrid's hut. FG. When they made it to Hagrid's cabin, Harry knocked on the door several times before the booming barks of Fong came from within. Moments later, Hagrid opened the door, allowing the massive boar hound to leap up on Harry and start slobbering all over him. With a beaming smile, Hagrid invited them all in and his friends all walked past the now drenched Harry and chuckling Hagrid. The teens sipped their tea and pretended to eat the overcooked rock cakes while Hagrid exclaimed how excited he was for the tournament. He walked the line between teasing and revealing what the tasks would be, but Hagrid just chuckled and shook his head, claiming they'd be in for a treat. Hagrid never noticed the pinched or irritated looks that Luna gave him. After an hour teasing them about the coming tournament and talking about his scruts, which were growing rapidly but started killing their siblings till he separated them, Hagrid got up from the table and pulled out the casserole he had started cooking when the teens had come to visit. Hagrid cut them each a portion and served them before retaking a seat at the table. They all enjoyed the casserole until Hermione found a talon in what was supposed to be a beef casserole, killing everyone but Ron's appetite. Hagrid didn't seem to notice and the friends continued chatting and drinking tea with Hagrid as it started to lightly rain outside. At 5:30, they noticed it getting darker despite the drizzle. Well, best get you lot up to the castle. Give me just a sec, Hagrid said, before getting up and moving to his chest. As he reached into the chest, Luna's eyes widened and she called out to him, Hagrid, I think we better get a move on. You might even meet up with the Beauxbatons group if we leave now. They saw Hagrid halt, a bottle half raised from the chest before he put it back and stood up stiffly. When Hagrid caught the look in Luna's eye and the knowing smile on her face, he blushed and coughed, before motioning the teens toward the door. As they walked out the door into the light rain, they showed how advanced they were by silently casting an impervious charm on themselves, causing the rain to slide off them, leaving them dry. Hagrid saw this and blinked before shaking his head in wonder. They started walking, and as they passed the Beauxbatons carriage, they saw that Luna was right. Was there any doubt? Hagrid blushed and stuttered before finally asking if they wouldn't mind the company up to the castle. With an indulgent smile, Madame Maxime nodded her head before taking Hagrid's extended arm and motioned them all forward. It had been a long time since anyone had tried to flirt with Madame Maxime, and she welcomed his shy approach. She just hoped he wouldn't bring up her height. It always irritated her when the few men willing to flirt with her brought that up, the nerve of them all accusing her of being half-giant. When they all made it to the Great Hall for the feast, Luna gave Harry a quick hug and kiss on the cheek before joining the Beauxbatons students at the Ravenclaw table. Professor Dumbledore rose from his seat as the last students joined their tables, before announcing the champions would be selected after the meal and for them all to enjoy. All around the hall, the students from all three schools were excited for the feast and the choosing of the champions that would follow it, except for Harry and his friends, who could feel the tension rise as the meal progressed. As the last of the dessert vanished from the tables, the headmaster rose from his seat once more and motioned with his hands to reduce the light from the floating candles and jack-o'-lanterns, leaving the brightest light in the hall the goblet of fire and the center of everyone's attention. I hope you all enjoyed this delicious feast. Any moment now the goblet's flame will turn blue and launch the selected champions' entry parchment from within, binding them to the magical contract of the tournament. They will then come up here and make their way through the door behind the head table to await their fellow champions and the judges for the tournament, where we will inform them about the first task and other events. I trust you will all support them no matter your house, Professor Dumbledore said, before being cut off by the goblet's flames turning blue. The first parchment flew out of the flames, slightly smoking, and Professor Dumbledore deftly caught it as it fell. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. The Durmstrang students congratulated him as he rose to walk up, slightly unsteadily. High Master Karkaroff joyfully clapped as he joined them before making his way through the door. As Krum made his way through the door, the goblet's fire flared again. The second parchment flew out of the flames and floated down for Professor Dumbledore to catch. The champion for Bowsbatten will be Fleur Delacour. The Bowsbatten girls didn't take losing to Fleur very well and started crying while she rose from her seat. She too moved sluggishly but with forced poise. The rest of the students clapped, especially more than a few glassy-eyed boys, much to their girlfriends' ire. Madame Maxime was thrilled for her champion and eagerly applauded. The heads of school congratulated her and motioned her through the same door they sent Krum. As she made her way through the door, the goblet flared its flames for the third time. The third parchment was shot out of the goblet and was quickly caught by Professor Dumbledore with excitement, eager to find out who the goblet chose for his champion. The champion for Hogwarts will be Cedric Diggory. Hufflepuff's table erupted with calls of congratulations and jostling Cedric as he got up. He stumbled slightly before smiling and making his way up to the head table, where Dumbledore shook his hand before motioning him to the door. As Cedric moved towards the door, Professor Dumbledore returned his attention to the rest of the students. There we have it, our 3 champions have been selected. The first task will be held on the 24th of November. I hope. Professor Dumbledore was cut off as the flames in the goblet flared and shifted, as if fighting the commands of magic upon it. After several seconds, the flames reached up near the ceiling before returning to the goblet, another parchment floating down. A stunned Professor Dumbledore caught the parchment as it floated down to him. He looked at the name on it in shock before the whispers of the students rose. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Every eye in the hall turned to Harry as he sat stunned. Not only was he confused and scared about what had happened, Harry could see and feel chains of flame wrap around him. Luna's words came, smashing down on Harry like the weight of the castle. When an old flame attempts to shackle you, it will break the bindings on your house, allowing you all that is yours to claim. While almost all the eyes in the hall looked at him with confusion and anger, his friends looked worried, and Luna looked worried and resigned. Mr. Potter, please join the others in the adjoining room, Professor Dumbledore said. His tone was absent of his usual grandfatherly softness, laced with concern and irritation. With supportive hands from Gryffindor friends and a look of support from his girlfriend, Harry rose shakily to his feet to move to the required door. As Harry made his way through the door, he noted that all but 2 of them looked concerned. Professor Sprout looked like he'd burnt down her greenhouses, while Harry caught a half-hid smirk from Professor Moody. FG. After the meeting of the champions, Harry was forced to join and a surprise party in the Gryffindor common room. Harry and his Gryffindor friends joined a pacing Luna in the room of requirements. As soon as Harry entered the room, Luna nearly sent them both tumbling out of it with a Hermione-worthy tackle hug. After Harry calmed Luna down and they all took their usual seats, Harry told his friends what happened with the champions. The champions thought Mr. Bagman was joking until the heads of school confirmed it. Ms. Delacour was rather irate, and Mr. Krum was scowled. Their reactions paled compared to their heads of school. Madame Maxime and High Master Karkaroff were enraged, calling the headmaster a cheater, and threatening to leave now and never compete in the tournament again. Professor Moody pulled them up short on their first threat. Apparently their students are as stuck here in this tournament as I am and would lose their magic if they don't compete. And though I'm against it as much as everyone else in that room was, I'm stuck in this tournament till its end, Harry said. They said they would let you know what to expect for the first task. What is it? They just told us it would be on the 24th of November, Ron asked. This caused Luna to glare and give a mirthless laugh, causing the others to look at her warily. Well, apparently Luna knows, but they only told us courage in the face of the unknown is an important trait in a wizard. Therefore, you shall face the unknown. We will tell you what you will be facing the morning of the task. After that, the headmaster offered the adults a drink, which only Bagman took. Mr. Crouch took off with a sour expression on his face. Mr. Karkaroff rushed Crumb out and down to the boat, while Madame Maxime started talking quietly in rapid French as she led Ms. Delacour back to the carriage. Headmaster Dumbledore sent us off after that, correctly guessing at least Gryffindor's reaction to a party. Cedric asked how I entered my name in, and I told him I didn't, but I don't think he believed me, answered Harry. Luna, do you want to share what the first task is so we can be prepared? If not, I understand. No pressure, Harry asked, shutting Ron up with a glare when he was about to balk at her not sharing. Thank you for not pushing to know, Harry, and no, I don't want to share what it will be. You'll find out in time to prepare anyway. Though I will say this, you need to leave the castle tomorrow and get to Gringotts. Those fools have no idea what they allowed to happen by allowing your forced participation in this cursed tournament. While none of them were comfortable with what Luna had said, especially Hermione at the notion of Harry leaving the castle, the boys didn't miss the look of mischief in the blonde's sharp eyes. The five then got to work on their nightly training and studies. When Fawkes came for Harry's specialized training, Luna asked him for a word. Fawkes reluctantly agreed, and the two walked to the other side of the room for a private word. When they finished, Fawkes gave a nod and flew back to Harry, leaving Luna smiling. When Luna rejoined them, she told them that Fawkes agreed to give Harry a lift to Gringotts the next day. Hermione's grumble behind one of her books that at least it would be a Sunday was largely ignored. As morning neared, Harry gave Luna a kiss and wished her a safe walk back, before Luna returned to the Ravenclaw dorms and the Gryffindors returned to theirs. She watched them leave before starting the short walk for her with a smirk. It will certainly be an interesting day, Luna thought as she walked. FG. The morning after the champion selection, Fawkes watched as Dumbledore frustratedly worked through his morning mail. Fawkes wasn't happy about Harry being forced into the Triwizard Tournament, but seeing Dumbledore's frustrations with it and imagining how much trouble the old wizard would have with his mail after the news of Harry's involvement broke to the masses made him quietly laugh in his mind. While Harry and his friends frequently heard Fawkes, he wouldn't give Dumbledore the privilege. It was well over an hour before Dumbledore sighed and sent a note with an elf to Minerva about him heading to the ministry. Fawkes eyed Dumbledore warily as he got up, but relaxed when Dumbledore made his way to the fire instead of to him. With the use of more flue powder than was necessary, Dumbledore was off to the ministry. Once the flames returned to their natural color, Fawkes launched from his perch and flamed away to the room. The Sorting Hat watched this and began to chuckle. When the portraits of former headmasters asked why it was chuckling, it merely shook itself and continued chuckling, though it gave a couple of them meaningful looks. It wouldn't be long before they got what was so funny. In the room, Fawkes arrived and excitedly flew around the teens, though he gave Luna a wide bank. The headmaster just left for the ministry. Now would be the best time to leave the school. Harry, if you would grab on, there is a special arrival point in Gringotts for Phoenix travel. Harry grabbed one of Fawkes' tail feathers and the next moment they were gone. Hermione, Neville, and Ron looked at where they had just been in surprise while Luna pouted lightly. None of them noticed the small smirk she hid. Luna went to her private area to paint several paintings for the room to hide till they were needed. Moments later, Harry and Fawkes arrived at Gringotts. The room they arrived in was polished white marble, aside from the arrival point which was blackened from repeated exposure to Phoenix fire. Across from the arrival point waited an elderly goblin, observing the arrivals and waiting to be noticed. Fawkes addressed the goblin, "Honored Goblin Elder, may your gold grow as your enemies lay forgotten." The goblin bowed and responded, "And may your days be eternal, honored Phoenix. How may Gringotts help you today? We need to see the account manager Goldclaw. The ministry has made a grave error, and we wish to capitalize on it before they realize. Dumbledore just left for the ministry, so time's of the essence," Fawkes said. The goblin had a wicked grin on its face before it bowed and motioned them to follow. Fawkes perched on Harry's shoulder and the two hurried to follow. The goblin, who didn't care to share his name when asked, quickly led them down several hallways that looked identical except for several landscapes. They quickly made it to Goldclaw's office, where the goblin knocked on the door and Goldclaw quickly bid them entry. Goldclaw grinned when he saw the pair and motioned them in and invited them to sit. Once Harry was sat and Fawkes perched on the back of the second chair, Goldclaw spoke. "Welcome, Mr. Potter. Fawkes. I had a feeling I'd be seeing either you or Dumbledore today. Personally, I'm glad it's you, when I found this on my table this morning." On the table sat emancipation parchment work. "Care to explain?" Harry told Goldclaw about the tournament at Hogwarts, about his name coming out as a 4th champion, and the meeting that took place in the small room behind the head table of the Great Hall. As Harry finished, Goldclaw's expression was positively predatory. "To clarify, Mr. Potter, you are being forced to compete by ministry officials in a ministry-sanctioned event for witches and wizards who are of age. If you don't compete, you forfeit your magic to the goblet. You cannot compete unless you're of age, so magic is making that happen. If you will look at this document, Mr. Potter." Harry quickly read the document and nearly dropped it. Under witnesses were Bartimus Crouch, Ludo Bagman, and Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. "There are many forces at work that brought us here today. Somebody tried to use a magical artifact to force you into a tournament you couldn't enter. Magic balances the scales with this. Sign this, Mr. Potter, and you will be considered of age in the magical world, and free to take your place as head of House Potter," said Goldclaw, a blood quill in his hand. With a nod from Fawkes, Harry took the quill from Goldclaw and signed his name where needed. By the time he was done, his hand was agitated, and he could faintly see his name cut into the top of his hand. Goldclaw waved his hand over the agitated skin, and it healed. He winked at Harry's look of amazement and relief. Goldclaw then placed the parchment into the Potter portfolio, and the portfolio flashed before a ring box appeared on top of it. Goldclaw carefully took the box and handed it to Harry, who reverently opened it. Inside was a gold ring with the Potter crest emblazoned on top. Harry carefully took the ring out and examined it. Engraved on the inside of the ring was the Potter family motto, Novissima Autumn Inimical Destruitor Mors. Harry could feel the magic of the ring calling out for him to put it on. When he did, the ring flashed and resized to fit Harry. At the same time, the ring was filling his mind with the history of his family and bolstering his occlumency shields. When Harry opened his eyes, they were blazing green for a moment before his magic settled. "Congratulations on your emancipation, Lord Potter," Goldclaw said. "Harry, now that you are Lord Potter, may I ask a boon of you I was never able to ask your father for?" Fawkes asked. "Of course, Fawkes. You have done so much for me. You brought me back from the brink of death in the Chamber of Secrets, brought me to my ancestral home where I can be safe and loved. You trained me to master my budding gifts in pyromancy. Whatever you need but ask," Harry said, unshed tears in his eyes. "Harry, Lord Potter, thank you. All you need to do is say, 'Henry, you are welcomed home. Let your true form be unbound,'" Fawkes said as he glided from his chair to stand before Harry. Harry said he would honor whatever he asked, so even though he was confused, he did as request. "Henry, you are welcomed home. Let your true form be unbound." As Harry said this, his magic surged, as did Fawkes. Goldclaw quickly used goblin magic to protect himself and his desk, his eyes wide in amazement at what he was witnessing, though that wouldn't stop him from giving them both a bowl locking for initiating this magic in his office. Harry's magic wrapped around Fawkes as he was surrounded by fire. Throughout the fire were splotches of black flames. With the assistance of Harry's magic, Fawkes forced the black flames to the edges of his flames. With a simultaneous burst of magic from Harry and Fawkes, they forced the black flames out, where they quickly dissipated. Harry fell to the floor, weak from the expenditure of so much magic. The chairs they sat on destroyed by the magical pressure. With half-lidded eyes, Harry looked to Fawkes, to see his magic give one more pulse before Fawkes folded his wings and began to grow and change. In the span of a blink, where Fawkes once stood now stood a man of graying hair with maroon clothes embroidered with gold. His most striking feature, though, were his onyx black eyes. Then he spoke. "Harry, thank you. My name is Henry Potter. Your great-grandfather, Funderscorgy. There we go. Fawkes' secret is finally revealed, to those that hadn't worked it out. I planned for this back in Chapter 4. I can't tell you all how happy I am to finally share this scene with you all. Harry Potter is now Lord Potter, Henry is now free, and the tournament has begun." Next chapter we see some of the results. along with an irate Goldclaw and Luna. Won't that be fun? Due to my New Year's resolution, I plan to post a chapter per month and finish this story by the end of the year, bearing another month, long writer's block and distractions. In other news, shout out to everyone else who has the smithing with style achievement on MC. Feel free to guess what Luna is painting, though it's probably obvious. See you all next time. Secrets revealed. Disclaimer. I am not J.K. Rowling. Harry Potter is not mine, so no money comes my way. Talk thought. Phoenix telepathy. Quotes from the book. /N. Beware. Mentions of WW1 and WW2 ahead, along with bashing Dumbledore. No flames please. Goldclaw watched on as Harry tried to recover from the magical exertion and the revelation of Fawkes' secret, while the elder Potter fussed over his great-grandson and worried at the lack of response. When it was clear the young lord would be fine, Goldclaw quickly wrote a summary of the events and sent it off before the guards rushed in and killed the last 2 Potters of the main house. Once that was dealt with, he got his client's attention. Well, that certainly wasn't something I expected to see today. While impressive, there is still the matter of my destroyed office. Fortunately for everyone involved, Lord Potter wasn't required to draw his wand for that. This caused the Potters to take in their surroundings and notice the damage. While Harry was too tired to do more than frown and blush, Henry looked around and blanched. The chairs on the far side of the desk were destroyed and all the items hanging on the walls had fallen. I'm terribly sorry about the mess, Goldclaw. I had no idea the magical backlash would be so powerful. If you'd allow me to draw my wand, I'll have everything set to rights in a jiffy. Very well, Mr. Potter, you may do so to fix the room. Then we will all sit down and you will tell us how this came to pass. Also, for the damage to my office and the allowance to draw your wand, I think I should be compensated. How does 1 vial of freely given phoenix tears sound? Goldclaw asked, an eyebrow raised and lip quirked. Henry flinched, but nodded. It was a steep price, but not as steep as it could be. Similar incidents had led to those involved being banned from the bank to one of the many goblin rebellions. With a quick flick of his wrist, his wand shot out of the old wrist holster to be deftly caught. Henry's wand was dark oak with a phoenix feather core, with a ruby fused to the handle. With several deft swishes, an arching sweep, and a flick, the room flew back to its original state. The last items to repair were the chairs, which looked more comfortable than the originals. With a satisfied nod, Henry guided Harry into one of the chairs before taking the other one. Once Henry took his seat, he was surprised when Goldclaw passed him a small vial. Henry sighed before saying, I'm finally free of that form after more than 50 years. I hope you can understand my reluctance to transform back so soon. You'll have them before we leave. I swear on my magic. Goldclaw narrowed his eyes at Henry before grunting and placing the vial on the table and motioning Henry to get on with his tale. As Henry sighed and sunk into his seat, he looked his age before sitting up straight and began. I was born in the late of 1885 to Charles Potter and Morgan Potter née Fleamont. Like most British magicals, I went to Hogwarts the September after my 11th birthday. I was a Gryffindor and graduated in 1904. I married my Ravenclaw girlfriend, Susan, shortly after we graduated and started working in the ministry while my father started preparing me to take up the Potter seat on the Wisengamot. In late 1909, Fleamont was born. It was my mother's dying wish her maiden name be preserved. He never forgave either me or my mother. It caused him a lot of trouble at Hogwarts. Then 1 year later, Charles was born. The next 5 years were wonderful, raising Fleamont and Charles with Susan by my side. In 1913, my father stepped down from the Potter seat and installed me in his place on the Wisengamot. It was the 4th happiest day of my life. Right behind the day I got married and the birth of my sons. I still wonder if he knew what was going to happen over the next decade. In 1914, chaos broke out in the Muggle world with the assassination of the Austrian Archduke, Franz Ferdinand. Alliances between countries were called upon and the whole of Muggle Europe was dragged into war. Henry said, covering his eyes to block out the horrors. Goldclaw and Harry could see the happiness fade from him as he continued. The Wisengamot was divided about how to handle the Muggle war. Many of us were angry and scared for our loved ones. Others wanted nothing to do with it, stating it's a Muggle issue. We have no need to get involved. What can they do to us? The ICW urged us to hide and not interfere. The Minister for Magic of the day, Archer Evermond, forbade the magical community to aid the Muggles during the First World War. I fought to aid the Muggles of our country throughout the war. It was my pro-Muggle views that excluded the Potter family from being included in the Sacred 28, jumped-up, blood-bigoted bill. The tired Harry could tell Henry had mixed feelings about it. It wasn't until those bastards took to the skies and started dropping bombs on London that those purple-robed nitwits realized the threat the Muggle War posed. When the whole Ministry building shook, Evermond demanded the wards on the building be bolstered, then hid in his office and drank himself stupid. With Evermond demanding we act like turtles and the traditionalists more than happy to comply, all we could do was watch as the bombs fell. But life doesn't stop while you hide, and Susan wasn't one to stay safe. Goldclaw knew what was coming, but that didn't make watching Henry relive it any easier. Harry was holding Henry's hand, trying to keep him grounded. Susan was a healer, working for St. Mungo's immediate care and rescue group while the war was on. They went to the magical areas affected by the bombs. The wards would keep the Muggle medics out, but those areas with weaker wards couldn't keep the bombs out. One day she went out, and only one of her team returned, covered in soot and blood. One of the bombs that dropped in a magical area hadn't gone off when it landed, but the damn thing went off while Susan and her team were treating what they could before moving them on to Mungo's. I felt it when my bond with her was severed. Henry turned back into Fawkes and started crying. Harry just hugged him while Goldclaw collected his due and then some. When Harry saw Goldclaw collecting a second vial of tears, he glared at him and was only slightly mollified by Goldclaw's answer. No use wasting tears on the dead, when they can be of use for the living. I'll give him the second one once he calms down. After several minutes, Henry calmed down enough to continue. He eyed Goldclaw sourly when he saw the 2 vials, but huffed when Goldclaw passed him the second one, which he quickly pocketed. With a sigh, Henry continued his tale. After Susan's death, I was heartbroken. The only thing that kept me going was Fleamont and Charles. Fleamont was only 7 at the time of his mother's death, Charles being 6, and it hurt us all terribly. I fought harder for more involvement in the war, but my peers only saw my grief and used it to block my efforts. A little over a year after her death, the war was over, won by the Allied forces. People were encouraged to move on with their lives. Not as hard for the Magicals as the Muggles, since we Magicals only lost people and the odd property to the air raids. Me and my sons had to keep living despite the hole left in our lives. I resented Evermond and most of my peers till I stopped going to the Wisengamot in 1921, after Fleamont and Charles went off to Hogwarts. After I stepped away from the Wisengamot and the boys were at Hogwarts, I found myself with a lot of free time, so I began to train. I wanted to be ready if war ever broke out again. My father visited one day and saw I was falling into an obsession. He managed to make me stop training and talk with him. It didn't take long for me to break down, and he comforted me as best he could while I cried for the first time since I lost Susan. Once he helped me through my breakdown, he advised me to learn meditation and occlumency to help with my grief. After that he came over once a week where guided me in meditation, and we sat for hours talking, more than we had since I took up the chair. After nearly a year, the family magic reached out to me and helped me become Fawkes, Henry said, a wistful look on his face as he remembered those hours with his father. Henry then sighed before continuing. My father kept visiting me, and every week I could see his age creep up on him. It was shortly after Fleamont graduated Hogwarts, already engaged to Euphemia, and starting on his potions mastery, that tragedy struck us again. My father passed away in his sleep, making me Lord Potter. I didn't want to take the Wisengamot seat back up, so I encouraged Charles to study law and politics so that he could take the seat, Fleamont saying Charles would do a better job. I nearly laughed myself silly when he finally brought his girlfriend by, Doria Black. When the 2 teenagers asked why with annoyance, I only chuckled and said the nitwits on the moat will be in for a surprise. This got a chuckle from Goldclaw while Harry looked dazed and confused. Over the next decade, our skills grew sharper and our vault grew fuller, especially after Fleamont developed Sleek Easy Hair Potion to attempt to foil the curse on the Potter men. I still haven't found that bloody gypsy's decedent so they can lift the bloody curse. All because one of the heirs decided to flaunt his flowing hair and the gypsy took offense. Once Charles took the seat on the moat, The fools didn't know what to make of him, voting more along the neutral faction with the teachings of Henry and Doria. I sat in on the first few meetings and had to silence myself from laughing as he danced circles around the stubborn nitwits. I grew in fame on the dueling platform internationally. But as I knew, peace in the Muggle world didn't last, said Henry, running his hands through his messy hair. While magical Britain's finances didn't change much after the Muggle War, the British Muggle economy and several other countries were in a depression and Grindelwald was on the rise. With tensions rising in countries around the world, while Grindelwald gathered followers and stirred up trouble in Germany, I started preparing for war to resume. I talked with my sons, neither of whom were happy with me for it. They were scared they'd lose me like they lost their mother. After several arguments, it was Charles who said, "If you want to go fight in this damn war so bad, fine. But do so in your phoenix form, so we know you'll come back, and pass on the lordship before you leave." Fleamont was not happy to have the lordship forced on him and was petty. Once I passed on the lordship and transformed, Fleamont shocked us all by locking me in my phoenix form, unable to transform again until the current Lord Potter welcomes me to do so. This caused Charles to get angry and me to flame away. I heard he was forced to sleep on the couch for a month after that. Henry said, mischief in his eye. Henry was too lost in thought to notice that Harry's tired eyes blazed slightly before returning to Emerald, but the thought remained. I'm going to have a talk with Grandpa Fleamont when I return for the holidays. FG. Back in Potter Manor, Fleamont Potter shuddered so violently that his portrait nearly fell from the wall. He had been experiencing something he hadn't felt since he died. Fear on and off for the last half hour. His wife and brother, along with all the other portraits in the hall, felt the slight shift in the magic of the house. As Fleamont flinched again, Euphemia looked towards him worriedly, while Charles smiled impishly. You can feel it, can't you, brother? We knew this would happen sooner or later once Fawkes brought Harry here. Fleamont tried to give his brother a neutral look, but his shaking ruined the image. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. The Potter lordship has been claimed, and your curse is lifted. I know the new Lord Potter will be hearing his tale. Given the shifting of the magic and your jitters, I don't think he's too happy right now. Charles said, in a sing-song way siblings around the world use when their siblings about to be punished for getting in trouble. James and Lily didn't know what was going on, but all the older portraits were giving Fleamont concerned or reprimanding looks. James and Lily asked what was going on, but everybody insisted they wait for Harry's next visit. Fleamont just tried to ignore everyone as he looked down in shame. His actions in anger were coming around to smack him again. FG. Back with Harry, Henry, and Goldclaw, Henry continues his tale. I traveled to Hogwarts to hopefully encourage Dumbledore to fight Grindelwald. I thought that with him out of the way the muggle he was controlling would settle down. I watched as Newt Scamander was guided through his endeavors to thwart Grindelwald's plans while Dumbledore was magically unable due to a blood pact he and Grindelwald forged when they were young men. They managed to break the blood pact and stop Grindelwald on the cusp of him becoming Mugwump of the ICW in 1937. Unfortunately, he managed to slip away. This surprised and confused Harry. How was he almost selected Mugwump when he was a wanted man? Through the use of politicians under his sway, assassinations, bribes, and mostly the use of necromantic acts on a very rare magical creature known as a Chelan. Fortunately for everyone that didn't follow Grindelwald, Newt Scamander and Dumbledore managed to bring the Chelan's twin with them. The live Chelan nearly picked Dumbledore in 1937, but he turned it down. I thought that meant I was right to support him. It wasn't until Dumbledore and Grindelwald faced off again that I realized I was a fool, Henry said, glaring at air. It truly was an epic battle, the elements bending to their wills while Dumbledore's supporters were kept back by Grindelwald's signature spell, Protego Diabolica, a dark curse that burns anyone not invited in by the caster. When I saw Killing Curse about to slip by Dumbledore's guard, I flamed into the circle and took it. Anything that causes the death of a phoenix triggers a burning day, and as you saw, we age back to our true age quickly. Seeing this, Dumbledore scooped me up and ended the battle quickly with Grindelwald off guard due to my interception. Instead of killing Grindelwald so he couldn't escape again, he spirited him away to Grindelwald's own prison, Nurmengard. While there, he cast a binding curse on me, forcing me to be his familiar. That was the dark magic you helped free me from during my release of Fleamont's order, Henry explained, causing Harry to blanch and Goldclaw to curse. With the dark familiar curse influencing my actions, I was unable to return to Fleamont or Charles. With the near simultaneous defeat of Grindelwald and the Muggle Hitler, the Second Great War ended, leaving me trapped with Dumbledore. He was careful to never allow me near Fleamont before my grandson James came to Hogwarts. James never realized I was his grandfather and never made it to Gringotts to claim his lordship after Fleamont died shortly after he came of age. The war with Voldemort in full swing and he was in hiding with your mother. Voldemort had his men watching Diagon Alley for known heirs approaching the bank to claim their inheritance. Only those that supported him made it to the bank. Goldclaw scowled at this but nodded to its truth. It wasn't until James died that Halloween and Dumbledore placed Harry with his relatives that he loosened my proverbial chains. With the main family dead and Harry hidden from all the branch families, he thought his hold over me was unchallengeable. When Harry began displaying his gifts after the incident in the chamber, Dumbledore must have thought he'd found a second golden goose, one already being raised loyal to him. Harry, I'm sure you must realize by now that you're a Phoenix Animagus, like me and many of our ancestors. When I saved you from the basilisk venom with my tears and your magic absorbed them, it changed your original Animagus form and it's been growing stronger alongside you, Henry said, looking fondly at Harry. He chuckled at Harry's shocked expression. Normally, you would have been told when you reached your majority if you were showing the signs of our heritage and guided to it. Dumbledore's and Voldemort's machinations, though, would have left you unknowing if you hadn't visited his office that day and reacted to me. Between Dumbledore wanting you to transform after he realized you could and allowing me to guide you, leaving loopholes for me to exploit, and your girlfriend Luna, Henry fidgets at her name, seeing the opening for you to free me, I'm now free of him and able to reveal all this to you. Though I imagine Dumbledore will have felt the severing of his curse and will soon be here, I advise we finish up here soon. Goldclaw scowled and swore in his native tongue before addressing his clients. While this has been informative, we don't seem to have the time we need to finish everything. I agree the old fool will likely be making a ruckus in the lobby shortly when he doesn't find either of you at Hogwarts. You've signed what you need to Lord Potter. The other matters can wait till your Yule break. I expect with the tournament at Hogwarts, you'll be busy till after the 25th of December. So let's try to meet up between then and the start of the next year. As I told Lord Potter, this second vial is for you, though I wouldn't be against buying it from you, Goldclaw said, smirking at the shock from his offer. Keep it in mind, Mr. Potter. I think it's time for you all to leave. Your guide should still be outside to guide you back to the ash room. With that, Goldclaw promptly pulled out another file from his desk and got back to standard work. The guide was indeed still waiting for them, though he seemed agitated, possibly because of shouting being heard from above. He quickly guided them to the ash room and they promptly flamed away. An angry Albus Dumbledore would be arguing with the goblins for well over an hour before being escorted out at halberd point. FG. Harry and Henry arrived back in the room, much to the surprise of all but Luna, before everyone including Luna drew their wands on the new adult. Harry quickly introduced him as Fawkes, leading Henry to transform back into Fawkes. That turned out to be a bad idea for him, as while everyone else put their wands away, Luna cast 2 silent spells at Fawkes, sending him flying into a painting that appeared behind him. This caused shocked gasps from their friends and a "What the hell, Luna?" from Harry. I made it quite clear to him last time, after he caused you to be unconscious for 3 days due to magical exhaustion after teaching you occlumency. If he ever caused you to be magically exhausted again, I'd trap him again until you are up and back to full strength, Luna said with a sweet smile, though the look in her eye made everyone take a healthy step back. Fawkes changed back in the painting so he could speak to them. It's okay, Harry. She did warn me, and I was foolish enough to transform back to Fawkes near her when she had clearly set up the trap. I'm just glad you weren't unconscious when we got back. Otherwise she warned that there would be turpentine involved, Henry said, shivering at the idea, causing the others to look between Luna and the trapped Henry in shock and a little fear. They now understood why Fawkes had been afraid of Luna. Luna, please don't threaten him with turpentine. He's my great-grandfather. I'd like to get to know him properly before someone takes him from me too, Harry requested. This caused everyone to wince at that and Luna to flinch. Luna frowned before pulling Harry into a hug. Okay. I'm sorry, Harry. I won't threaten him with turpentine again, though he's staying in that painting till dinner time. Okay? Luna asked, looking into his eyes. She could see the hurt in his eyes as he nodded. She hugged him tight and promised herself she'd do something extra nice for him soon. They all went back to their studies, though Hermione tried to make Luna explain how she'd managed to trap Henry, as he was still in his human form while he waited to let out. Luna wouldn't share though. She found the arithmetic instructions in the book on phoenixes while Harry was unconscious, then had a Potter elf hide the book. Luna would take that secret to her far-off grave. Before they left for dinner, Luna released Henry after he transformed again, and promptly vanished the painting, much to the frustration of Hermione. She'd hoped to examine the painting for the secret. Henry then announced he was heading out for a while. He didn't want to be in the castle near Dumbledore for long. With a hug from Harry, he was off for a long overdue chat with his sons and to meet his grandson. After Henry flamed out, the group decided to head down to dinner. It was there they found that the embers of irritation from the rest of the students about Harry's name coming out of the goblet had ignited into irrational hatred of Harry and those around him over the day. To their disappointment and Hermione's horror, only Professors McGonagall and Flitwick reprimanded their houses when they started verbally assaulting Harry and his friends. Professor Sprout gave Professor Snape competition for most severe scowl as she looked down on Harry from the head table. Headmaster Dumbledore, however, seemed to ignore all this as he sulked in his seat, waiting for all the students to arrive. When all the students arrived, Headmaster Dumbledore called for the meal before once more ignoring everyone. FG. Albus Dumbledore was not having a good day. Early that morning he had needed to flew to the ministry to deal with Harry's unexpected addition. The minister couldn't make up his mind if he was thrilled or terrified about Harry's entrance. Ludo Bagman was clearly excited and eager to bet more money he still owed for the blunder at the World Cup, while Amelia Bones was insisting on personally investigating Harry's entrance and aura security for the tasks. He didn't want her or her auras anywhere near his castle or Harry, and had to dance around that topic until she was needed elsewhere. Shortly after he escaped the ministry, Albus felt another tug from his familiar curse he'd bound the Phoenix to. They had been becoming more frequent lately. Perhaps it was time to force an early burning day and strengthen the bindings. As he mused this, he felt the curse snap, causing the backlash of magic to surge through his core. Albus Dumbledore then realized the implications of Harry being forced to compete, forcing magic to recognize Harry as of age. He then rushed to Diagon Alley and quickly made his way up the alley to Gringotts to hopefully stall and overturn Harry's claim to the headship of his family, on account of his age. Hopefully he'd also catch that blasted bird at the bank before it got away. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, the guards and tellers were less than helpful with his emergency business with the Potter account manager. Albus Dumbledore tried for over an hour to get through to the annoying little beast that refused to bow to him, but was eventually encouraged to leave the bank by the guards. Albus returned to Hogwarts, only to find his office a mess with the destruction of Fawkes' enchanted roost and the tracking devices on Harry Potter. The portraits of past headmasters tried to talk over each other to tell him what happened, but he had long since taken to ignoring them. It was clear what had happened. Harry Potter was now Lord Potter, and Fawkes was now free. He'd been sure that with James's death, tragic need that it was, that Fawkes would be trapped in his phoenix form until he was the last Potter. He had plotted all afternoon, as the elves could not find Harry Potter or his friends anywhere in the castle. Albus asked several teachers and students in the hall if they'd seen Harry while he checked several hidden spots he was aware of, spreading discontent about Harry's involvement with the tournament. Albus watched as Harry and his friends made their way to the Great Hall, and the students were quick to turn on them. Unfortunately for Dumbledore, Minerva and Phileas quickly brought their houses to heel before too much could be said or done. They had been paying closer attention to their students since the start of the previous year. Though he was honestly surprised by the anger coming off Professor Sprout towards the boy, that had potential when paired with Severus's standard treatment of Harry Potter. He would wait for the boy to make a mistake that would cost him everything. FG. Dinner continued with suppressed irritation from their own house and hostilities from the House of the Caring, while the friends did their best to ignore it and Luna kept one hand on Harry's. Harry, on the other hand, was having flashbacks of his second year, when almost the whole school turned their backs on him for being a Parselmouth. Once the meal was over, Harry and his friends quickly made their way back to the room. As soon as they got in and the door closed, they all dropped onto plush seating inside. Harry asked an aimless question. Is that going to be how everyone is going to act this year? Luna sighed and answered, unfortunately, yes, for most of the students, the Gryffindors will be shocked into believing you didn't enter yourself after the first task, while the rest of the school persists. Unless you can provide the one responsible for entering you, but that comes at a cost, too. The map. Which thank you again for putting it to such good use last year after Christmas. None of those twits could figure out how you always showed up right on time, Luna said with a smirk. Last Christmas, Luna had gifted him a map she'd gotten from the twins. The Marauder's map. It shows all the people in the castle and almost all the passageways and rooms. Neither the room or the Chamber of Secrets had been included, but that was likely because the makers never found them. The makers being the Marauders, James Potter, Remus Lupin, Sirius Black, and Wormtail. After talking to his father's portrait about it, getting many laughs from his antics, Harry used it to keep watch over Luna and ensure she wasn't bullied. Harry pulled out the map and looked at it with trepidation. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again his eyes were full of certainty. How? Luna smiled softly at him, a look of pity in her eyes, before answering. After classes tomorrow, go to Professor McGonagall, have her request Madame Bones for a visit. This will allow them to bypass the headmaster, who doesn't want her involved. Show them the map, revealing the activation phrase, and focus on the defense professor's office. She'll see something that won't make sense to her, leading her to investigate and find the truth. She will do her job, but she will ask to keep your map until the tournament ends. The news will break within the week and the students will return to their normal level of animosity. Scoffing slightly when she finished, Harry's eyes drifted from his friends to the map in his hands tightening, but careful not to damage the map. It wasn't until he saw and felt Luna's hands on his. He looked into her eyes and saw the concern and compassion in her gaze. I'll be all right, Harry, and you will get your map back. Blinking back tears, Harry nodded and Luna embraced him in a hug. His friends all gathered around him in comforting their friend. FG. The next day, Harry went to Professor McGonagall's office after class. After a quick bark of enter after knocking, Harry opened the door to the office to find Professor McGonagall at her desk, already grading assignments. When she noticed it was Harry visiting her, she set her quill down and welcomed him to take a seat. Mr. Potter, how may I help you today? Good afternoon, Professor McGonagall. Would it be possible to ask Madame Bones to join us? I have a feeling what I'm here for might escalate quickly, and would prefer to only explain once, said Harry. Minerva frowned at this. She didn't like the concern on Harry's face or the implications of immediately asking for Madame Bones. But she had learned to trust Harry, and she had sworn to herself to do better by him. After calling for an elf to deliver tea for 3, Minerva walked over to her fireplace to make a flue call. Amelia still scolded her occasionally about sending for her with Dobby at the start of the previous year. As fortune would have it, Madame Bones was just walking into her office when the flue connected. Minerva, how may I help you? I trust it's not too immediate since you're not using an Airs elf to call upon me, Madame Bones asked, smirking at Minerva's reaction. Neither would forget the odd occurrence from the otter elf anytime soon. After Minerva schooled her expression, she answered, not that I know of, but said Air is requesting a visit from you in my office. He said what he has to say might escalate quickly and doesn't want to repeat himself. Could you spare the time to step through, so that we may both hear what concerns Mr. Potter enough to ask I request you? Madame Bones thought about that for a moment before returning to her door and telling her aide she'd be fluing out for a few minutes before returning to the flue. As Madame Bones returned to the fire, Minerva removed herself from the flue, allowing Madame Bones to come through. When she exited the fire, Madame Bones saw Harry Potter sitting across from Minerva making a cup of tea. Harry gave Madame Bones a half bow from his seat before addressing her. Madame Bones, thank you for taking the time to see me this afternoon, Harry said, before setting his cup back down and pulling out an old parchment. Harry looked hard at the parchment in his hand before nodding sharply and addressed the two witches. Madame Bones, I don't know what you know or were told about the evening of the 31st of October, so to avoid any confusion I will tell you that first. On the 31st, the champion selection for the Triwizard Tournament took place after the Halloween feast. The selection went as expected, with the 3 champions being selected from the 3 schools, Hogwarts champion being Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff. As the headmaster was about to close the selection announcements, before addressing the selected champions in another room, the Goblet of Fire spat out a 4th name and bound another student to compete in this historically deadly festivity. Mine. I tell you this now, on my magic. I did not enter my name into the goblet, nor did I ask another to do so for me. I was forced into this against my will. The moment my name was called, all the students and some of the teachers in the hall turned to me in a mix between surprise, shock, and anger, especially the Hufflepuffs and their head of house. As I moved to join the willing champions, I saw Professor Sprout glaring at me worse than Professor Snape standardly does, and Professor Moody smirking with interest in his eye. Harry said, eyes full of conviction and a hint of magic when he proclaimed he hadn't entered himself. In the meeting with the champions, everyone complained and made accusations about my entrance into the tournament. It was hard to tell who was more irritated about me being there, the willing champions or their heads of school. After several minutes of the adults bickering, Headmaster Dumbledore and the ministry officials forced the foreign heads to acknowledge my forced involvement in the tournament before giving us the date of the first task and refused to tell us what we would be facing, giving us some rot about the value of courage in facing the unknown. They then dismissed us back to our common rooms, where nobody believed I hadn't entered myself in the tournament for of-age wizards and witches, Harry said, scowling. But Madame Bones looked concerned. Mr. Potter, are you aware of the implications of the headmaster and ministry officials forcing you to compete in a magically binding competition with an age restriction? Madame Bones asked, making Minerva gasp as what was implied hit her. The look on Harry's face when Madame Bones asked that nearly adding something strong to her tea. It was the same look James Potter used to have. Yes, I am aware, Madame Bones. That is why yesterday, Fawkes brought me to Gringotts after the headmaster left to the ministry. I met with my account manager and attempted to don the Potter Lord's ring. I think this answers your question, Harry said, showing the 2 his Lord's ring. Both witches gasped when they saw it appear on his ring finger, being hidden until revealed. Madame Bones gave Harry a respectful bow before addressing Harry. Lord Potter, as regent of the ancient and noble house of Bones, I acknowledge and congratulate you on your ascension to Lord Potter. Harry blushed before respectfully bowing back. Thank you, Regent Bones. Madame Longbottom informed me of the alliance between our houses. Hopefully Heiress Bones will wish to continue it once she comes of age. Though I hope she will apologize for her recent actions once the one responsible for my entrance into the tournament is revealed. Which is why I requested you here today as Madame Bones, Harry said, causing Madame Bones' eyes to sharpen, even though she inwardly panicked about the state of their house's alliance. She would have to make time to speak to Susan before much longer. A slight to a Lord of House was a much bigger issue than a slight between heirs. Thank you, Lord Potter. I shall certainly speak with Heiress Bones about this. Now, if we could please return to the matter at hand, so we can address your concerns, requested Madame Bones. Harry nodded before he motioned to the parchment. This here is the creation of my father and his friends, the Marauders. Just hearing that name again made Minerva flinch. My father and his friends enchanted this parchment with tracking and revealing charms, keyed to the school's wards, as a magical map that reveals every inch of the school they tracked and the names of every person currently in the school. The map is protected by a phrase. If anyone tries to reveal the map without the phrase, the parchment insults the viewer. Both witches look at the parchment with interest, a slight crinkle of Minerva's forehead as she looked back on her memories. She had indeed caught the pranksters with this parchment back in their school days, though she never worked out what it was. The one time she had tried to reveal its secrets, it had indeed insulted her, and she'd given it back to James after whacking him over the head with it. Madame Bones was amazed by the security, ingenuity, and the prospects the map held. Harry then placed his wand to the map and said, I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. The parchment shook and reformed into a properly closed map before writing appeared on it. Messieurs Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs are proud to present the Marauders map. From there, the lines of the map spiderwebbed out and dots started appearing on the forming map, Above the dots appeared the names of the students of the castle. Within moments the map was complete. Harry deftly opened the map and revealed the 3 dots in the Transfiguration office with the names of Harry Potter, Minerva McGonagall, and Amelia Bones. Remarkable. The work that must have gone into making this map. Lord Potter, your father and his friends were truly geniuses to make such a masterpiece. I imagine if they had turned this in, they could have guaranteed themselves OS through their newts in arithmancy, charms, and runes. Though I imagine they would also get detention through their newts as well, given some of the locations that must be on this map, Madame Bones remarked. Harry couldn't help but nod with a small blush on his cheeks, knowing what she was talking about. It doesn't show everything. I know of 2 locations that don't show and the ghosts don't appear on the map. But yeah, Harry also wasn't going to mention the password-revealing feature of the map. Harry coughed lightly and moved the map to the Defense Against the Dark Arts office and continued. In the office were 2 names, Alistair Moody and Bartimaeus Crouch. This caused looks of confusion on both witches' faces, twice over for Madame Bones. How can this be? I know for a fact that Mr. Crouch should still be in a meeting with Minister Fudge. I left the 2 of them before returning to my office right as Professor McGonagall flew called, Madame Bones said. This surprised Harry and he was quiet for a moment before answering. There are a few possibilities I'm aware of. The Bartimaeus Crouch in the Ministry is an imposter under Polyjuice Potion. Mr. Crouch has a time turner and he is in 2 places at the same time, or there are 2 people with the name of Bartimaeus Crouch. The map never lies. Professor McGonagall gave Harry a look that said they'd be talking about how Harry knew 2 of those options. While all 3 are concerning, I can rule out the first. I had finally managed to escape that meeting after 2 hours, and I can tell you that Bartimaeus Crouch didn't eat or drink anything the entire time. Polyjuice would have worn off by then. The time-turner theory is possible, but highly unlikely. They are highly guarded by the Department of Mysteries, and it's understandably difficult to get them to part with one. The third is the least likely as, while there was once 2 Bartimaeus Crouches, the son was convicted of being a Death Eater and died in Azkaban. Madame Bones said, staring hard at the moving name, while Alistair Moody remained still. She worried about her old friend. Alistair Moody would never let someone pace in front of him. Making up her mind, Madame Bones turned to Professor McGonagall. Minerva, would I be able to bring 2 more Aurors through your flue? After a pensive nod from Minerva, Madame Bones focused back on Harry. Lord Potter, I'm about to go find out what is going on in that office. May I borrow your map? Harry looked uneasy about handing over the map, and the 2 witches didn't blame him for his hesitancy. It belonged to his father. With a slow nod of his head, Madame Bones headed to the fireplace to flue call her department. Once she finished her flue call, she returned to Harry while she waited. I'll let you borrow the map, Madame Bones, but it stays in your possession until it is returned to me. To clear the map, the phrase is mischief managed with a tap on the map. Clear the map when you're done with it. Madame Bones nodded and grabbed the map just as 2 Aurors flood into Minerva's office. Aurors, Shacklebolt and Dawlish, the latter of whom paled when he saw Harry. He still had willies about their conversation 2 summers ago. Aurors, follow me. We're heading to the defense office, Madame Bones said as her Aurors approached her. With nods and yes ma'am said, the 3 Aurors left the office at a brisk pace. When it was only Minerva and Harry left, Minerva raised an eyebrow and said, well, Mr. Potter, care to tell me how you're aware of that newt-level potion and time-turners? Also, just where have you been that isn't on that amazing map? Harry had to bring his occlumency shields up in order not to cower away or cave under her piercing stare. FG. It wasn't long before Madame Bones and the Aurors were outside the defense office. Why are we here, boss? Auror Dawlish asked. Madame Bones held up the map and showed the others the 2 names in the office they were outside of. As you can see, there is someone here who shouldn't be. Bartimaeus Crouch should still be in a meeting with Minister Fudge, so one of them is an imposter. The fact that Alistair Moody hasn't moved in several minutes means he most like is restrained. When we open the door, stun everyone in the room. If it is the Director of International Cooperations, I will deal with him. Madame Bones instructed. The Aurors nodded and stepped to either side of the door and Madame Bones spelled the door open. Immediately after the door opened, the 2 Aurors stepped into the room, only for Auror Dawlish to be blasted out of the room with a banishing spell. Madame Bones and Kingsley Shacklebolt both fired stunners into the room and managed to overpower the man that appeared to be Alistair Moody. Madame Bones checked on Auror Dawlish while Auror Shacklebolt disarmed and restrained the Exor. After reviving Auror Dawlish, they entered the room and only found Auror Shacklebolt and Alistair Moody. Madame Bones pulled the map back out and it revealed the downed Auror was in fact Bartimaeus Crouch, and Alistair Moody was revealed in the corner where a multi-compartment trunk rested. Madame Bones searched the impersonator and found a ring of keys, before quickly opening each compartment. In the last compartment, Madame Bones found the crippled Exorer at the bottom of a sunken compartment. Amelia could see the old man looking up at her with his one eye and scowling. "Hold on, Moody. We'll get you out of there," called Madame Bones. Moody's scowl deepened, and with a raspy voice called up, "What the bloody hell took you so long? It must have been at least 2 months. What am I always telling you all? Constant vigilance." With the help of Auror Shacklebolt, they got Alistair Moody out of the trunk. The moment he was set down, he summoned his wand to him. Getting a look at his surroundings, he quickly guessed where they were. Hogwarts? With a nod from Amelia, Alistair continued, "How the hell did Albus not notice? I don't know, we wouldn't have known if not for Lord Potter. James and his friends apparently made an enchanted map of the castle that identifies everyone inside the castle," Amelia Bones said. Auror Shacklebolt got their attention. "Boss, one of the young lord's theories hit true. The guy's under Polyjuice potion. Verified it with the detection spell. Bah, I could have told you that, boy. Damn brat took great joy yanking my hair out after body locking me. Not that I could dodge, what with him having my false leg and being stuck in that damn box," Alistair interrupted, making Auror Shacklebolt sulk. "While we're on the subject, mind passing that back? Going to need to sanitize the eye before using it again." Auror Shacklebolt huffed before going over to the Alistair to remove the false leg and eye. "Now, what is this about a map James and his friends made and the Potter boy taking lordship?" Alistair asked. Amelia told him everything she'd learned in the last few days while Alistair attached his false leg and cleaned his eye as best he could. By the time she was done, they were walking back to Minerva's office with the bound fake Alistair floating between them with Auror Shacklebolt walking behind and keeping the prisoner bound and afloat. When they got back to the office, Amelia was amused to see a frustrated Minerva and an ashen Lord Potter. "Alistair, I'm so sorry I didn't notice this imposter impersonating you. If not for Mr. Potter here, who knows how much damage he could have done to the students," apologized Minerva. "Bah, not blaming you, Minerva. Kept all the old crowd at arm's length. Dumbledore should have known though, given how long he's known me and his link to the castle wards. If I find out he was letting this happen to watch what would happen, there is gonna hell to pay though," Alistair said. Everyone in the room, aside from the fake Alistair, scowled at the implications. "Well, we best be off and bring this imposter to lock up before Dumbledore or God forbid Fudge shows up. We'd likely not get anything out of him between the two," Amelia said, before heading to the fireplace to flue the Emily Secure flu. "I'm gonna go get checked out by healers I trust. Not that I don't trust Poppy. I should be back before morning. Might stop by the Unspeakables to have them look at my eye," Alistair said, following Amelia through the flue. Once only Minerva and Harry remained in the office, Minerva huffed. "Well, Mr. Potter, it appears you've provided yet another service to the school. I'm sorry you didn't get your map back before she left. I will ensure she returns it to you. Hopefully the truth of the matter will be revealed soon. Now, before I send you on your way, I will tell you 2 things. 1, on the 13th there will be the weighing of the wands ceremony, where the champions' wands will be inspected by Mr. Ollivander and observed by a representative of the Prophet. Be very careful, especially if they send Rita Skeeter. She specializes in scandals either real or perceived. 2nd, I can't tell you what you will be facing in the first task, but I can tell you they are due to arrive the weekend before the task. It's going to be a nightmare keeping Hagrid away from them," Minerva said with a wink. As Harry processed what she said, he lost what little color he'd regained from his scolding for the Polyjuice incident in his 2nd year, before gulping and thanking her for her time. Harry then shakily stood and left the office, wanting to get to the safety of the room as fast as possible. He had a very strong feeling he knew what the first task was. He just hoped he was wrong, Thank you all for your patience. I had more trouble with this chapter than I thought I would. I hope you all enjoy. I didn't get as far as I'd hoped, but I was already late putting this out and it was nearing my personal chapter word cap. I hope you all enjoyed my reveal about Henry and his backstory, and now you all know why he's scared of Luna. Smiley face. Been a while since we've done one of these chapter trivia. Who did Harry Polyjuice into during the Polyjuice incident? If enough people are interested in an omake revealing what the map said to Minerva, leave a review saying you want one and I'll see what I can come up with. Thank you all for reading. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you next time. Wand weighing and preparation. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter, merely this hopefully awesome fanfic. I make no money with this. Talk thought. Phoenix telepathy. Quotes from the book. Wicked 69. Guest from April 8th aka Tuxedo Mac. Guest from April 15th. Dan Drake. Harry made his way back to his friends and shared what Professor McGonagall had revealed. While Luna scowled at the mention of the prophet reporter, everyone else was more focused on the clue she had given them. As everyone but Luna discussed what could be coming to Hogwarts for the champions to face in the first task, while subtly glancing to Luna for a hint she wouldn't say, they narrowed it down to a handful of Class XXXXX creatures. When they discussed the different dragon breeds, they noticed Luna subtly wince and they blanched. They had their clue: dragons. A quick request for books on dragons and a small stack appeared on the study table. Ron made a snarky comment that had all the kids scowling. How much do you all want to bet we wouldn't find any of the books in the library if we'd looked? With or without magic? While Hermione looked scandalized at the very thought of knowledge being withheld, the others couldn't help but think of some of their teachers and agree. Heck, the glares Madame Sprout was sending Harry's way left little doubt she would sabotage Harry and give the information to her house's champion in a heartbeat. The way she treated Harry that morning on bouncing bulbs was equivalent to Professor Snape's treatment of Neville in potions. They could only hope the hostilities would stop after the reveal of the fake Professor Moody. After going through all the books, and Luna not revealing anything else, they all convinced Harry to work on his pyromancy and acrobatics. They set up a training plan into their usual self-study times to help Harry. For 1 hour they would all cast fire spells at Harry, which he had to bend away from him, then a 1-hour break before everyone targeted Harry with stinging hexes for an hour. Harry was less than thrilled, but could see the benefit and need. After the first few times, Harry started to see improvements on both training goals. It was Friday morning before the news broke in the Daily Prophet. Harry and his friends walked into the Great Hall after the mail drop. It was easier for them to be ignored while everyone was distracted, and the hall was in a stunned silence. Dear readers of the Daily Prophet, today we reveal some troubling news that the DMLE finally deemed fit to share. Early this week, on a visit to her old mentor Amelia Bones, head of the DMLE, found that the man teaching this year's defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year was in fact not her mentor, but a man thought dead for many years after being sent to Azkaban for being a Death Eater, Bartemius Crouch Jr. When this reporter went to the DMLE to investigate, she ran into the real Alastor Moody. When asked about the supposed imposter found in Hogwarts, Alastor Moody growled about nosy reporters and constant vigilance before glaring at me and started to tell me what happened. On the morning of September 1st, Alastor Moody was ambushed at his house by Bartemius Crouch Jr. and another that alluded to his famous magical eye. All he was able to see of them was a pink blob. They knocked him out, bound him, then shoved him into one of his own magical trunks after removing his prosthetics and some hairs to use in a polyjuice potion. The then imposter started animating household items to attack anyone and caused the scene I hope you all remember from our Prophet edition on the 2nd of September. The imposter then traveled to Hogwarts, arriving after the sorting and welcoming feast. He then proceeded to teach the students with a welcoming class on the unforgivable curses, where he demonstrated the curses on spiders in front of every student. We at the Prophet can only hope this won't permanently scar the children that we entrust Hogwarts with. It was then revealed to us that this imposter was in fact the one to put Harry Potter's name into the Goblet of Fire. When questioned as to Bartemius Crouch Jr.'s reason, Alastor Moody scowled and stated that he wasn't at liberty to say at this time. He then walked off before I could question him more. When I tried to get in to see the supposed Bartemius Crouch Jr., I was denied entrance, the Auror stating he was in high-security lockup. Not even his father would be able to reach him. What does this mean for the young boy who lived? now forced to partake in a tournament that has taken the lives of its contestants before, forced to face students 3 years his magical senior. What will happen to Bartemius Crouch Jr., and what does this reveal mean for his father, the Director of International Cooperations? Who was the individual in pink that could obscure Alistair Moody's magical eye? We at the Daily Prophet will keep our dear readers informed as these answers become available. For more on the Triwizard Tournament, turn to page 3. For more on Alistair Moody, turn to page 5. For more on the Bartemius Crouch SN and Jr., turn to page 6. For more on Harry Potter, turn to page 7. Daily Prophet. When the silence finally broke, there was a cacophony of voices as everyone turned to the person next to them and started talking. The Gryffindors were outraged someone had done this to a member of their house, regardless of if they themselves had been bad-mouthing Harry or not. The Ravenclaws were discussing it quietly as they read the extra information, not debating the factuality of information provided. Those that still bore the marks of trying to bully Luna were scowling as they read, probably hoping to get back at Harry while hiding among the other houses. The Slytherins for the most part were scowling or wearing pinched expressions while the upper years tried to discuss the ramifications of this. The whole house trying to listen to the discussions of the other tables, some with more guile than others. The Hufflepuff table was the most animated as they argued about the article. The 5th, 6th, and 7th years all tried to argue against it, claiming the paper was bowing to the boy who lived and cheating Cedric Diggory from his chance at glory. The 3rd and 4th years argued on Harry's side for the article because of the events with Slytherin's monster. People accused him all year just for Harry to save the school from the monster, some of the 4th years realizing they never apologized for their treatment of him, especially Susan and Justin. The 1st and 2nd years just knew the older years were angry and went with the flow. Madam Sprout looked greener than her name, while her face looked as if she'd eaten an entire bowl of the headmaster's lemon drops. Professor McGonagall subtly smirked at her while the paper's article was talked about at the table. As Harry and his friends made their way to the Gryffindor table, the students at the table quieted down and made room for them. Most of the students couldn't meet his eyes. Those that did gave him nods of camaraderie and support. I told you it would shock them. I only wish the Quibbler could have used the story to help you, Luna said to Harry. Harry gave her hand a squeeze and smiled. I understand, Luna. Your dad and the Quibbler are awesome, but the Daily Prophet is what the public reads. When it's possible, I'll give your dad an in-depth interview. The first one I've truly given. Harry muttered at the end, but all his friends heard him and knew it was a dig at all the stories written about him. They all knew he'd never given an interview before because he was hidden at his Muggle relatives. Harry and his friends ate while everyone discussed the latest news. It was nearing the end of breakfast when Headmaster Dumbledore rose for attention. Students, can I have your attention before you rush off to class? I was unaware of the imposter teaching defense against the dark arts, or that Director Bones was in the castle Monday night. It does, however, explain his leave of absence of the week, which I'm sure you all put the free lesson time to good use. Everyone could see the smirk on his face when he said that. Only the Ravenclaws' 5th and 7th years would have used that time to study. I shall reach out to Alistair Moody today, and hopefully we may return to scheduled classes on Monday. It should also be clear now that Mr. Potter didn't enter himself, so please stop the animosity towards him. Apart from our esteemed guests, you are all Hogwarts students and you dishonor your houses with your behavior. Now, let us move on from this and support all 4 contestants. Headmaster Dumbledore said before sitting. The students for the most part clapped. Nobody noticed the look of frustration on the headmaster's face, aside from Luna. His plans for Bartemius Crouch Jr. and Alistair Moody had been ruined. How had that blasted Bones woman gotten into his castle and caught the fool without him noticing? FG. After breakfast, the friends moved on to their Friday classes. Luna was right, with the revelation of the fake Professor Moody and his part in entering Harry in the tournament. The students stopped bothering Harry and his friends. Except for the most stubborn students, life returned to normal for the friends. The next week went by quickly before the day of the weighing of the wand ceremony. The coordinators of the tournament might have picked a convenient time for the of-age champions, but for Harry it was right in the middle of a double potions lesson. Instead of the headmaster or Cedric Diggory going to interrupt the potions class to collect Harry for the ceremony, they sent the overenthusiastic third-year Colin Creevey. It was several minutes later when Harry made his way to the classroom they were using for the ceremony, rather than the meeting room off the Great Hall, or better yet, the headmaster's office. As soon as Harry entered the room, the reporter from the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter, attempted to drag him out while asking for an interview. Harry dodged her grab for him and declined the private interview. He then made his way over to the waiting champions. If she wanted an interview, Harry would ensure it wasn't private, securing he had backup in case she printed lies. She sulked after him, not trying to grab him again while within earshot of the others. Before Harry could even strike up a conversation, Headmaster Dumbledore entered the room with Mr. Ollivander close behind. As they entered, the tournament representatives became more active and pompous. The cameraman, who wasn't introduced, had already taken nearly 24 photos, most of which were of the champions, but Harry caught the guy taking a few of the pouting Rita Skeeter while smirking. When Mr. Ollivander and Headmaster Dumbledore joined them, Mr. Bagman rubbed his hands together and grinned, making all 4 champions uncomfortable. Mr. Bagman started talking just as Dumbledore took a breath to start. Now that Mr. Ollivander is here and Dumbledore, we can get on with this. One at a time, you 4 will come up and hand your wands to Mr. Ollivander to observe and judge to be in working order. Afterwards, we'll be taking some group and individual pictures of the champions. The champions will then return to their lessons and preparations for the first task, which is currently a week and a half away. Now, let's start with the lovely Fleur Delacour of Bowsbatten. Mr. Bagman eagerly motioned for the young woman to join them. When Fleur warily presented her wand to Mr. Ollivander, he cast a quick charm with it before he observed it in minute detail before muttering out its specifics. 9.5 inches in flexible rosewood, and if I'm not mistaken the hair of a Vila. Loyal to their lineage, but very temperamental when handled outside the direct descent of the hair's provider. He examined it one more time before casting Orchidus, causing a beautiful bouquet of roses to be conjured. A well-crafted and cared-for wand, Mademoiselle Delacour. Thank you for your time, he said before returning the wand to the beaming witch. She then returned to the space the champions were occupying. Right then, next up will be Victor Crumb from Durmstrang, Mr. Bagman said, excitedly. Victor walked over to Mr. Ollivander with a slouch, his pacing uneven as if one leg was longer than the other. When Mr. Ollivander took the offered wand from a scowling Victor, he examined it closely before beginning to talk. Of Gregorovitch craft, he's quite gifted, but we never see eye to eye on style. Rather thick for a hornbeam, quite rigid, 10.25 inches, and, unless I'm mistaken, a dragon heartstring core. With a nod from Victor, who was no longer scowling, Mr. Ollivander cast Avis with Victor's wand. With a loud bang, several small birds flew out an open window. With a nod, Mr. Ollivander said, Good, a powerful wand, though the power hinders subtlety. Mr. Ollivander then handed Victor back his wand and nodded to Mr. Bagman. With a returning nod, Mr. Bagman said, Mr. Diggory, you're up next. Cedric drew his wand and walked over to present it. Mr. Ollivander smiled as he took the wand and started examining it. One of mine. Ash wood. 12.25 inches, pleasantly springy. The hair came from a magnificent male unicorn, must have been 17 hands long. That took more than a little offense to me taking a tail hair. I'll tell you kids now. Dark magic isn't the only thing that leaves scars that never heal. All magical creatures have ways to protect themselves, except maybe flobberworms, and only a fool wouldn't treat them right while getting what they need from them, Mr. Ollivander said, rubbing his left side. He cast a stream of smoke rings across the room before smiling and returning the wand to Cedric. Harry was last and walked by Cedric on his return to the group. Mr. Ollivander gently took the wand from Harry when he produced it and smiled. Yes, I certainly remember this wand, Mr. Potter. Holly wood, 11 inches, and one of my rarer phoenix feather wands. Beautiful creatures they are, phoenixes, and very reluctant to relinquish their feathers and tears, especially to wand makers like myself. Mr. Ollivander examined Harry's wand carefully and closer than the others. Harry was glad he'd put to practice what his father's portrait had told him about wand care. It would have been embarrassing to try and clean his wand while waiting. Eventually, Mr. Ollivander silently performed a spell that made wine shoot out of Harry's wand. When Harry took his wand back after Mr. Ollivander said it was in good condition and well cared for, Harry asked, "What was that spell you used with my wand? I've got a friend that would pay his weight in galleons for it." Smiling at Harry, Mr. Ollivander said, "Sorry, Mr. Potter, but Minerva McGonagall would turn my hide into a wand holster if I told you that while you're in school. I dare say Tom at the Leaky would be most miffed with me too. That's where I learned it." He muttered the last part, but gave Harry a conspiratorial wink. He motioned Harry to rejoin the others as he raised his voice so everyone could hear him. "All the contestants' wands are in good condition and well cared for. Now, if you will all excuse me, I still have a shop to run." He had his picture taken and shook hands with the heads of school before briskly making his way to the door. The rest of the ceremony passed relatively quickly, with the photographer taking more individual and group photos, though he had a difficult time squeezing Madame Maxime into the group photos. By the time they were done, classes had been let out for lunch. The champions all walked to the Great Hall together before splitting up to sit with their peers. When Harry's friends asked about what he was called away for, Harry told them he'd talk about it later. That night, Harry told them about the weighing of the wand ceremony and Rita Skeeter attempting to get him alone. When Harry mentioned dodging a private interview with Rita, Luna kissed his cheek and told him, "Great choice, Harry. She wouldn't have let you get a word in edgewise while that blasted quill of hers wrote paragraphs. She will still try to write her vitriol, so we should prepare for tomorrow." They spent some time planning before returning to their studies and Harry's training. The next morning, Harry and his friends joined the students in the Great Hall for breakfast and to find out what would be in the profit for them to deal with. Once the owls arrived with the mail and papers, all noise died down as the students and teachers read. Rita had certainly been put out by being refused a private interview, calling him arrogant and brash, hardly mentioning the other contestants. The only mentions of them or the heads of school was a group photo on the front page showing all the champions with their heads of school standing behind them and small photos of them with their names, schools, and wands on the last page of the article. After they had shared a paper to read, they shared a look before looking around at the students and teachers. When they saw the Hufflepuff upper years getting riled up, Luna decided to put their plan in action. "Oh my, Miss Skeeter must be rather upset if she's slighting the other schools and champions like that. All because Harry refused to be dragged off by her to a broom closet. He's loyal like that. I can't imagine Cedric's father will be too happy with Miss Skeeter's snubbing of his son and the others." As expected, the rising ire for Harry was turned towards Miss Skeeter. When Luna stopped talking, Professor Flitwick caught her eye and grinned. Everyone in the hall quietly talked about the article as they ate, including the teachers. All but the firmest supporters of the Prophet and Cedric or Potter haters in the hall agreed with Luna's comments. It also caused some angry looks to be sent by certain witches in the hall towards several wizards. FG. After preventing the Daily Prophet article from causing more trouble inside the walls of Hogwarts, the days continued as normal for Harry and his friends, or as normal as they were from them. Draco was a pest, always trying to taunt Harry whenever they crossed paths, and the upper-year Hufflepuffs sneered and mocked Harry whenever they saw him. Harry's control over external magical fire was improving rapidly as his training continued. Before they knew it, Friday had come and it was obvious when the creatures for the first task arrived. That morning in care of magical creatures, Hagrid was very distracted and kept looking into the Forbidden Forest. At the end of class, Hagrid asked Harry to stay behind to help him put away the puffskeins. Harry can't help being thankful that after the near incident with Buckbeak in his third year, the other teachers talked him into a structured class system. Now each year learns about a different X level of creatures. After making sure all the other students had left, Hagrid turned to Harry. "All right, Harry, I shouldn't be saying this, but neither should you be in this tournament. The first task involves getting past imported creatures to steal a golden egg they'll each be guarding. Them beauties arrived this morning. I can't tell you what they are, but if you happen to follow me tonight, it wouldn't be the first time you lot were out past bedtime." Hagrid winked before putting a finger to his lips. They both smiled at each other for a moment before Hagrid spoke again. "Right then, you best be catching up with your friends. I need to prepare my scruts for the 7th years. Would have loved for you and your friends to help me with them, but the others found them out and registered them XXXXX for their parentage. Hagrid frowned and turned away, allowing Harry to hide the thankful look on his face. The rumors he'd heard from the 7th years who took Hagrid's class made them sound disgusting and dangerous. Right, Hagrid? Thanks for the lesson, Harry said with a wink, just in case someone was lurking nearby. With a chuckle from Hagrid, Harry rushed off to the castle to join his friends. When Harry met up with his friends after class, they all agreed to join him when he followed Hagrid that evening. They had all become masters of spells in the invisible book, even being able to cast each spell they used from it silently. A note in the book read that with enough uses they would be able to cast the spells wandlessly. With that decided, that night they all made their way down to Hagrid's hut instead of the room. An hour before midnight, they watched Hagrid exit his hut and approach the Bowsbatten carriage. After a quick knock on the door and barely whispered words, Madame Maxime exited the carriage and walked with Hagrid along the edge of the Forbidden Forest until they reached a cleared path. After several minutes they came across the transported creatures, dragons. As they approached, they saw the dragon handlers rushing around trying to control the 4 irritated dragons. A Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, a Welsh green, and an oddly familiar Norwegian ridgeback. They then recognized one of the handlers, and it clicked why the dragon looked familiar. That was Charlie Weasley and the dragon was Norbert. Harry's suspicions were confirmed moments later when Hagrid motioned to the ridgeback and talked about hatching it before having to send him to the nearest dragon reserve with some help. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ron all grimaced at the memory. Ron for the memory of getting bit, the others for the trouble they got in for transporting the dragon up to the astronomy tower. They lost Gryffindor 150 house points and had detention with Malfoy in the Forbidden Forest. As Hagrid walked Madame Maxime closer, the friends collectively decided they had seen enough and started walking back. As they turned to leave, they saw Headmaster Karkaroff observing from the edge of the clearing. He was glowing a soft yellow to the 6, so it was clear to them he was under a notice-me-not charm. They headed back to the castle and the room to discuss what they'd seen, plan, and train. Once they were safely in the room, Harry shared his intent to share what they'd seen with Cedric. While they didn't all agree, especially with how the older puffs were treating them, Harry insisted it was the right thing to do. The next morning, Harry approached Cedric. After Cedric waved his friends off, Harry told him about the dragons and what kinds they saw. When Cedric asked about the other champions, Harry told him about seeing the heads of school when Harry found the dragons in the Forbidden Forest. Cedric, though shaken, thanked Harry and they went their separate ways. They had 3 days left to prepare for the fiery first task of the Triwizard Tournament. Thank you all for your patience with this chapter. I can't tell you all how often I only got several sentences down before something else came up and I'd lose the urge to write. I hope you all enjoyed my slight deviances from canon in this chapter. I know I didn't give much attention to care of magical creatures in Harry's 3rd year, but there were only 2 level X creatures I could find. Nod to Yamiluna Kitsune for the Norberta idea, though I've had the next chapter in my head for years. I'll allow a small variant, but not enough to change the scene I have in mind. Chapter Trivia. What are the 2 level X creatures? I hope you all enjoyed this chapter and look forward to the next. It's been a long time coming. The first task. Disclaimer. I have never owned Harry Potter, nor have I ever been
J.K. Rowling.
I'm just one of the many who play in her sandbox. Talk, thought, Phoenix telepathy, quotes from the book, Iwanadar, Bulkouchmak, wrong but thanks for answering. With only 3 days left before the first task, Harry and his friends spent the remainder of the weekend in the room, only leaving to keep up the ruse that they all slept in their beds before returning for more training. By Monday morning, they had spent the equivalent of a month in the room, and they felt Harry was as ready for the task as he was going to be before facing his dragon. After a month of training and studying, Monday's class of 4th-year charms and transfigurations was positively relaxing to the Gryffindors. They had all already mastered the 4th-year spells and were nearing the end of the recommended reading for their 5th year. That night, when Dobby delivered their food for the night, he also brought along a battle robe for Harry to wear for the task the next day. Luna thanked him and asked for a stand for the battle robe. Once the robe was on the stand, Dobby popped away with a bow. Luna's smile fell as she examined the robe and the enchantments on it. Of all the "if you had worn this without checking it over, you'd have been reckless enough to try and outfly the dragon. There are multiple compulsions on this robe. Loyalty, obedience, fear-reducing, daring-enhancing, attention-enhancing, even one that messes with luck. If you showed this to Professor Babbling, she would be impressed and disgusted. Might make a great show for dinner, Luna said, her lips forming into a devious smirk. Hermione was flabbergasted, both at the description of what was on the robe and at what Luna was suggesting. Her faith in Headmaster Dumbledore had been slowly eroding over the year, but this took a sledgehammer to it. He wanted Harry to wear a trapped robe that would make Harry loyal to him and increase the danger of the task. The small part of herself that held fast to her loyalty to authority balked at the idea of sowing discord between the staff, especially for the entertainment of the students. But this robe was clearly meant to harm Harry. It was clear to see that Harry and Luna held increasing animosity towards Headmaster Dumbledore, but they refused to say why. Harry scowled at Luna's revelations. Dumbledore was clearly trying to re-establish control of him and didn't care if he got Harry killed. Hearing her suggestion of what to do with it had Harry grinning. He walked over and gave Luna a deep kiss before stating, "That is brilliant, darling. I'm sure my father and godfather would approve," leaving both blushing and grinning while everyone else blushed and looked away at the kiss. "Well then, I'm certainly not wearing that, but the headmaster might be suspicious if I'm not wearing it. So I think we need to find a similar robe for me to use, one without all those enchantments." As soon as Harry finished his desire for a similar robe, the room provided one. It looked rather old, but still in good condition. Luna checked it over and smiled. There were still enchantments on it, but only good ones. Fire protection, cooling enchantment, stealth enchantment, luck enhancement, and focus enhancement. It was perfect for Harry. When Luna told them her assessment of the new robe, the group collectively said, "Thank you, room." The room pulsed slightly before returning to stillness. Everyone was amazed at the response and Hermione started asking lots of questions. The room pulsed again before revealing a book that was bound shut with 4 locks, each a different color and animal above the indentions for the keys. Red with a lion, blue with an eagle, yellow with a badger, and green with a snake. The book remained for several seconds before disappearing again. "What was that?" Hermione asked, turning to the only one among them that might have the answer. Luna simply smiled until Hermione looked ready to snap. That Hermione was the Hogwarts grimoire, a tome, buried in the legends of the school, that can only be opened by the heirs of all 4 founders working together. We should all be honored to have seen it. It rarely appears to anyone. After everyone had a moment to wrap their heads around that, Luna brought their attention back to the second provided robe. "While that was an amazing moment, let's get back to preparing for tomorrow. Harry, how about you go change into it so you're comfortable with it tomorrow?" Harry nodded and walked towards a wall before a door appeared for him. The room beyond took the form of a changing room, most likely pulled from the memories of Hermione. Harry quickly changed and the group resumed their training schedule. The robe provided increased protection from his friend's magical fire, while keeping Harry cool and focused. By the end of the night, Harry was confident he would survive the task, and might even win. Henry had returned during the night and told them he would be watching over the task tomorrow in his phoenix form and would step in if need be. Everyone was more relaxed after hearing that, though Luna still had a hard edge in her eye when she looked at Henry. As the morning of the first task dawned, the 5 students made their way back to their common rooms with more stealth than a ghost. Henry stayed into room, which shifted into a view of the outside of Hogwarts, the sun rising over the mountains. Henry smiled wistfully and thought, "Today brings the dawning of new light. I can feel it. It's time to show these fools what you've got, dear grandson." FG. The morning of the first task dawned bright for the average students of Hogwarts and their visiting guests. They all looked forward to watching the first task and supporting their school's champion, or champions in the case of Hogwarts, an issue that still caused certain students to act out. The morning found Harry and his friends eating at the Gryffindor table. Everyone who didn't know what the task would be gossiping about it with excitement. Draco Malfoy tried to cause trouble for him, but was quickly intercepted by Professor McGonagall. The day would be a half-day, allowing all the students who wished to watch the first task the chance to do so. The first lesson of the day was History of Magic, where Professor Binns set aside his talk of goblins and focused on the history of the tournament. It was one of the rare times none of the students during the class, and some of the students regretted having such a large breakfast after hearing about the results of some opening tasks. The rest of the professors did their best to keep the students' attention on their studies, but reluctantly accepted they would fail and watched as the students all gossiped while they were supposed to be reading up on the lesson that was planned and assigning a larger-than-regular report on the chapters they were supposed to be reading. Only Harry, his friends, and most of the Ravenclaws would not be caught flat-foot by the assignments. Before long, it was time for lunch and the much-awaited first task of the tournament. As Harry and Cedric were finishing their meals, Professors McGonagall and Sprout approached their students and asked the champions to accompany them down to the Quidditch pitch, the interior of which had been remodeled to resemble the nesting grounds of dragons. Both professors tried to give their students encouragement and wishes for them to be safe before quickly exiting the tent the champions were brought to, just outside the pitch. Shortly after the professors had left, Rita Skeeter tried to enter and interview the champions, only for matching expressions of irritation from all four champions to glare at her before Victor Crumb bluntly stated that the tent was for tournament officials and the champions, neither of which she was, leaving her gaping at the Bulgarian champion before storming off. No sooner had she left before the officials had entered, confused looks on their faces. First in was Headmaster Dumbledore, followed closely by Madame Maxime and Igor Karkaroff, followed by an eager Ludo Bagman, and surprisingly Minister Fudge finished up the line. Minister Fudge was smiling magnanimously, having enjoyed the welcoming applause of the students, lime green bowler in hand. Ludo Bagman was smiling, but if you looked you could see the stress lines around his eyes and the creases in his robes. He held a wiggling purple bag. The visiting heads of school stood near their champions, looking worried but eager for the task to come. Headmaster Dumbledore, however, stopped clear of the entry and stared at Harry, a frown on his face. "Mr. Potter, why are you not wearing the robes I had delivered for you?" Headmaster Dumbledore asked, not noticing the looks everyone else in the room was giving him and Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow at him incredulously, frowned and shook his head. Harry looked around and saw Cedric's confusion and the glares the visiting heads were sending their way. This is going to bite him in the butt, was Harry's thoughts before answering. "Headmaster, if you mean the robes that were delivered by my house elf last night," with a slightly dazed look on his face, "mind you, I didn't bring them. It gave me bad feelings, so I never tried it on. Me and my friends found it heavily enchanted with runes stitched in everywhere. It took us a few hours, but we managed to work out most of them and brought it and our findings to Professor Babbling. She was both impressed and disgusted with what we found. She sent us back to our assignment for the lesson saying we'd get extra credit for our hard work. Thanks for that, Headmaster," Harry said, an honest smile on his face. His eyes closed to hide the mischief he knew would be dancing in them. Harry then frowned and said, "I don't see Cedric wearing any battle robes. Why is that, Headmaster? Though given the enchantment we found near the crotch of the robes, I hope he's not wearing under his clothes. I'd feel horrible not letting him know before the task and leaving him sterile if he survives the task." All the stares immediately turned swiftly towards Headmaster Dumbledore, disgust and fear adding into the stares everyone was sending him. They didn't know what all was on the enchanted battle robes, but clearly, he had just attempted to end the line of Potter. The other champions all gathered around Harry and shuffled him behind them, never taking their eyes off the old headmaster. None of them except Harry noticed the beetle near the entrance of the tent that had fallen from shock. Headmaster Dumbledore looked at everyone in the tent and briefly considered obliviating them all, but decided he could do so after the task. He glared back at them all, especially at Harry, and said, "Well, I'm certain you must have made a few mistakes. I'll have to talk with Bethesda after this to clear things up." Nobody believed him for a second. The professor wouldn't remember a thing about the combat robe by the time he was done. "Well, Ludo, let's get on with the task. The students and guests are waiting," Headmaster Dumbledore said, subtly casting a silent and wandless confundo on everyone in front of him, and willing them to forget about the enchanted robes he tried to make Harry wear. Only Ludo Bagman and Minister Fudge were affected though, as everyone else immediately protected their minds after Harry's reveal. Ludo Bagman stuttered before coughing and holding out the purple bag. "In this bag is what each of you will be facing in the first task, along with deciding the order you all will attempt the task. Each figure in the bag represents the creature you will need to steal a golden egg from before escaping the pitch. The eggs will give you a clue as to what you'll be facing in the second task, which will take place in February. Ladies first. By the end, Ludo had reclaimed his eager expression. With slight trepidation, Fleur Delacour reached her hand into the bag and pulled out a miniature Welsh green with the number 2 hanging from its neck. Fleur and Madame Maxime look at each other in concern before moving away from the group to speak in rapid French. Ludo Bagman then motioned the bag towards Victor Krum, who quickly reached in and pulled out a Chinese fireball with a 3 around its neck. Victor scowled at the glaring miniature before moving aside with his school head. The bag then came to Cedric, who pulled out a miniature Swedish short snout with a 1 around its neck. Cedric nervously nodded and stepped back. The bag came to Harry, and he knew what awaits him. He reached his hand into the bag and pulled out a small Norwegian ridgeback, a 4 hanging from its neck before the model found it and bit it. With all the miniature dragons pulled from the bag, Ludo Bagman stuffed it into a pocket in his robes and started to talk again. Now that you all know what you'll be facing and we know what order you all will go in, we will leave to let you all get ready. When you hear the cannon being fired, it will be time for the next champion to come out, starting with Mr. Diggory. Good luck out there and give everyone a good show. He quickly left the tent after that. I hope you all appreciate the opportunity you're being given. I can't tell you how much effort it took to get them all here for you to face, Minister Fudge said, before exiting the tent. In truth, he couldn't tell them, as his only part in it was telling the Prime Minister they were doing it. Since he was there, he also mentioned as he was leaving that the hunt for Sirius Black was over, muttering the results. The Prime Minister and several others would later blow their tops when they enhanced the audio of the recorded visit and found out Sirius Black was innocent. With a final wish of good luck for their champions, the heads of school exited the tent, Headmaster Dumbledore hiding his smirk as he cut the spell as he left. Once Headmaster Dumbledore had left, the champions all dropped their occlumency they were holding up to fight off the underpowered Confundo charm. Harry looked at the other 3 and sighed. Well, that went better than I expected. Good luck. Before Harry could say anything else, the students erupted in screams of excitement and terror, only broken with the sound of a cannon being fired. Stay safe out there, Harry quickly said as Cedric made his way to the tent flap. The other 3 mentally readied themselves while they waited, only hearing the cheers and screams of the crowd and Ludo Bagman's random commentary. They could only listen and wait for their turn, and hoped they would each be okay. FG. Henry was flying over the modified Quidditch pitch, up near the clouds as he watched first the champions being escorted down to the pitch, before the students flooded out of the castle as they hurried to get good seats in the stands. With the enhanced sight he got while he was transformed as Fawkes, he could see the excitement and fear on the faces of the students as the first dragon was guided in after the dragon handles had placed its eggs down in the pitch along with a golden egg. This is worse than I thought. They're making them face nesting mother dragons. The first champion to enter was Cedric Diggory, who had to face an agitated Swedish short snout. That sadistic squib Filch knows exactly what he's doing. The cannon he'd had the elves pull out of storage was aimed right at the dragon when he fired it with a grin. The dragon was instantly agitated when it was hit with a cannonball of all things. Then a wizard got close to its eggs. Henry watched as the short snout attempted to drive off the student with fire as Cedric dodged between rocks. After several minutes of dodging dragon fire, Cedric transfigured several rocks into badgers, which he sent at the nest. The dragon panicked and went after the transfigured badgers, allowing Cedric to sneak closer. After the dragon had destroyed the transfigured rocks and started hunting for Cedric again, the young wizard aimed his wand at the other side of the pitch and transfigured several more rocks into badgers. The dragon wasn't going to let them get near her eggs and shot off towards them, allowing Cedric to dash into the clutch of eggs, grab the gold one, and dash for the exit while the dragon was distracted. Cedric exited the pitch and kept on running until he was grabbed by his head of house outside the pitch. She directed him to another tent near the pitch and told him that Madame Pomfrey would be there and to ask for a calming draft after she checks him over. Henry saw Cedric be guided to the medical tent before watching the dragon handlers retrieve the short snout and her eggs. Once the dragon was removed and Cedric seen by Madame Pomfrey, Cedric was called out to receive his score. He received a total of 38 points, Igor claiming he was repetitive with his transfigurations. Since Cedric managed to avoid injury during his task, he was allowed to take his golden egg up into the stands, while the dragon handlers prepared the next task. The next dragon to be brought out was a Welsh green and her clutch of eggs. Henry hoped his grandson had gotten this one. It was one of the least aggressive unless you woke it from its sleep, though it had the nasty habit of snoring fire. To his disappointment, the Bowsbatten champion emerged next after Filch had once again shot the dragon with a cannonball. Henry would have been amused by the glares of the dragon handlers if not for his disapproval of the dragon's treatment and concern for the young witch's life. At first, it appeared the young witch was just hiding from the dragon as she came up with a plan. Then Henry watched as the magic in the air around the pitch shifted and Henry heard the soft notes of music carried up from the pitch. The witch was using musical magic, amplified by her Vila heritage, to soothe the dragon to sleep. Henry had to chuckle as he noticed she'd also caught the loud-mouthed announcer in her spell, wondering if she had intended to do that. Within 2 minutes, the dragon was asleep, and the champion was making her way towards the clutch. She carefully dodged the slumbering fire breath and grabbed the golden egg. It was clear by that point she was having trouble holding the charm. Musical magic was more difficult the longer it was used, compounded by the need to move quickly and quietly. She quickly made her way out of the clutch, barely dodging a bout of flames from the dozing dragon on her way out. No sooner than she crossed the threshold of the pitch, the charm failed, and the dragon woke with a start to see an egg missing. Having woken to find an egg missing, the dragon roared with rage and concern for its young, waking everyone else that had been enchanted to sleep by the young witch. After being checked by Madame Pomfrey and finding her to be well, except for a rather raw throat, she was called back out to the field after the dragon and her eggs were removed to receive her score. She received a 35, due to low scores from Igor Karkaroff and Ludo Bagman, the latter complaining loudly about being caught by the enchantment. She curtsied to them before joining her fellow Bowsbatten students in the stands, her golden egg held tightly in her arms. Soon, the dragon handlers brought in the third set of eggs and dragon, a Chinese fireball. Henry didn't envy the student that would need to face this dragon. As their name suggests, they tended to spit fireballs rather than the streams of fire like other dragons. Henry hoped Harry wouldn't be facing this dragon, though the odds were now 50-50. He mentally sighed in relief when he saw the Bulgarian champion walk onto the pitch and jump behind the nearest rock as a fireball flew at him. Once the dragon stopped its attack, Victor Krum proved his eye-hand coordination by aiming at one of the dragon's few weak points, its eyes. He started rapidly casting the blinding curse, conjunctivitis curse, hoping to blind it long enough for him to get the egg and escape. What he had not anticipated was the dragon stumbling back in fear and nearly trampling her clutch. If not for the hasty intervention of Henry, calming the dragon with his call, the dragon would have lost half its clutch. In the judge's box, Headmaster Dumbledore heard Fawkes call and looked around for him, hoping to spot him, convince him to come back. Unfortunately for the old headmaster, Fawkes was well above the pitch and would remain there unless he felt it necessary. On the field, Victor Krum heard the call and saw the dragon relax. He knew his distraction would not last much longer. Knowing this, he rushed for the clutch and grabbed the golden egg. Unfortunately for him, he was used to being safe after collecting his prize, so didn't notice the dragon forcing its eyes open. When it saw the blurry figure of something that wasn't a baby dragon in its clutch, it became enraged and started spitting fireballs at the intruder. It was only his survival instincts and years of dodging bludgers that allowed the young man to throw himself from the clutch with his egg and start running for his life. Henry watched as the young wizard dodged and made his way out of the pitch, narrowly dodging the balls of fire. If the dragon was able to see properly, the young wizard would have been killed quickly. The moment the champion made it out of the pitch, the dragon handlers rushed to control the enraged dragon. The Bulgarian champion was the first to need Madame Pomfrey's aid after his task, but fortunately he didn't get directly hit by any dragon fire and only needed a cooling charm and a jar of burned salve. The slightly injured champion made his way out of the tent and to the pitch to get his score once the dragon and eggs were removed. He was the fastest champion to complete the task so far, but he was also the first to get injured and nearly got the eggs damaged. The judges awarded him 40 points, which put him 2 points ahead of Cedric. He gingerly walked off to the stands to join his fellow Durmstrang students in the stands, each of whom congratulated him, ignoring his wince he made every time someone thumped him. Henry's attention was brought back to the pitch. It was time for Harry's dragon to be brought out. He vaguely remembered the little dragon Harry and his friends had helped smuggle out of Hogwarts in their first year. It had certainly grown quickly. From the small dragonette half the size of Hagrid's hand to standing shoulder to tail with its Hungarian counterpart, earthy brown scales, and eyes like topaz, though its thinner build makes it more agile in flight. As she was brought in, Henry could see she was already agitated, her eyes blazing and sparks crackling from her maw. Henry could understand why. This would have been her first clutch, and it was being kept from her. When Filch aimed his cannon to strike the dragon and bring out Harry, unlike the previous 3 dragons, she noticed it and kept an eye on the angry man. When Filch fired the cannon, the renamed Nerberta let loose a torrent of flames at the cannonball and its firer. The flames melted the ball to slag and continued towards Filch, who was too shocked to get away, bathing him in dragon fire. By the time the dragon handlers got the fire under control, the Hogwarts caretaker was no more. The audience nearby gasped and cried out in shock. Several of the younger years passed out from the sight and smell. Henry recoiled at the act. The surly man had been the caretaker for nearly 50 years, and while he was a piece of work that loved to scare and threaten the students, death by dragon fire was a nasty way to go. Then he noticed Harry enter the pitch, carefully examining his surroundings. He saw the charred remains of Filch and decided. After several minutes of slow movement, Harry entered the clutch and found the golden egg. The lifting of the golden egg got Nerberta's full attention. She had been getting more and more agitated at not seeing the source of the moving rocks slowly approaching her clutch, and now one of her eggs was being stolen. Nerberta began to subtly build her fire at the back of her throat. After the egg made it several feet away from her clutch, she let loose her fire on the invisible thief. What happened next would surprise everyone, and cement Harry's place in magical history. Inside Harry, his inner flame surged, refusing to be snuffed out. At his core, the source of his flames, the egg that Fawkes watched over as he trained Harry, began to crack. The egg broke open with a massive surge of fire and magic, and the phoenix chick let out its first call, announcing its birth throughout Harry and the world beyond. The soul shard stuck within Harry sensed the new life and, in its arrogance, attempted to leave its confines to possess the new life. The moment it left its confines, it was swept away by the blazing magic, carried along with the magic guiding Harry to transform for the first time. Nerberta stopped her torrent of flames in surprise and stared at the wall of flame, changing shape until it resembled an egg. The flames started rushing inward, before the light of the flames became too bright for anyone to see, before rushing away from the center, where now hovered a young fire phoenix. In the moment where nobody could see, the spirit of Tom Riddle was expelled from Harry's body, as he transformed and met by 2 of the hottest flames on this earth where it was burned away. Nerberta, now realizing she was trying to match flames with a fire phoenix, bowed to the young bird, acknowledging her loss. Harry blinked at her before putting one claw on the egg, raised his wings, and called out his victory to the heavens, the sound carrying his pure happiness and sharing it with all there. It was at that moment when Headmaster Dumbledore shocked everyone by standing, drawing his wand, and casting a black and golden spell at the young phoenix. To everyone's surprise, the phoenix everyone knew as Fawkes rocketed out of the sky with a screech to intercept the spell, blocking it with a wall of flames. Everyone was stunned as Fawkes then transformed and, in his place, stood a man who looked to be in his late 60s, an elegant red and golden robe, with the Potter crest half-sized over his heart. "Not my grandson, you demented old fool!" He stood there, glaring at Dumbledore, arms crossed with wand in hand. "Here we are, the first task of the Triwizz and a chapter I've had in mind for years. I hope you all enjoyed this chapter and look forward to the explosive next chapter. Consequences and Revelations. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter, merely this hopefully fun plot. Talk, thought, Phoenix telepathy, quotes from the book, /N. Before anyone says anything about Harry being Henry's great-grandson, not grandson, I'm simplifying it. Do you all really want to read great dozens of times? If you do, find a Dobby FIC. Smiley face. Everyone was stunned silent for several moments before the minister broke the silence. Dumbledore, who is that? What spell did you just try casting on the Potter boy? What is going on? Minister Fudge asked, getting rather frustrated at Dumbledore's lack of answers. Since Dumbledore didn't seem like answering, Henry decided to answer the minister's questions. My name is Henry Potter, Harry Potter's great-grandfather, also the phoenix known as Fawkes. The spell that Dumbledore just tried to cast on my grandson was an old piece of black magic meant to subjugate the will of a magical creature. My grandson's animagus form. I know that spells affect well, because Albus Dumbledore used that spell to keep me bound to him for the last 50 years. I took a spell for him in his fight with Grindelwald, triggering the rebirth effect of the phoenix. Once he finished his battle with Grindelwald, he used that curse on me and claimed me as his familiar who showed up in his time of need. That curse would only affect a phoenix for the first few days of their renewal cycle. That bastard renewed the curse on me every time I went through a burning. It wasn't until this tournament granted my grandson legal adulthood that I was able to break free with his help. Henry answered, never taking his eyes off Dumbledore. The crowd couldn't hold back their shock. Many in the crowd started throwing insults and accusations at Dumbledore while his staunch supporters refused to believe what was being said and tried to defend Dumbledore, only to then be targeted by the rest of the crowd. Claiming a phoenix was lying was like saying the sky was purple, only someone extremely out of it would believe such a claim. Everyone in the judge's box with Dumbledore looked at him with emotions ranging from fear to disgust, several even drawing their wands subtly in case he turned their way. It took nearly a minute before the minister picked up on the last thing Henry said. The minister turned his attention back to Henry. What do you mean the tournament granted him legal adulthood? The boy is only 14. It certainly wasn't done through the ministry, Minister Fudge asked. Henry's gaze flickered to Minister Fudge momentarily before returning to Dumbledore. The goblins confirmed through magic that magic declared him of age when he was forced into this competition. For of-age students, further cemented when the heads of the 3 schools and 2 ministry officials acknowledged his forced participation. It was then documented through Gringotts, who filed it with their reports to the ministry. I'm not surprised it went unnoticed. Who knows how many times the goblins sent grievances through their liaisons at the ministry only for nobody to take notice. Its current head is the only one in recent times that is listened to, and that's only when something angers the goblins. They were quite pleased to acknowledge my grandson's rise to Lord Potter, Henry said, smirking at the scowl that caused on Dumbledore's face. When Henry saw several Aurors stealthy approaching Dumbledore, he spoke up. As much as I would love to see the bastard taken away, that will have to wait until after the tournament. Otherwise more than just him will suffer the consequences. You really shouldn't have used that accursed cup to reactivate this blood sport. You see, Harry hadn't, and for that matter still hasn't received his score for his task when Dumbledore cast his curse at him, therefore interfering in the Triwizard task. Any moment now the cup will enact the punishment, much like it did in the 4th tournament, Henry said, his smirk turning decidedly malicious. As everyone looked confused at what he meant, except for several well-read students and the odd unspeakable in the crowd, Dumbledore's face scrunched up trying to remember what the traitorous bird meant before his face blanched and pain racked his body. For nearly half a minute Dumbledore screamed in pain and convulsed, as if he was under the Cruciatus curse, as the demon in the cup took its due for the broken rule. When it was over, Dumbledore could hardly hold his wand and felt extremely tired. It was then that Henry spoke again. For attempting to attack a contestant during their task, the esteemed headmaster of Hogwarts just forfeited half his magic to the cup. I imagine you're feeling your age now, aren't you, Albus? Without my vitality and only half your magic to support your old arse. At Henry's words Dumbledore stumbled back and fell into his seat as if shoved, looking every bit the century-old man he was. Unfortunately for everyone, if he's taken away before the tournament ends, the cup will view that as a breach of contract and everyone will be punished, including his or any of your replacements. It will give the DMLE several months to form a case against him, if he even survives the year, Henry said. He had spent months learning everything he could about the cup and the tournament once it was discussed being reactivated in the headmaster's office. Henry had pestered the sorting hat for hours, and whenever it clammed up he would start calling it Gargneth, which caused the hat to sputter in indignation, causing Henry to have hours of fun teasing him. The aurors that were approaching stopped when hearing this and looked to their superiors while some looked to the minister. They were waved down and returned to their posts. Minister Fudge whispered with the others in the box, and once they nodded he raised his voice to be heard. Well then, before anything else can go wrong, let's award Mr. Potter his points. All the judges except Dumbledore raised their wands and shot out ribbons that formed tens. Eventually Dumbledore struggled to raise his wand and shocked everyone by giving Harry a 1. Giving Harry a total of 41 points after the first task. Mr. Bagman then cleared his throat to get everyone's attention back on him. There we have it, folks. With 41 points, our leading contestant is young Harry Potter. Followed closely by Victor Crumb with 40 points, Cedric Diggory with 38 points, and last but certainly not least is Fleur Delacour with 35 points. Thank you all for coming out, and please join us for the next task, which will take place on the 24th of February. For those visiting, safe travels home, Mr. Bagman said before dashing from the pitch. As soon as he called the task complete and left, healers that were brought in to help Madame Pomfrey with the contestants rushed to the judge's box to attend to Dumbledore. Henry then turned to face Harry, who had reverted to his human form after the threat had passed and his great-grandfather was there to protect him. When Henry looked him over, he could see Harry was magically exhausted and flagging. He moved to support Harry and walk him to the healer's tent where Madame Pomfrey could look him over and give him a pepper-up potion. When they got there, Henry and Harry were met with the other 3 champions staring at them in shock and awe. Before they could say anything, Madame Pomfrey bustled past the champions and started waving her wand over Harry, while vehemently muttering about the idiocy of making students face nesting mother dragons and the shock of Dumbledore's action. As she forced a pepper-up potion into Harry's hands, she began berating the healers for leaving their charges the moment the task ended to all rush for Dumbledore. After encouraging Harry to drink his potion, she bustled back into the enlarged tent for more potions and shooed the other 3 back to their beds, though she knew they wouldn't listen. Once she left and steam was already coming out of Harry's ears, the 3 approached him to congratulate him on his victory. Fleur apologized for calling Harry a little boy when they first met. If he could wrestle dragon fire away from a dragon, he was no little boy. It didn't help that her Vila heritage was screaming at her to show the young phoenix respect and care. Before they could say or do anything else, Harry's friends showed up and Luna rushed to embrace him. The wave of love and possessiveness that Fleur felt when Luna hugged Harry nearly knocked her off her feet. Fleur smiled and acknowledged that Harry was already claimed, calming her instincts. Madame Pomfrey gave them all a few minutes before she shooed the 5 non-champions out of the tent and urged Harry to take a nap. The pepper-up took the edge off, but he was already showing signs of waning. They all relented and Harry promptly fell asleep on the provided cot. He was physically, emotionally, and magically exhausted. While Harry was resting in the tent, the healers were trying to help Dumbledore recover from supposedly half his magic being ripped away. While the healers waved their wands over him and demanded the cup be brought out, Albus Dumbledore ignored them and stared, in shock at his hands and wand. He could feel reduced magic running through his blood and the wand felt unresponsive, as if it no longer felt he was powerful enough to wield it. A thought invaded his head. I need more power if I'm to regain control of that blasted boy. But how? He turned the wand in his fingers and another thought invaded his mind. The stone, if I could find the stone and force Harry to return the cloak to me, I'd be the master of death. The infernal cup wouldn't be able to kill me then. He didn't notice the light shaking of the wand, nor his eyes dilating, as the wand subtly manipulated him. Albus Dumbledore had been unknowingly fighting its influence on him since he took it from Gellert Grindelwald those many years ago. With the loss of so much of his magic and vitality, the iron will he thought repressed the wand's influence on him cracked, allowing the cursed wand to do its intended job. Send those that thought they could control its power to its maker, death. F.G. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand over Harry once more before sighing and nodded to Henry. Very well, but I'd like to follow you to this special area so that I can observe his condition, Madame Pomfrey said. Her stern glare brook no arguments. Henry thought about her request, trying to keep the secret of the room for Harry and his friends, before an idea came to him. I shall go and prepare the room. It is on the 7th floor. "I'll meet you at the stairs," Henry said, before flaming off. Everyone in the tent stared in shock before Madame Pomfrey huffed and levitated the cot Harry was sleeping on and left the tent after calling an elf to mind the remaining champions. FG. Just as Henry arrived on the 7th floor, he found Luna and the rest just entering the hall. Henry noticed this and chuckled before stepping before the hidden door and walking back and forth 3 times. In his time stuck in the castle, Henry always found Hogwarts magic quirky and mischievous, with a flair for theatrics. The selection of the room's door for the various layouts was a good example, and today's door was a nice example of that. A golden door frame with the door frame being made from dark oak and decorated with golden flames. Henry opened the door to find a warm interior with the centerpiece a nest of fluffy pillows and blankets, a blazing brazier on either side. As he entered, followed by Harry's friends, he found it comfortably warm, couches flanked by bookshelves in each of the corners along with several doors leading to adjacent rooms, much like their standard configuration. As they moved further into the room, they found only Henry and surprisingly Luna could approach the bedding at the center. Henry smiled, especially seeing Luna was able to join him at the center before saying, "Thank you, Hogwarts, this room will be perfect." Henry then raised his voice above the roaring braziers so the others could hear him. "Madame Pomfrey will be bringing Harry here as we speak. She doesn't know about the room as far as I know, and I imagine you all would like to keep it that way." Henry paused as they all nodded, despite Hermione's hesitation. "She's going to be checking in on him as he recovers his strength here, but I need at least one of you here to control the time manipulation control so that Harry can heal quickly and let her in when she comes to check on him. I'd rather take him to a sanctuary to heal, but that's not an option right now." Luna got a stormy expression on her face as she realized the scale of time it was going to take Harry to recover. "Henry, how long will it take for Harry to wake?" She asked this as she looked into his eyes and everyone was reminded why making her angry was a bad idea. Before adding Harry's protective nature into the mix, Henry gulped. That action made everyone but Luna wince as Luna's expression hardened further. "It will take almost a week of outside time," Henry said with a wince. They all stepped back as her magic started to rage, until suddenly her eyes flashed and her magic settled down. They all breathed a sigh of relief before they realized she was grinning at Henry. A grin that could only be considered vindictive. "All right," Luna said in a tone that everyone could tell she didn't mean what she just said. "But you're not running off until after he wakes. You're going to wait with him in this room. And when he wakes up," Luna paused, her smile turning positively predatory, "you're going to help him figure out the clue for the next task and calm him down before everyone here finds out why Norberta nearly went belly up when Harry transformed and passed out when you revealed yourself." Henry paled at that before shaking under Luna's stare.
Yes, ma'am."
Henry stuttered out. Henry felt like he was being hunted by a pair of halcyon he'd flirted with when Albus had forced Henry to flame them to Greece for an ICW meeting, rather than taking a port key. That was a very bad week. He also knew what the second task entailed and wanted to be nowhere near Harry when he found out. There was a reason people still talk about Pompeii. "Well then, we've got a week of outside time till Harry wakes up. Luna, would you mind if I escort you to your classes? I shudder to think what Harry would do if he woke up to you being bullied again, or Merlin forbid needing Madame Pomfrey's attention," Neville said before shuddering. "Why do I feel like I've just jinxed us?" Everyone in the room felt the temperature fluctuate. Luna smirked at Neville sardonically. "To answer both your questions, Neville, no, I don't mind you walking me to classes while Harry recovers." She glared sharply at Henry, who flinched and hid behind the door frame connecting the rooms, before returning her attention to Neville. "As for the second part, it's because you have better instincts than our illustrious headmaster and the tournament officials," Luna said, waving dismissively at the 3 paintings she'd made weeks ago. The first painting's red cover was now removed and portrayed the dragon Harry faced and Harry's phoenix form rising from the fire. Next to that painting was one covered by a blue sheet, and beyond that a painting covered with a green sheet. Given the order, they ignored the third painting for now and focused on the one covered with a blue sheet. Hermione was the first to figure it out and gasped, covering her mouth with her hands. It took Neville another minute before he worked it out, his magic slightly distracting him by pulling towards the third painting. When he did, his eyes narrowed and his hands unconsciously tightened into fists. They waited another few tense minutes before Ron scowled in frustration before admitting he didn't get it. Luna looked towards a scared-looking Henry with a nasty smirk, making him shake harder, before addressing Ron. Well, Ronald, I'm sure you'll understand when Henry helps Harry work it out. Luna walked over to give a slightly trembling Hermione a hug and a quiet whisper that they'd talk later. She then put a hand on Neville's shoulder. His magic was starting to swirl with his repressed anger and concern. I'll be fine, Harry will see to that. Though the idiots who think that this next task was a good idea will suffer the backlash twice over. The way Luna said that and the fact that she grinned as her eyes widened and glowed left the other four little doubt that Harry's reaction to their harebrained idea would be one for the next edition of Hogwarts. A history. Luna danced away from her friends and towards the open door to the room where Harry slept. She looked at him and smiled sweetly towards him. Rest well, Harry. You'll need it for what is to come. She then glanced coolly at the shaking Henry. As for you, I'd advise you get started on the arithmetic formula to keep him in this room long enough for him to calm down without burning us all to ashes. Even you. Henry gulped and got to work while Luna chose another book she hadn't read yet and settled on the couch to study. Hermione, Neville, and Ron slowly joined her, though all their minds were on their sleeping friend and the painting hidden in blue. Only Luna and Hermione quickly worked out how long their friend would sleep. 7 days of real time, multiplied by the time effect of the room making each hour a day inside. Their friend would be out for nearly half a year if not for the room. FG. Over the next week, Henry tried to get the four to spend time out of the room, but Luna stood firm and spent every minute she wasn't in class in the room. Hermione, Neville, and Ron did their best to keep her company while she waited for Harry to wake up. The few bullies that tried to mess with Luna were either turned away by the quick approach of Neville or Luna's upset magic, which made them see strange creatures everywhere they looked. When those students affected by her magic went to the hospital wing for help and to tell of Luna, Madame Pomfrey gave them a clear potion from the back of a drawer and a stern warning to not mess with an upset Lovegood. The last one who messed with her father his last year here is still in the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mungo's, his senses inverted, and waking from night terrors about blibbering something or other. I'd have thought you lot would have learned after the Ravenclaw point dive of 93, don't mess with the lass. Everyone stopped messing with her after that, aside from some rather thick Slytherin students. They were sent on to St. Mungo's screaming about creatures coming out of the other's ears. Nearby and Luna looking in from a door in the wall. He got slightly dizzy as his vision kept hyper-focusing on the things he saw. Henry noticed Harry up and the way he was looking at everything around him. He chuckled as Harry nearly lost balance on the bed, earning him a glare from Luna. Welcome back from the lands of Morpheus, hatchling. Careful now, your vision has improved thanks to awakening your animagus form. When you get your balance back, you can visit with your friends. They've been worried about you. Madame Pomfrey will be by soon to check you over, so come back soon. I'm glad you're awake, Henry said, hugging Harry as he got his bearings. Harry thanked Henry and carefully moved towards his friends. He was wobbly at first, his sight shifting in and out of focus, but he quickly reached them and embraced Luna in a tight hug, quickly joined by everyone else. As Harry enjoyed their hug, his magic hummed and everyone felt his happiness and contentment. They guided him to a couch and told him everything that had happened over the last week. While Harry slept, his reputation had once again gone through a paradigm shift due to his performance at the first task, what it was, Dumbledore's actions, and the Daily Prophet attacking Dumbledore and the Ministry Daily for their part in Harry nearly being roasted alive by dragonfire. Rita's report about the practically cursed robe that would have left Harry sterile, ending the House of Potter, had the old houses in an uproar regardless of faction. This also caused a rarity at Hogwarts, a unified show of displeasure from all four houses and their heads, against Dumbledore. By December 1st, it was a rather harried headmaster that sat down to breakfast only to see disapproval or anger on everyone's faces. He had barely finished eating before running from the hall, being chased by a parliament of owls carrying mail, more than a few of them howlers. While Harry was chuckling about that, Henry approached and advised Harry to return to the brazier bedchamber. Harry agreed and hugged Luna again before rising and shakily walking back. Harry climbed back into the impromptu nest, noticing the braziers were greatly diminished but still beat in time with his heart. Minutes later, Madame Pomfrey arrived. She smiled and said, "Mr. Potter, I'm glad to finally see you awake again. You gave us all another scare. I'll have you know. Well then, let's check you over so you can go find your friends. I'm sure they're all worried about you." Madame Pomfrey spent the next several minutes casting diagnostic charms on both Harry and Henry to verify any odd results should be the new normal. Eventually she wrote the last of her notes down and addressed Harry. "Very well, Mr. Potter. It appears you're back to almost perfect health. I imagine you're restless after a week in bed. But don't go looking for trouble. I want you to rest up for the rest of the day before going back to classes tomorrow. No running about the castle and try to keep your magic to a minimum. If you start feeling tired or hurting, come see me immediately." Madame Pomfrey says, getting a nod of agreement from Harry. As Madame Pomfrey left the room, Harry and Henry moved over to join Harry's friends. He was already getting control of his enhanced sight, so only stumbled a few times. They spent some more time on the couches before Hermione gave Harry his missing assignments, earning a scathing glare from Luna. It was an hour later when Henry approached with the golden egg from the first task, and a look saying he'd rather be almost anywhere else. "Your young lady insisted I wasn't allowed to leave until you woke. I helped you with this, and," Henry gulped before finishing, "help mediate the fallout. Thank Merlin there are no active volcanoes nearby," Henry said, muttering the last part to himself. Henry held up the notes he was holding in his offhand, and they disappeared while a new door appeared at the back of the room. Henry took a deep breath to steady himself before motioning Harry to enter the new door. Everyone but Luna was getting worried about how Henry was acting, including Harry. Harry uneasily did as he was told and entered the new room, only to find a shallow pool lowered into the floor and a changing area. As Henry entered behind him, the door closed and disappeared. Harry was immediately alarmed by this, and more so when markings he was starting to hate appeared on the wall. "Henry, what is going on?" Not in the mood for niceties with suddenly being trapped in a walled-off room. Again, Henry met his great-grandson's suspicious eyes and pushed aside the hurt they caused him. The clue for the second task is in the egg, which unless opened underwater only sounds like screeching. Get changed and climb in before putting the egg underwater. Then take a deep breath, submerge your head, and open the egg. You'll then have the clue. The closed room is for the extreme likelihood you get upset after working out the clue. Harry had to think about that for a moment before grumbling about needing a bath anyway after a week sweating between two fires. Henry silently smirked at that while he waited for Harry to change. As Harry came out of the changing area, Henry smothered his smirk as Harry climbed into the pool, shivering slightly. Harry took the egg from Henry and placed it underwater. He gave Henry an odd look before submerging his head and opening his egg. It let out a golden glow, releasing bubbles and music from within. The song was, "Start, come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll surely miss. An hour long you'll have to look and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back." And Harry replayed the song in his head, and as he did his magic started reacting exactly like Henry feared it would. As his mind relayed, "Taken what you'll surely miss," the water started rushing away from Harry and started to steam. When it mentioned only having an hour to look, the room started to shake. When he reached the last line, his eyes dilated in fury as his mind saw Luna floating dead in the lake and all his restraints snapped, causing the water left in the pool with him to flash evaporate. The first wall started to melt, and he unwillingly transformed into his phoenix form. Henry had to weather the thermal storm of Harry's rage unleashed until he managed to get through to Harry that he was about to kill his partner and friends, that he knew how to help Harry save his partner, and that if he failed he'd help Harry burn the lake and castle to ash. Harry trembled with fury, but he'd heard Henry's words. He raised his head to the ceiling once more and let out a deafening cry before forcing his rage and the temperature away. FG. On the other side with Hermione, Luna, Neville, and Ron, the wall glowed with runes before two more walls formed between them and glowed. Hermione was the first to get over her shock and turned to Luna for answers. "What is going on, Luna? Why did the room do that?" Hermione asked. Surprisingly, it was Neville that answered. "Henry is about to help Harry work out the clue for the second task. and both Henry and Luna knew Harry wasn't going to take it well. This is Hogwarts taking measures to protect us with help from Henry. Hermione and Ron gaped at his answer while Luna nodded. Luna, now that he's gone in there, can you share what the clue is so we know what will make Harry so angry? Luna pinched the rim of her nose before writing it out for them and passing it to Neville. Neville barely had time to read it himself and gasped before Hermione ripped it out of his hands, Ron reading it over her shoulder. Neville looked to Luna and asked, "Are 3 walls going to be enough? And are the people who designed these tasks completely mental?" Merlin's beard. Luna was about to reply when Ron said something that caused Hermione to hit him repeatedly as hard as she could. "Well, anyone for fish fry and calamari? Anything that stands in Harry's way is going to get burnt," causing Hermione to berate Ron for thinking that of Harry and for being so careless about the giant squid, Grindylow, and mermen that made the Black Lake their home. Neville and Luna both thought about what Harry did to the Dursleys before he left them and were about to speak up when everyone heard yelling coming from the other side of the wall, followed by screeching, before the wall closest to them began to steam. They all felt Harry's emotions through the screeches, the soul-crushing weight of the blinding fear and the blazing inferno of Harry's rage. Harry stormed his way towards them, then surprised everyone, even Luna, by pulling Luna into a very tight and possessive hug. After a moment of surprise, Luna felt Harry trembling and hugged him back with all the care and love she could offer. "I'm here, Harry. I'm here." They stayed that way for several minutes, while their friends struggled to recover from that. As for Henry, his magic was hard at work repairing the damage he'd taken from being next to Harry as he raged. His ears ruptured from the force of his last cry. "Arg, Dragonfire and Fiendfire has got nothing on that boy's flames. I knew that was going to happen, but bloody hell, Harry's powerful. That last wall barely held. If that fool Albus does get that girl killed, there isn't anything I could do to stop him from torching everyone." When he was healed enough to move again, he pulled out his wand from its Dragonfire sack wand holster and repaired his ears. What none of them knew was that Hogwarts needed to transfer all available power to shielding the walls in the room to prevent the raging phoenix from breaking loose. Everyone in the valley heard Harry's final rage-filled call. Even though the sound was kept within the valley, its effect was felt throughout the world. Magical creatures across the planet heard Harry's call and called out for him in kind. Phoenixes around the world felt his pain and rage, his need to protect his partner. From their hidden sanctuaries, from the remote caves and crags which mortal creatures dare not go, they called back to their own. How was that for a dramatic chapter? What effect will Harry's call of help bring? What is Henry's plan to help, and can it help save Luna, the one Harry would miss the most, and with her all of Hogwarts? Look forward to the next chapter to find out. Massive kudos to anyone who gets the Gargneth reference. If you review with it before the 22nd chapter is released, I'll PM you with a special offer. Hope you all enjoyed and look forward to the next chapter. Repercussions and plans. Disclaimer: my name is not J.K. Rowling. I make no money from this. All I get is joy from sharing this story and the positive reviews I receive. Talk Thought, Phoenix Telepathy, quotes from the book. Within the walls of Hogwarts, all the teachers and students heard Harry's call. They all felt the fear and anger resonating within their souls. All the students were caught unaware, having no idea where these feelings were coming from, causing the younger year students to either break down in tears or go into a rage. The teachers, after years of feeling the muted effect of Fawkes, recognized the feeling as raw phoenix song from an upset phoenix. It was only the quick action of the prefects and teachers that stopped the raging students. They then quickly cast cheering charms on the crying students before they could spiral into depression. While most of the teachers didn't know why this might have happened, the heads of house had a clue. They were all informed of the next task in case one of their students would be needed as a hostage for the second task. Phileas Flitwick had a feeling at least 2 of the hostages would come from his house. Harry was known to be dating Luna Lovegood, and Cedric Diggory used to date Cho Chang. Before the trouble with Luna happened, Cho Chang might be able to convince the Hufflepuff boy into taking her to the Yule Ball. After calming or cheering up the students respectively, the teachers all met to attempt to find the reason behind the chaos. While his co-workers passed around ideas, Phileas thought back on what he felt when the wave of emotions flooded the castle. While the rage had been fierce and raw, there was an underlying direction from it, aimed towards the headmaster and tournament. The fear, blood-chilling and oppressive, held an even more primal emotion that he could barely sense: the fear for a partner's safety. Once he recognized that, he examined the rage closer and found it akin to a fight-or-flight response. It was then clear to Phileas the reason for the flood of emotions. As Severus was once again vehemently insisting it was Potter's fault, Phileas interjected before his co-workers could dismiss it. "I fear this time Severus might actually be right," Phileas said, before quickly raising both his hands to forestall Severus's vindictive glee and Minerva's leaping to her cub's defense. "Hear me out, please. Poppy informed us all that Harry is finally awake as of several hours ago, after being unconscious for a week after transforming for the first time into his phoenix form. I remember Minerva mentioning that the first week after she completed her animagus training was the most intense, as the animal instincts are fresh and strong." Minerva nodded in remembrance. They were still strong, but she had learned to suppress them. After Minerva's nod, Phileas continued. "Poppy told us she instructed him to take it easy and not use much if any magic." Snape scoffed at this, earning a stern glare from Minerva. "I assume that after resting with his friends for a time, he attempted to open the egg clue, as all the others did the first night." Everyone winced at the reminder. By sheer coincidence, the other 3 champions had opened their eggs at the same time, causing a school-wide racket. Given the intelligence of his friends, especially Miss Lovegood, Severus sneered at this. He was less than pleased that Poppy prevented him from punishing the brat when she had sent several of his house's students to St. Mongos after they had allegedly attacked her. One of them would have recognized it as Murmish and helped him work out how to listen to the clue, continued Phileas, glaring at Severus. He was strongly behind Miss Lovegood protecting herself. While most of his co-workers didn't know what he was talking about now, the other heads of house knew. Phileas' expression hardened before he continued. "While the other 3 champions might get hung up on the wording of the clue, Mr. Potter is empathetic enough, especially after his transformation, to understand the meaning of the clue. The second task will take from them what they'll surely miss, or per the headmaster's interpretation, who they'll surely miss. A loved one will be taken hostage and put under the lake to be recovered." At that revelation, everyone who didn't already know looked angry, horrified, appalled, or a mix of all 3. Getting back to Mr. Potter, if you examine the burst of emotions closely, there is a primal emotion that fueled the fear, and the rage was the instinctual reaction to it. Given Severus's skill with occlumency, I would assume he identified it quicker than I did. The primal fear for a mate's safety. Mr. Potter is currently dating Ms. Lovegood, and as his animal instincts are at their strongest right now with the awakening of his animagus form, he would see Miss Lovegood as his partner. He would see the second task as a threat to his partner's life, being put in an environment that is the opposite to his elemental nature, especially with the deadline written into the clue, and I do mean dead. At this, everyone blanched, even pale Severus Snape. Given that Hogwarts is not currently aflame and the lake outside is untouched, I can only assume Mr. Potter was somewhere that could contain his anger long enough for him to regain control. I can only hope his friends were not hurt in the process, Phileas said. Everyone silently nodded their heads. Given that there wasn't a second burst of raw emotion throughout the castle, I can only assume they are safe. Thank Merlin, Minerva said, hoping Harry and his friends were all right. Everyone agreed. The thought of the emotional force of what they felt, fueled with sorrow and self-hatred, and the effect it would have on the students truly terrified them. It would seem we now know the source of the trouble and that it shouldn't happen again, at least not until closer to mid-February. I still say Albus has lost it to have that task in the dead of winter, or at all for that matter. You all do realize the students will have nothing to watch except what they do going into the lake and who comes out first. Nearly an hour later, Phileas said, causing everyone to shiver and agree. Not even Minerva or Rubeus argued against what he'd said, showing just how far Albus Dumbledore's star had fallen to lose the half-giant's immediate defense. I'd advise we all remind our houses of the school stance on bullying. I'm sadly aware it still occurs, even after the mass Ravenclaw punishment the year before last. I'm sure we've all seen Mr. Potter's response to those that target Ms. Lovegood, and of course Ms. Lovegood's own defense while Mr. Potter was unconscious. I would assume Mr. Potter will become even more protective of Ms. Lovegood in the coming days, especially as we approach the second task, Phileas advised, looking a little green. The other heads of house teachers looked irritated at the reminder but couldn't dispute Phileas, especially given the reports from Poppy and what they found outside their classrooms. If you're done stating the obvious, Phileas, we might as well get on to other subjects while we're gathered. I will of course remind my students of the dangers of bullying. How go the preparations for the Yule Ball? Minerva, I presume you've yet to tell your students, Severus said, attempting to shift the subject away from the actions of his snakes and their humiliating results. FG. Harry and his friends emerged from the room shortly before dinner and quickly found out about the effect Harry's outburst had caused. Harry was uncomfortable about causing a school-wide incident, but Luna and all his friends supported him. Everyone seemed to be back to normal by dinner and enjoyed the extra chocolate they were encouraged to eat with dessert. To Harry's amusement, Hermione's horror, and Luna's utter delight, there were massive chocolate cakes and bowls of chocolate pudding at each table. All the teachers subtly kept an eye on Harry and his friends. They noticed them gather tightly around Harry, and how clingy Harry was to Luna, further solidifying their theories discussed at the meeting. The heads of house all nodded at each other and were glad to see Harry's friends supporting him and smiled, though Severus more sneered and muttered about hormonal teens and troublesome Potters. Minerva was happy to see Harry awake and rejoining his classmates for dinner, and hopefully his classes tomorrow. She turned to her fellow heads of house and said, I'll give them all a week before I tell my lions about the Yule Ball. That way we'll only need to put up with the hassle the ball will bring for a week of classes. Phileas, Pomona, and Severus all nodded. None of them looked forward to the last week of term, where all the students would be focusing on was the holiday or the ball. Later that night, back in the room, Luna got everyone's attention. She brought the copy of the runic array the fourth years had been working on to the couches where all her friends sat. I know you all have been working on this while we helped Harry prepare for the first task, but I solved it a while ago and was waiting till after the task to bring it up. Before I reveal the answer, would any of you care to share what you worked out? Luna asked. Harry was the first to speak. I've worked out it's to assist with transfiguration somehow. It focuses a lot on changing something's form. Luna smiled at him and said, That's good, Harry, it does have to do with assisting change, but you're looking too closely at that part, causing Harry to smile but look confused. Hermione looked puzzled, but an idea was niggling at the back of her thoughts. I was focusing more on narrowing down the variable component. I noticed that it's to change something, but I couldn't work out what, Hermione said, sighing with frustration. Luna's smile was positively beaming with her answer. You're so close, Hermione, but like Harry, you're looking too closely. Professor Vector was very naughty when she gave this to you all to work out. If you two had worked this out and revealed you knew, she could have been in a lot of trouble with the ministry, not to mention Professor McGonagall. What you have here is the runic array for Animagus Force Transformation Ritual. What Hermione was struggling with was understanding the purpose of the Gibo rune, which takes the gifted essence of a creature to determine the variable component. Luna paused for a moment while she focused on what she wanted the room to make. The next moment, 2 exact copies of the array were carved into the floor. Luna reached into her bag and pulled out a bag of silvery hairs, before removing one and placing it on the Gibo rune. She then returned the bag of hairs back to her bag and put it on the couch next to Harry. She then pulled one of her own hairs with barely a wince and placed it on the second array's Gibo rune. She then skipped over to the circle of the creature to be transformed. Before anyone could think to stop her, she activated the array and the unicorn hair glowed before vanishing, starting the runic ritual. Magic rushed around the room and everyone could hear the quiet thudding of galloping hooves. As the thudding got louder, the runic lines glowed brighter as they filled with magic. When the runic lines filled completely, Luna flashed with magic and transformed into a large pearl-white mare with a golden horn. The others were amazed, or in Hermione's case shocked. Hermione was quickly going over everything she'd read on the Animagus transformation, and the only reference to a successful magical Animagus form was a legend of Merlin being able to transform into a dragon. Neville looked at the transformed Luna with blossoming realization after getting over the shock of seeing her change into a unicorn. While struggling to keep his hope in check, he asked, "Luna, is that really you? Can you still understand us?" In response, Luna looked at him, blinked once, and nodded her head. "Luna, is it possible that you and Harry could provide the needed materials for the potion to heal my parents?" Luna nodded again and gave Neville a quick nuzzle before returning to the second ritual carving, and touched the Iwaz rune with her horn. The blonde hair she'd placed in on the Gibo rune glowed before vanishing as the runic ritual started charging. Almost half a minute later, Luna was on all fours in the changing circle. After taking a moment to rise and smooth out her robes, she returned to her friends, sat next to Harry, and smiled at them all. She looked towards Neville and said, "Yes, Neville, I can supply the blood for the potion while Harry provides the tears. With your grandmother's help, Neville, you can be spending Yule with your healing parents. It's still going to take them time before they can leave the hospital, though. It will take time for their bodies to heal. We're also going to have to explain how we found the potion." Luna looked uncomfortable about that. Harry thought about that for a moment before nodding sharply and deciding, "Neville, unless anyone here has a problem with it, ask your gran to visit here and show her the room and the passage in Merlin's tome. Ask her to acquire the golden cups for when you return home for Yule. If everything goes well, you'll be returning with phoenix tears and unicorn blood, both freely given. It will then be up to your gran to get St. Mungo's to let her try. That might be the hardest part." With support from his friends, Neville got to work drafting a letter for his gran to visit them. He was never looking forward to Yule break more. While Neville was writing his letter, Hermione had questions. She looked to Luna with barely controlled eagerness. At Hermione's look, Luna nearly winced before sighing and telling her to ask her questions. It took nearly an hour before Luna said enough, asked the room for several books and placed them rather forcefully into Hermione's hands and walked back to Harry. Hermione looked slightly hurt but started to read. It wasn't long before Neville finished his letter and rejoined Harry and Luna. When Neville rejoined them, they all started working on their assignments and helping Harry catch up on his. The next morning, Neville sent his letter with Hedwig. Augusta was there before lunch, eagerly asking to see the passage, barely hoping it could be true. When she read it several times and Luna and Harry transformed, she nearly collapsed in gratitude. They transformed back and hugged her for several minutes as she cried. When she finally stopped crying, she thanked them and hugged Neville, saying she looked forward to seeing him for Yule. She then left the room and quickly left the castle. FG. Over the next week, nearly all the professors are happy to see Harry returning to their classes. They were surprised when they tested Harry on the classes he missed, and he had no trouble performing the spells and had all the assignments ready to turn in. The students also welcomed him back, though some were still spiteful at his inclusion in the tournament. The main aggressors lost a lot of their support when the task was revealed to be dragons and Harry transformed into a phoenix. None of them wanted to get on the bad side of a creature of light and fire. Harry quickly adjusted to his new level of power and outperformed everyone in their year. During the nights they adjusted their time so that Luna and Harry would transform in the middle to supply the ingredients for the potion, with Harry using his phoenix tears to heal the cut she made with her horn each night. It took each of them an hour to recover, Luna taking a blood-replenishing potion and a nap while Harry got his emotions under control with meditation. It was the 10th of December when Minerva decided to reveal the ball. They had just finished their lesson on transspecies switching spells, a lesson what would send most animal activist groups up a wall, when she told her lions to wait behind while the Slytherin students were free to go. After the last Slytherin student left the classroom, Professor McGonagall addressed her house's fourth-year students. Students, as we near the Yule break, it falls to me as your head of house to inform you that there will be a ball on the eve of the 25th of December. This ball has taken place alongside the Triwizard Tournament since its beginning. It is a chance to mingle with the students of the other schools while letting our hair down. She had to wait a moment for the less than subtle mutterings of the students. She was more than capable of letting her hair down. Thank you very much. That does not, however, mean we will relax our standard we hold you students to. I will be most displeased if Gryffindor House brings shame to Hogwarts in any way. The ball will be from 8 in the evening till midnight. It will be open to 4th years and up, though you may invite a younger year if you wish. Dress robes will be worn, causing a loud giggle to escape some of the girls. Minerva scowled at them, though Harry could see a slight smirk at the end of her scowl. And dance lessons will be provided. At this, she was forced to wait as the girls all squealed and giggled, and almost all the boys looked uncomfortable or gave her dirty looks. To her surprise, Harry merely seemed uncomfortable and appeared to want to distance himself from his male housemates. After giving them all a minute to vocalize their opinions, which she ignored with the ease of years of practice, she glared them all into silence before speaking. Now that you all have that out of your systems, her glare making it clear that it had better be out of their systems, or else you all will spend this time taking a mandatory lesson on dance. If any of you would like, and I highly advise you do, you may speak with me after dinner to set up times for further lessons. She then turned and vanished a sheet from a gramophone she had set up at the start of the day. With another flick of her wand, it started playing a classic orchestra piece. She coughed lightly to get their attention back and raised her voice slightly to be heard above the music. Now then, if I can have two of you step forward for a demonstration. Come now, Gryffindors, charge forward. After that slight slap to their collective pride, a few of the boys stepped forward and a few giggling girls joined them. Hermione moved to join Ron, pushing past Lavender Brown to do so. Neville invited the slightly embarrassed girl to join him. Parvati Patil joined Harry before Dean Thomas or Seamus Finnegan could look to her hopefully. Neither boy had made a good impression on their female housemates over the last 3 years. Seamus's attempts to transfigure Rum and his habit of turning every other spell into a fireball of sorts hadn't abated. For the next hour, Professor McGonagall attempted to teach them to dance the waltz, with more success than not. Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Ron all showed signs of having practiced before, with only Ron comfortable with Hermione. When Professor McGonagall forced them to switch partners, Hermione did well with Harry and Neville, but none of the girls did well with Dean or Seamus, both of whom had ended up slapped by every lady there, including the professor. Professor McGonagall released the lesson slightly early after both Dean and Seamus had earned a detention to go with their slapped cheeks and bruised feet. She asked Harry to stay back while after dismissing the others, glaring at the handsy boys. When Harry was the only student left, Minerva let out a sigh and sat heavily into her chair, a hand covering her eyes. When she removed her hand, she was surprised to see a tea set with sandwiches and a waiting Dobby. She smiled softly at the elf and thanked it before conjuring a chair for Harry and inviting him to sit and have tea with her. After both had made their tea and grabbed a small sandwich, Minerva sighed and returned her attention to Harry. Harry, given the skill you foreshowed, can I assume Miss Lovegood already informed you of the upcoming ball and will be your date for the evening? With a light blush, Harry smiled and agreed, much to Minerva's delight. That delight was short-lived, however, when Harry continued. I was less than pleased when she explained the champions would need to open the ball, and much less so when she explained the consequence of being the champion's date. I nearly refused to take her at that point, but she argued it would be meaningless for us as the whole school knows we're dating. It would only hurt us both not to go together. Minerva, please be honest with me. Do you know what the headmasters have planned for the partners of the champions? Minerva couldn't help feeling a bit of shame and hurt from the look in Harry's eyes as he asked her that. It didn't help that they both knew the question was a trap with only the truth leading to less pain. And it hurt even more for both knowing it was a trapped question laid by an upset Harry. Minerva sat her tea down, rubbed her face and sighed before answering. That reaction told Harry he wasn't going to like the answer, but that she would be honest with him. Harry, yes, I'm aware of their plans and I don't like it one bit. I and the other teachers all tried telling him as such, but the old fool is set on taking this course. It's better you go with Miss Lovegood and enjoy the night. It's better than the alternatives. If the champion takes a partner to the ball and it's clear they don't care for their partner, the headmasters will choose another hostage for them. At least this way you'll know who it'll be. It concerns me who they'll take for Miss Delacour. I know you lot hide away somewhere to train you for this blasted farce and so wouldn't see it, but the only ones close to her here are those affected by her Vila Allure. Something that clearly annoys the girl, but she can't seem to help it. I do, however, know that, unlike the rest of you, she has a young sister. The sadness and disgust in Minerva's eyes and voice clearly carried her opinion of the headmaster's choices and her concern for the young child. Harry closed his eyes and sighed. His body language made it clear he wasn't happy with what he'd been told, but Minerva was glad his anger wasn't directed at her. It was clear he was angry though by the way he held his teacup and the fact the tea inside had started to boil. By the time Harry released his tight hold on the cup and sat it on its saucer, the cup was empty aside for a stain left by the tea. When he spoke, his voice held a compressed anger but forced calm. It was his eyes though that spoke volumes. His eyes were avian and held a fire behind them that caused them to glow. "Thank you for your honesty, Minerva. It hurt to think that you knew what was going to happen, and would let it happen without any warning. I know it will be useless, but please keep trying to change his mind. Try suggesting using magical doubles, for the safety of the students. Minerva, if she goes in that lake. If she doesn't come out safe, run," Harry said, his control slipping. The teacher in Minerva wanted to scold the boy for his silent threat, but was distracted as the gentle steam from the teapot started bellowing. Before Minerva could decide how to react, her door blasted open and Luna Lovegood walked briskly into the room. Minerva was about to demand an explanation when she was caught off guard by the sharp clarity in Luna's eyes and practically radiating irritation. Luna ignored Minerva and sat on Harry's lap before pulling him into a hug, leaning his face into her shoulder, blocking out Harry's sight. As if on instinct, Harry wrapped his arms around Luna and hugged her fiercely, his whole body shaking. It was only then Luna addressed Minerva without taking her eyes off Harry. "I've got this, Professor McGonagall, though this will go faster if you leave the room." Much to Minerva's surprise, the teapot started to settle down quickly. It took a moment for Minerva to process everything and a considerable willpower not to scold the two out of principle, but Minerva's rational side won out. With a huff, Minerva attempted to regain some control of the situation. "Very well, I shall wait outside while you help him calm down, but the door will remain open. I trust you'll both behave, but I must enforce the school rules as best I can." After both teenagers noticeably blushed, Luna spoke. "As you wish, Professor." She went to grab her cup before standing, only to notice as she grabbed it that its contents had boiled away, so she huffed and grabbed a sandwich before leaving the room. Several minutes later, Luna guided a morose Harry out of the room and past a contrite Professor McGonagall, who checked them over as they passed. After a moment she nodded and sighed, dropping her mask of contriteness. "Mr. Potter, I understand the reason for your anger, truly I do, but you must get this under control. Miss Lovegood won't always be able to rush to your side to calm you down. Merlin forbid this happened after potions with Professor Snape. 10 points from Gryffindor for losing your temper. Miss Lovegood, I appreciate the aid, but that doesn't excuse you blowing my door open and ordering me out of my own classroom. The door wasn't even locked. 20 points from Ravenclaw." Both teens nodded before Luna led Harry off to his next class before rushing to her own. Fortunately, her next class was Care of Magical Creatures while his was History of Magic. Professor Binns wouldn't even notice if Harry was late or in a bad mood, while Professor Hagrid would be very understanding if she needed to explain why she was late. She still had to rush back to Charms to get her bag. She silently sighed after dropping Harry off, knowing she was going to have to explain rushing out of third-year Charms to her head of house and was going to get scolded again. With a wry grin she increased her pace with a stray thought. Better a scolding and possible detention than the school burning. FG. Neither Harry nor Luna got detention, though Luna did get scolded by Professor Flitwick for her actions while thanking her for her quick thinking. In the end she had to write out why she rushed off and had to formulate 5 better plans of action in case of another Harry Potter emergency. That night Phileas and Minerva shared several strong drinks and before separating drunkenly agreed that if Miss Lovegood managed to keep Harry in check they would go behind Albus Dumbledore's back and award her a special service to the school for preventing its destruction by Phoenix fire. They both complained about the next 2 months going to be tough and dreamed of Hogwarts on fire that night. They were both grouchy the next morning, much to the sorrow of the 6th and 7th year students. It was fortunate that they managed to recover by the afternoon for the first-year students. The Newt-level students weren't the only ones with trouble that Friday though. Rita Skeeter was buzzing around Hagrid as the 4th-year care class was coming down for their lesson. Harry caught Rita flat-footed when he casually mentioned Rubeus Hagrid was one of his oldest friends and the one who took him to Diagon Alley for the first time. Rita tried to ask about Harry's home life, but Harry managed to change the topic with a sharp look at Rita and a clear change of subject. seeing Hagrid resisting talking about his encounter with the Dursleys. With that avoided, Rita left as Hagrid started the class on how to help care for bowtruckles in the winter. The warming charms didn't just help the magical creatures. After a stressful Friday morning for most of the students, except maybe the Hufflepuffs who had double herbology and were in the greenhouses, the rest of the term until break went as well as could be expected with both Yule and a ball coming soon. All the older years were distracted with who was going to the ball with who. Nobody aside with the willfully blind were surprised that Harry was taking Luna Lovegood to the ball. They had been openly dating for almost a year at that point. What surprised his house, especially his brothers and sister, was Ron Weasley quickly asking Hermione Granger to the ball. When one of the girls in his house asked Neville to escort them to the ball, he shocked everyone by saying, "Thank you, but I'm going home for the holiday. I have plans with my gran that can't be pushed back." He said this with a gentle smile and a far-off look in his eyes. The girl blushed slightly and started to apologize when one of the fifth-year Gryffindor boys laughed. "Ah, yeah, right. Why would you want to go with that squib when you could go with me?" Cormac McLaggen arrogantly said in the common room. This got him the attention of most of the house, and the annoyance of several girls who were wanting to ask Neville. Also had the effect of angering the girl that was approaching him to ask for him to be her date. The arrogant boy never expected the verbal and magical backlash of his taunt. Every boy in the house winced and stepped away from him as the girls of the house tore into him and jinxed him mercilessly. When they were done, every girl turned their back on him. It was left to one of his dorm mates to take him to Madame Pomfrey. Between the damage done to him and then his decision to mouth off and insult Madame Pomfrey, he wasn't out of her care till after the Yule Ball. Aside from Malfoy's Gryffindor copy, the last week of lessons before the Yule break went as smoothly as a school of magical teenagers looking forward to the break can. December 18th came quickly for the excited students. The last class the fourth-year Gryffindor students had to get through was a double potions lesson with Professor Snape. They would be testing antidotes they had been brewing over the last few weeks. Much to Professor Snape and Draco Malfoy's annoyance, Harry's, Neville's, and Ron's skills at brewing had continued to improve despite their efforts to sabotage them. What neither knew was that there was an overprotective elf hiding in the corner, sharply watching his old master's efforts to hurt his new master, and vanishing each attempt. Harry had needed to scold Dobby after his third time, reflecting the extra ingredients flying towards his cauldron back towards the saboteurs. After Professor Snape assessed their potions, he couldn't argue them any lower than EE and snapped at them to leave. With that, they walked back up to Gryffindor Tower and helped Neville pack. He carefully put the magical liquids in his trunk before patting them carefully. "I still don't see why you're being so careful, Nevada. They have the impervious charm and several other charms cast on them," Ron said as he watched. "I just want to be extra careful, Ron. I don't want anything to go wrong if one of the charms fail. Plus, do you have any idea how valuable these two vials are? Together they're worth more than the minister makes in their stay in office," Neville said, whispering. "If this works, it will Nevada trust in magic and Merlin. I look forward to hearing the good news when you get back after the break," Harry said with certainty. Neville smiled at him as he carefully closed his trunk and cast several locking charms on it. He then called for Jules to take it home and bring him a substitute with clothes for the night and traveling clothes for tomorrow. The next moment, the trunk flashed and Jules was gone. "There we go, safe and secure. Let's go join Luna in the room before dinner," Hermione said as she watched by the door for Dean and Seamus to return. They quickly followed her lead. As they read together in the room, Neville asked for the journal again and read more of its content along with reading the passage he needed several more times. They all smiled gently at him and hoped the holiday would bring good news. They all enjoyed their peaceful time together that evening, choosing to forego the week of training in the eagerness of the coming day. The next morning, Neville rode one of the carriages down to Hogsmeade where he would take the train home for the holidays. Harry and his friends had all made sure they were all seen at the breakfast table, and said their goodbyes for the break in the entry hall before heading up the stairs. Nobody but their group noticed that Harry subtly vanished and made his way back to Neville. Only Minerva knew that Harry would be gone for several days, returning on the day of the ball. Neville and an invisible Harry quietly made their way onto the train and secured a compartment before sealing it and casting a Notice Me Not charm on the door. Neville had a book out and was reading while Harry meditated the whole way. Several hours later, the train pulled into King's Cross Station's magical rail, and those students heading home for the holiday quickly left the train to meet up with their families. When they saw that Madame Longbottom wasn't on the platform, Neville called for Jules. With a quick hug and wish of luck from both, Neville grabbed Jules' hand and was popped to Longbottom Hall while Harry flamed away to Potter Manor. When Neville arrived home, he was met by his grandmother, who smiled upon seeing him. "Welcome home, Neville. I'm glad you came here, rather than following Harry home," Augusta said with a smirk. When Neville had asked why, Augusta almost giggled before saying, "The magic of the manor seemed almost excited for something. Tomsy asked me to leave as the Hogwarts Express neared the station. He said what was about to happen didn't need to be seen by those not of the house." Neville couldn't help looking towards Potter Manor, wondering what was going on with Harry. After a moment lost in thought, he shook his head and smiled towards his grandmother. "Well, is everything ready?" Augusta smiled back and nodded. Neither of them could wait for Monday. FG. As Neville arrived at Longbottom Hall, Harry flamed into Potter Manor. As the flames subsided, Dobby and Tomsy popped in, followed quickly by Henry. "Master Harry, welcome home to Potter Manor. Master Henry said you needed to talk to the portraits before leaving early in the morning. Would you like to eat first before talking to portraits?" Tomsy asked, welcoming Harry home. "While I'd like to get the de-stressing business with a certain portrait out of the way, I am rather hungry. Plus, the living need food. Grandpa Fleamont has waited nearly 2 months, he can wait another hour or two. Henry, if you wouldn't mind and that old bastard is out of his office, would mind flaming up to Hogwarts and grabbing a willing portrait for the meeting after dinner, preferably a Potter or Black. I know that at least Phineas Nigellus Black is on the headmaster's wall." Tomsy nodded before popping away to give Maple Harry's answer. Henry sighed but nodded before once more flaming away. Harry went to get changed and read a book while he waited for one of the elves to pop in and inform him dinner was done. By the time dinner was ready, Henry was back and greeted Harry at the dinner table, letting him know Phineas Black and Arthur Potter were waiting in the portrait gallery on the guest stands. Harry thanked Henry and the two talked about how things had been since Harry recovered at Hogwarts, allowing Henry to leave. After a day of relaxing at Potter Manor, Henry had traveled to the sanctuary to set up their arrival and lodging. He had then spent several days at the retreat, reconnecting with phoenixes he hadn't been able to see since his capture. Before returning to England, Henry met with the water phoenix he hoped would help Harry. After several drinks, a night of fun, and several pulled feathers from Henry, they parted ways with a promise of aid for the young Lord Potter. Henry had also made plans for Harry to meet a pair of fire phoenixes while they were there. He couldn't wait to see Harry's expression when he met them. Of course, Henry didn't tell Harry any of this directly. He wanted to see Harry's expression when they got to the sanctuary and met Henry's old friends. After dinner, Harry and Henry thanked the elves and headed towards the portrait room. As they approached, Henry noticed how Harry's expression hardened and magic started to swirl. As they approached the door, it opened on its own. "Fleamont Potter, it's time for a word," Harry said, his voice echoing with power. As Harry said this, Fleamont flinched and tried to run from his portrait, only for all the portrait's frames to flash, causing Fleamont to bounce back as if he'd run full speed into a wall. Harry had silently locked down all the portraits in the room, much to several of their occupants' displeasure. Unfortunately for Fleamont, his attempt to run just angered Harry further and caused all the other portraits around him, including the two guests, to look at him with displeasure, disappointment, or in the case of the visiting headmaster portraits, disgust. As Harry and Henry walked through the door slammed shut and flashed briefly. For the next several hours no sound could be heard from the room. Inside the room Fleamont was admonished and lectured for his action by Harry and Henry before being forced to listen to how Henry was treated by Albus Dumbledore during his time trapped as Fawkes from Phineas Nigellus Black and Arthur Potter. By midnight, when Henry advised Harry to get a nap before they leave, Fleamont Potter looked ashen, refusing to meet anyone's eyes. Henry thanked Phineas and Arthur for their time before returning them to their spots on the headmaster's wall. It wasn't long before he was back. He decided to drink some coffee and read a book while Harry took his nap. At 2:30 in the morning, he made his way to Harry's room to wake him. After waking a grumpy Harry, they made their way to the entry hall where they were met by Dobby and Tomsy. They both wished their friend/master a good and safe trip before popping away. "Are you ready, Harry?" Henry asked. After receiving a sleepy nod, Henry wrapped an arm around Harry and flamed them away. When they arrived at the sanctuary, the sun had yet to rise, the first rays only peeking over the surrounding mountains. Harry was amazed at the feel of the place. Calm, serene, and welcoming. The sound of wind chimes meshing with the sound of a nearby waterfall. As the first rays of the day finally crested over the mountain, Harry got his first look at the sanctuary. A beautiful old monastery with tiled houses leading up to the base of the steps. A nearby stream leading to a waterfall. Boxed fields of vegetation carefully arranged to work with the beauty of the valley he found them in. Cave entrances pocketed the cliffs above the sanctuary. "Welcome, Harry, to the Eurasian Phoenix Sanctuary. Welcome to Shangri-La," Henry said, grinning down at the slack-jawed Harry. As if they were waiting for Henry to announce them, phoenixes flew from the caves and waterfall, their plumage beautiful shades of the elements they attuned to. Flaming reds, majestic blues, forest greens, earth browns, along with the exceedingly rare lightning yellow and glacial blue. Together, they all sang out a song of welcome as the residents of the city arose for the day. Harry could only gaze and think, "I love magic." This would be a trip he would never forget. To those following this story, thank you so much for your patience. I had hoped to get this chapter out at the end of November, after several bouts of writer's block forced me to fail my New Year's resolution. Shout out to anyone who managed their resolution, even if it's esoteric like being a better you. To those waiting on my other stories, sorry, this FIC took all my focus and refused to share the keyboard. To those wondering, I plan to finish this story up in another 6 or 7 chapters. Hopefully by next Yule you can all read the complete story. If it's not done by then, I'm going to be very frustrated with myself. Chapter trivia time. Who is Henry excited to introduce Harry to? I hope you all enjoyed this chapter. The last scene took a month by itself, and hope you all had a wonderful Yule-timed holiday and safe transition to 2025.